It's in the T8. Probably. I mean, it depends on the draw. Joe D to a Premier team? Yes, I think Joe will be a very sought after free agent this offseason. Right now, I think because like I expect, let's say Optic do pretty good this year. Maybe they win champs, don't win champs. But like if they get like, top 2 or top 3 champs, win a bunch of events, I think they probably stick. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't. The problem is they can't really drop. But the way their team works, like they really can't drop Kyler. If that's like the weakest player on their team, it's like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think they're dropping Kyler. So they would probably just keep running it back. So I don't think there's a spot in Optic on offer. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just a question of like Joey D would probably go to like Thieves Phase Falcons. You know what I'm saying? Optic isn't sticking if they don't win champs. I promise you that. I mean, the problem with Optic is that if the inevitable situation there is so high, is so far in advance. But let's say they play pretty good this year, but someone else wins champs. The problem is the way their team is built is that Kyler is very important to the function of that team because the rest of the team is not like, they're not yappers, bro. Kyler does so much in the communication to like open up opportunities for his team. And if they were to drop Kyler, like finding a sub player who's going to call him like that, like Sim's good, but Chris is not that style of player. So I don't know. It'd be like really tough. You say they'll be all right, but then they run into a Falcon. They have the issue that Falcons has, where it's like you can have all the talent in the world, but if your communication isn't good, like you're just going to consistently limit your ability to be like good consistently. Like I don't know. So we'll see. It's too far in advance to really talk about that shit. Too far in advance. A lot could happen between now and then. Why is fucking this song not playing? The fuck iTunes? Hold on. iTunes is crashed, bro. Okay, whatever. Let me fix iTunes. Guys, you guys like honestly don't think when I say shit, bro. They're not similar teams, bro, but they would theoretically have a very similar problem in that situation. Like, brother, like I don't. Some of y'all just don't fucking think, bro. It's actually crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Sometimes I'll state that you guys are respectfully. No, I think only one team's making a change. I think it's Toronto this week. Toronto have to make a change. If they don't make a change, I don't know what to say, bro. Scrap, yes, but I don't like Optic's not. Optic would have to completely fumble the end of this year to like blow their team up. They're not going to do that, bro. They've like for the first time in a decent amount of time, a team that like is consistently going to pull up to event and contend. Even if they don't get the result they want at the end of the season, I don't see why you would fucking upset the apple cart there, bro. Like, this is what's ridiculous, bro. Like, their team is good. I would, even if you end up this year and you win 2 or 3 majors, but you don't win champs or UWC, I'm not blowing it up. That's stupid. T-Rocks, I appreciate the 4 months, my God. Thank you so much. You have a good thing going. Why would you fuck it up? Why would you tinker that? It doesn't make any sense to me. What upgrades on Optic, bro? Who are you upgrading? Simp, Hydra, and Joe. They're not dropping Kyler for fucking Chris, like, for Joe. They're not going to do that, bro. I just explained to you why they won't do that. Bro, some of you guys, like, you guys got to understand, like, stacking talent is, like, only part of it, bro. Like, the system has got to make sense. And if they lose Kyler, they're like, no disrespect to Brandon and Ant, but like their comms are not as good as Kyler's, bro. Like, listen to how listen to their communication, bro, as a team, and you realize how important Kyler is to their team. Okay, You replace Kyler, it's really like I know y'all want Kyler to get more kills. I get it. But like Jesus fucking Christ. Like I don't know how many times I gotta talk about this. Like, holy fuck. Making me tell. I'm telling you for Optic, there's gonna be a good season. If they don't get the result they want at the end of the year, they should make 0 changes, bro. Like I don't like you don't need to tinker a thing that's working, bro. It's competition. You're not gonna win everything. That's very difficult to do. They're good. Like I think they finally have a team where everybody's in the perfect role and like plays their role well. Like they don't need to do anything. Yeah, other teams might stack to try and beat them, but like whatever. Like they're good. Bro, some of y'all, I swear to God. I don't think Sim's going to Optic, bro. If I had to make a crazy midseason, like if let's say FaZe have a good but not great season, right? Let's say they win a major, play okay at the end of the year, but they don't win champs. Literally, what FaZe is going to do, is they're probably going to keep Abuza and Simp, and they will look at upgrades for Draza and 04. So don't be surprised if they try to make Simp, Joe, Scrap, and Abuza work. You know what I'm saying? And the question is like, does the FaZe thing, right? Does the FaZe thing, or maybe a Luka really pops off, you know what I'm saying, and they want to put a Luka in. Does the FaZe pitch, right, with what they have, are those guys willing to take potentially a little bit less money than, say, going to Falcons if they blow up their team? I don't know. But like, that's how that might play out. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe Ernie and Paco stick together. I don't fucking know. No one's outbidding Falcons, but people may take 100,000 less to play with Temp. Like, I don't know. I haven't watched the well, I did watch the Bush shows. Let me take that back. I did watch his video. Let's get into it. I disagree with a few things in particular that Austin said, but I do think Austin made a lot of really good points. I saw a lot of people on Twitter like cooking Austin, and I don't really agree with that. I think he made a lot of really good points, and I will say at the offset of this video that there are a number of things in here. I was like talking to Tommy yesterday about some of the clips in here. Like, it's really funny because Tom and I feel some of the same things. And I'll kind of give context in this, but I thought this video was good. We're going to lock in this video. Supposedly we're doing a Codcast at noon, but I have not talked to Ant at all today, so we'll see. We'll see. I texted him, and he's not awake yet, so I assume we're doing a Codcast today. But Brad's reaction to sell contract? No. But again, like, here's the problem that Falcons is going to have is like, yes, there's a price inevitably at which like people will take that money, but like people also want to win. And like the thing for FaZe is like, I actually think the Abuza pickup might have really worked out for them, because if they're a top 4 team all year, but it's clear they need to upgrade, like they have a good thing going that people want to be a part of. Like their free agent pitch is pretty good, even though the Falcons will outbid them from a salary point. Like if they can just get close, it'll be enough, you know? The new Bush intro is good. Although they should probably, you know, maybe blur out the Smoothie King logo in this. Maybe not give a Smoothie King a little bit of, you know. Actually, it is a little blurred already.
Oh, we're gonna shit on everyone.
Yeah, Rencor is going to be a mix in free agency too. Correct. I agree with that.
You don't own the team. You sure about that?
Beat up. I don't think you know Simp as good as you think you do, bro. Like, I don't think Chris is that. I think Chris is a very loyal guy, bro. I think Chris is a lot more loyal than you think he is. It's how sports works now, but it's not always how it works, bro. Like Chris may be an old school player who spends a long time on FaZe type shit. We'll see though. It's a long season.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, all right.
That text scared me today.
1 second. You never use Discord on this computer, so I just had to set a bunch of shit up. You care if I bring my people in?
Dave on this pod, yeah. I mean, he'll be aggressive because, you know, a couple people in this call sometimes welt under the pressure, and that's the ongoing storyline, but we'll get to that.
What?
That was a real question.
Who are your people?
You got people?
Sam Marino. What, I just send them an invite link?
This is
You
bad.
have to
This
give
is
them
bad.
permission?
Is this a hostile takeover?
It's not. We'll get into it. We'll get into it.
Fuck, man.
This is bad. This is bad already.
This is you're dragging.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Jerry, Jerry,
it'll be good.
get numbers in here.
This numbers. He's drunk.
That's my water. 1 second. Let me grab water.
Numbers is our lawyer.
Do a deep dive on this guy real quick, San Marino.
It's 2 separate people, Jerry. It's not. It's
Toronto
Sam and
stuff, I think,
Marino.
will come
It's
out.
not Sam Marino.
Either
I know,
today or
man.
tomorrow, I
I'm
think.
a Bruins fan.
But I think I
Yeah,
assume
yeah.
they're making a change. If they don't make a change,
Too.
oof.
Trustworthy.
All right, we're in a good spot then. This is good.
All right.
They wouldn't work for me if they weren't trustworthy.
Sold out of hats twice, Austin.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, we put low quantity things because we didn't think that you'd move stuff.
Okay,
And also,
okay,
scarcity
save
gets
it.
Let's get the beginning of this. Hold on.
Fair.
Compliment.
Saying it now. Tell the oh, I say we just
Guys, listen, you got me now or never.
fair. Fair, we'll do it.
Hi, Sam.
Second.
He's not. He's gonna. That's not considering.
All right, you guys can start. We're good to go.
I mean, this is kind of your show now. I could do
No,
these.
This
it's not.
kind of
You
your
guys
shirt now is
start
crazy.
as you guys will start it. Whatever you guys want to talk, we'll do it, and then we'll get into my stuff.
All right. Owners meeting February 12th, 4:57 Central, 5:57 Eastern.
Listen, I'll give Dunners the context. Listen. You guys have to understand that Barstool guys are very smart. I think there is obviously an element to some of this shit is real, but like, they understand pro wrestling, they understand storylines, they understand heroes and villains. Like, this is part of an ongoing storyline this year that they're setting up with Austin, kind of being the bad guy, and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that they're playing to that, but like, they know how this drama works on social media, bro. They're saying they know how this shit works. So just when you watch that and you understand the context, watch all the Barstool content, you'll kind of understand where this is going.
Here with Sass and Jerry, fellow 0% owners.
What's good,
We
Mr.
are also
JP?
joined by ownership, 100% equity owner of the Telluride Bush, Austin. Hello.
100% owner.
What's up, guys?
How
We
we
got 2 other
doing?
people to move.
We
Yeah,
are also
we got some other guests as well.
we are also
They'll
joined by
see
Austin's
their blank Discord logos.
No,
Bottom.
we're cleaner than that. We're not gonna just leave blank, empty space.
No,
on
we
the
want
show. They're
we
not
want
gonna
it
see
to be known that there are 6 people in this conversation right now, not
Yeah.
4.
There could be more behind those screens too. There might be a
Oh,
team.
there is. Well, we know
This-
Spider's in the room, so
Yeah.
make it 7.
Spider's not in the.
This might not even be Marina or Sam.
No, I don't think it is.
I'll tell you right now, it's actually Dave and Big Cat.
Oh,
Why would Sim not take the bro? Bro? Some of y'all gotta understand, bro, that for players that already have everything, that have won champs and made a lot of money in their career, yes, money is great, but they don't want to be miserable on a team that doesn't win. They want to fucking win and feel like they have a chance to win in every match. So yes, there might be Draws talked about this, and I know, like, it is what it is, but like, for some players, they would rather go somewhere for 100K less, but feel like they have a better chance to win than the other thing. Now, there's always a gap when you get to a certain point. You guys say sell, but the MC situation is there was a big delta in money between all the other offers and Falcons. Like the MC thing, the MC offer in situation was like nobody would ever turn that down. And maybe Falcons do the same crazy thing and they really break the economics of this thing, and then we'll see. But like, if it's like what I expect is going to play out, which is I think that the other orgs will go pretty close and Falcons will be like 150, 200. Like, then it's just a decision on the player of like, where would you rather be, And then I don't know.
God.
No,
But I don't think it's as clear cut as you think it is.
Jesus Christ.
no, it's not.
I knew something was up.
I'm fucking around. Where am
Thank
I?
God.
Who knows?
Now I'm
Well,
scared.
we know it's Sam because I know Sam and I heard his voice. Unless Dave is just an incredible impressionist.
Yeah.
Top
There's no.
tier.
He actually has one impression in his bag, and it's the guy who works for him that works for him. He remembers his name like 1 out of every 10 times, but he can do his voice spot on. Who's that guy? Sean? Who that works for us? It's Sam, Dave.
Meanwhile, Sam's cranking 24 hours a day on pizza reviews.
Sam's the best. Sam's the best. He doesn't do pizza reviews, but Sam's the best.
That's you, boss. Okay.
Actually,
Owners meeting.
Sam has something. I mean, this is already gonna have played by the time that people were talking about this, so I could show it. Sam made an intro for the bush.
Oh, very
Oh.
nice.
Wow.
You should watch the intro before.
Okay. Are you doing the classic sweeten them up before you fatten them up before you kill them, or what?
I don't think I need to do the sweeten up part. I think I could just kill you guys if I wanted to, but that was just
Top left
That
is Austin. He works for Dave. He works ops for Dave. So like Dave don't be making appearances on this pod, but Austin is. Think of Austin as basically like he's a stand-in for like the upper management suits at Barstool. You know what I'm saying? What these guys are trying to be relevant. They're trying to get funding from Barstool. All this stuff, like, you know. Austin and I have talked. I agree with some of Austin's. Here's the thing: is like, and we'll get into it. There's some stuff that I agree with Austin on. I do think that some of his read on the Activision CDL world is, I think, slightly off. But we'll get to that. Slightly
I
off.
had an idea. Sam went on it, and I mean, he did that in like
But
less
I understand the perspective he's coming from.
than a day. It
We'll
came out well.
say that.
It's sick.
awesome.
I love it. Thank you,
incredible.
Sam. Yeah, it's been we're all on edge here. We're all on edge a little bit. I mean,
I'm not on edge.
I'm on edge. I'll say.
I was. There
I'm
was
not on
portion of
edge
last-
either. I don't know if something happened with Mook and Jerry that I don't know. They're like,
know. I don't know.
it's over. He knows everything. What does he know?
I don't know. I don't know what he knows.
I'll
That's the
say
problem.
there have been some times over the last 2 weeks that I was really on edge. There was a couple times where I'm like, I was going to shut the bush down. But I'm not on edge right now.
No.
Look, I'm fine.
Our kid now.
So what?
Wait,
so
wait,
why?
wait,
Why?
wait,
Why would
wait,
you
wait,
shut
We'll get
it
into
down?
it. We'll get into all that. You guys do
See,
your
this is what
stuff
I'm
first.
saying. I told you guys we should have postponed this shit.
Jerry's crashing out already.
what would
We've
be
been
the
I don't think
3
we
minutes
have
into
anything
this.
to get into either. We're here. We're ready.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mook,
You,
we gotta
I,
hear
I don't know
Mook,
if you guys
start
want to
the
do. Yeah,
numbers.
Mook,
Start the
start your
number.
shit.
you want the numbers?
Run the
Well,
numbers.
Just
Run the
major
numbers.
one. Let's do a major one recap.
I told
That's what we're here for.
I told Austin I had numbers. He said, "Don't worry, I got the numbers." So
I got
I mean,
numbers, and I got the numbers you got, and I got numbers that you don't got.
Ooh, shit.
Interesting. So let's hear your
Shit.
numbers. So then you go with the
Yeah.
numbers.
We will get to my numbers. You guys do your numbers first. You guys do your major one recap. You know the things that you want to say, and then I'll get into my stuff.
this is a death sentence. This is
I'm
a,
gonna
not
let
a
it play
death
out.
sentence.
I'm gonna
It's
let
not
this
a
play out.
death
This is dead. I'm telling you, this is dead. Go ahead, Mook.
this is on me now. All right. I mean, I put together a little spreadsheet and I sent it to
All right.
Austin. He didn't want it. He already has his own numbers made up. These are the numbers that I think are good. We went to major.
I'll say this for Bush, and I'm sure the feedback, if you watch this video, gets through. There were a couple of times this year that I think they needed to turn the stream on a bit more. When their team was playing, when there was their CDL stuff going on, Challenger stuff, like there's good adjacent content that they should be creating content around. That I think in stage one could have probably had a couple of more streams going. You know what I'm saying? But
Major one. We developed a content plan. We developed a budget. We got it approved by Austin. As far as the content plan goes, we guaranteed 6 videos on YouTube and 4 streams. We delivered on those metrics. 6 videos,
Okay.
4 streams. Along with that, we also delivered 58 shorts across YouTube, TikTok,
I don't know.
Instagram,
Bush.
and a little bit less or more on Twitter. As far as social numbers go, 20 million impressions on Twitter from January 17th until now. Or January 27th, sorry. That was the first day we got in Dallas, Texas. 20 million Twitter impressions. I think that's pretty good.
Definitely.
I'll keep going. 2.65 million Instagram views. Another 2 million on TikTok. The big one, YouTube. Over 1.3 million views on YouTube from January 27th through today, which the date I believe was February 14th. So we're counting all of the behind the bush numbers as well. That's over 200,000 hours of watch time, 7.1 million YouTube impressions. The number that I like the most is the new viewers. It's a
In what way, Vez? In what way, though? Like in content? Like I'm confused.
metric that highlights people that watched our channel for the first time. 60,000 new viewers in the past 2 weeks, which I think is pretty cool. Overall, one more, watch parties. Our watch party numbers combined, YouTube and Twitch, over 340,000 views, 136,000 hours of watch time, with our peak concurrence at 11.
Your watch hours got to go up though. That's not as much like that. Like they gotta. From my perspective, one feedback I give them is they could. I mean, they got a lot of really good stream hours during the tournament, and they'll continue to do really well on match days. Excuse me. But I think during the week and on the fringe edges of the elite, like they could be creating more content. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, they could be like watching the last like match windows of like the EU elite before their team plays as like a wind up. You know, I think there's a couple more stream hours that like they can do. Yeah, I know Jerry had 5K viewers. That's the thing. These guys stream, they'll get views. You know,
0.4K just on YouTube, another 3K on Twitch, and our average concurrence sitting at 5K. So overall, I mean, that's just a lot of me rattling off numbers. I don't think the numbers tell the full story. I think the motion on Twitter, I think the engagement on Twitter tells the main story, but those are the metrics.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'd have to agree that those are
So you guys are both gonna agree that those
yeah.
are numbers?
Like what,
Those
Jerry?
are the numbers. I got them pulled up right in front of me.
Like
I'm
what,
confirming.
Jerry?
Why do I feel like I just bombed?
No, you killed
No,
it.
I-
I'm
you-
waiting
I-
on.
I
I'm
didn't know if
waiting
you
on
had
the
anything else
extra
that-
numbers now.
I didn't know if there was anything else that you guys wanted to.
I mean, I would say no. I would say put the numbers aside, like throw the numbers out the window. If I was to grade the expectation that I feel like all of us had going into Major 1, I think we exceeded expectations. If
Give
I'm
yourself a
being
letter.
quite
Each
frank.
of you go around and give yourself a letter grade for Major 1. Everything.
Let's see. I'm curious what
A
they.
minus.
I'm gonna go A. Only reason I'm not giving it the plus is because we came in second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go B plus, based off of we didn't get to the budget. It was our first major. I think we were a little less organized than we could have been. We were still
We talked about it before. I think they definitely underestimated on the money point
pretty organized for what I thought it
because
was.
they were doing, you know, spending a little bit too much money on. They had a lot of people come and be there, and I think they gotta. I'm not saying they gotta trim the crew, but like they gotta be a bit smarter if they're gonna like have a lot of people come. Like they gotta budget appropriately for that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they'll have a lot of people come to Birmingham, but Atlanta, like NA events, yeah.
Total impressions were 31 million. Budget wise,
Are we saying the budget? Is that allowed, Austin, or you'd rather not?
Yeah. Say the number.
Okay.
Budget-
We'll say the number.
so the budget's all over the place. But the budget that hit Barstool for Airbnb and flights, when flights were fucked, was 9K. Add in the 2K
It was-
from TJ Haley.
It was 10K. We went under budget. You have to say that because we did go under budget.
Our total budget, Austin set his limit at 20. I think we met at 15 was what we thought we were going to do. So we actually did around
20 included. 20 included the what? 4 from Twitch and 2 from TJ, and then the whatever 2 from
Correct.
what at winnings, or it was less than 2, whatever we won for winnings.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
our
that's not
budget was-
terrible,
we
but it could be
spent
less.
Under budget, 13K.
Yeah.
Not bad. Pretty
No, not
solid to
bad.
me. I mean, how many guys? We had like 15 guys staying at the Airbnb at one point.
Yeah, I spent
Made it all happen.
3,600 pretty much on food and essentials.
Oh yeah, I mean,
They're saying TJ's bio is 2K. TJ's bio is 2K.
Oh yeah, I just
No,
got
just
banged-
one.
bang
Lucas,
job,
this, the
banged
word on the blog is
fucking
just one.
cases
Toronto.
and fucking medicine for the team.
Hutchins barbecue.
got
They
big
didn't pay.
boys.
I think Hutchins actually low key
we
just
didn't
gave that
factor
food for
in the
free.
medicine to the
Sat-
to the budget.
And then
Yeah, medicine was ridiculous.
Sass's weed budget.
Let's say tip.
I was going to say,
smoked
does
up the
weed
whole
count as?
team.
Are you just calling weed medicine? Is that what this is?
No, I meant everyone got sick.
Yeah, the whole team was sick.
Yeah.
Jerry was streaming late last night. Did he actually get people to commit last night or no? It's just a bunch of bullshit. Because he was calling like biz. He was calling like biz and shit. Like he was calling. I was like, okay, bro, we're just like You know what I'm saying? We're calling a 7-Eleven. We're calling Biz Nasty. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who actually, like, who do we
We
actually
had a
get?
pharmacy
You know?
running out of the
Now,
Airbnb.
are we counting the fact in the budget that Major One got Zach sick, which in turn almost took down PMT for Super Bowl week?
No, we're not talking what ifs here.
What was the lead
Yeah.
you got?
That's
I
bullshit.
just said, like, listen, in that case, you guys would have never been able to get out of the
Paradox
red in
would
that
be good, though.
situation. If
Paradox
PMT went
would
out
be
of
good.
commission for Super Bowl week, Bush
I
would have
mean,
been shut
that's-
down. All three of you might have been fired. We never get that money back.
We can't spread. We can't stop the sicknesses from spreading. But
Yeah.
luckily we're talking what ifs here. Zach made a miraculous recovery, and
I mean, I'll talk about not what ifs. I'll talk about what happened. I was back and forth in the hospital with the kids, so that's what I was dealing with after Major One.
exactly.
I'll make sure to put that in the report.
Nicky Numbers
That's
knows nothing
another-
about that.
Nicky
That's another
numbers.
hospital bill that's gonna hit.
Yep.
I ain't paying.
Are
that
you
shit,
asking? Are you asking us to pay for that, Jerry?
No,
Dude, what
no,
is Jerry
no,
trying,
just
bro?
We didn't. I definitely do feel like upset that Zach was pretty much he was out of commission for Super Bowl week. I definitely feel that, and I feel for him, and it's just tough. It's hard to stop a sickness from spreading.
You know that better than anyone.
Paradox, Stella Blue, and some stream overlay company.
That's true.
We'll see.
This time the Chinese didn't start it. Then.
Yeah, no. Byron started.
No,
We'll
the
see.
Saudis started it.
Yeah.
I think in summary, Austin, in short summary, we delivered on social output, we delivered on content plan, we delivered on budget, and it was a massive success in my eyes.
Did you deliver?
Mm.
What did we not deliver? Because we
All right,
lost.
let's get into it. First of all, let me just say, like, this would have happened regardless if you were Bush or not. Like, this is just like a standard
Called
you approve a
Phil.
bunch of something, look at the content, the
Jerry's
numbers,
an
fan
idiot, bro.
engagement, see how it goes, sit down, just have a post-mortem. This is just that happens that the way that
Post-mortem?
you guys do. That's just the
We don't know what the
term
word
here. That's not-
post-mortem means. Okay.
I mean, I guess we'll see
All right, we all
how you
lock
guys
in.
feel at the end of this thing if you'd rather be dead, but that's just the term
we
that
all
I was
lock in.
using here. This just so happens that it's public because this is how you guys do everything, but this would have happened regardless. So, like, there's probably a lot of stuff that I'm going to get to. This might just end up being pretty long and boring, but everything's content here apparently. So, I guess we'll see if this gets contentious.
Well, we can trim it down too if we need.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can cut all the negative stuff if we get to it. We'll just do. So I guess let's start with the good. I think Major One. You don't want to start with the good, Jerry?
I start with the bad.
No. Start with the good. Definitely start with the good.
I think
We
you
got to
guys
ease the nerves here a little bit.
Yeah,
Let's
you
start
guys
with the good.
you guys are gonna need me to start with the good. I'm telling you.
Fucking Jerry, bro.
Okay. I think another successful streaming weekend. It felt that current fans engaged, interested in what's happening, happy with the content put out. Jerry in the pit. I know Sass said this a little bit, and it was the same sort of thing when you guys are doing Warlord. Something that I saw of like what this could be is like Jerry doing gambling stream type reactions around a bunch of fat people in a. And I didn't know it was going to be a hotel conference room. I thought it was going to be an arena. But regardless, same thing. Like, this is easy.
Bro, the funny part about this is going to be at Birmingham, Jerry doing this with a bunch of fucking drunk UK fans is going to be even better, bro. Because, like, if they do this right, they're going to record the reactions of all these UK fans fucking heckling Jerry, calling him a fucking wanker and shit. And it's going to be so funny, bro. It's going to be so fucking funny, bro. Like, the Jerry Pitt stuff was really the highlight, bro. Because, like, we had talked coming in, we're like, we knew these guys going to get passionate once they get in the pit. And, like, Jerry went to get comfortable on Saturday and just started, like, calling out the Saudi. Bro, it's just so funny, bro.
That was like the one thing that Maine posted, did well there. Like, that was something that outside of video games, outside of anything, you don't have to really know what's going on. You just see
I'm ready. I've
Jersey
been to
Jerry
UK, bro.
screaming
Like,
at some
what?
guys at a computer thing. Translates beyond all of that. Also,
I did see one of those clips.
beginning of him starting to stream. If there's one thing that I think Bush could really do,
Me and the
that's
boys will be
impactful to his
there.
company is getting Jersey Jerry.
I mean, but Ronnie, you work fucking Breaking Point, bro. You got to be impartial. You're fucking media. You can't be going out fucking chirping people, bro. Like, what? You got a line you can't cross, my guy.
to work. Which is
Jerry be able to heckle in
How
Riyadh?
long have you been here for, Jerry?
I don't know.
About 5 years now.
Yeah, so it's been a struggle for about 5 years, is finding something that he's interested enough to do, because I think Ronan Francis said it recently. There's a big disparity between like internal view of Jerry and external view of Jerry. Internally, we view him as like one of the more entertaining people that we have. Externally, some people aren't very happy with Jerry and think he's lazy, which is true. But like, he's one of the more talented
Pick
people that
Whitney
we
would
have,
be a W
and like getting him
sponsorship.
engaged and doing stuff. If the only thing that comes out of Bush is Jerry becomes like a massive Twitch streamer, that's honestly a win. I think also something that was a real big
Wait,
positive.
you can't get tickets? Aren't tickets still on sale? What the fuck are you talking about? There's still tickets available. If you buy, yeah, but if you buy, okay, as I've said about 95 times, just because the CDL tickets are sold out, the add-ons, it doesn't mean you can't get in the CDL area. You will be able to get in the CDL area. I'm telling you, it's gonna be one in, one out though. If you get there early enough and you camp, like, you'll be fine. You just, like, you know what I'm saying? It's first come, first serve. So you just may have to wait. But you can buy a 3-day or a 1-day. 1-days are going for like 20, 30 pounds, and like you'll still be able to go in, bro. Nah, there is actually, I think, Rostermania going on. He was not bidding.
Positive. You've shown without a shadow of doubt to the players, not only to our team, but like everyone, like what Bush is. Like, this is something that I've been saying from the beginning, from why I thought that we could be much more harsh in negotiations in terms of splits and buyouts and all that stuff. Like, we bring something that no other organization can bring to a players in challengers, and honestly, a lot of the pros. Like, we're going to have our pick
For all the 27 months? I mean, I would, but they'll have to pay me. I'm not doing that shit for free. What?
of the litter, regardless of
Nah, I don't,
I know
boy.
they're staying right now, but
I will
regardless
be.
of
I
when
will be.
or if
I will
these
be
people
tuned in
leave,
at 3.
and especially if they buy in.
I will be watching Champions League. I have a meeting at 5 for some good business that Tom and I are working on at 5. But at 3, I will be tuned into the footy.
I think every player on our team and in the league is fully aware of, like, you play for Bush, your personal exposure and personal brand is bigger than if it was with any other challengers team, and maybe Optic or FaZe, and that's about it. Like, that's the full list. So I think that was definitely, and you've obviously seen it by the players this week and how much they're actually now engaged in doing stuff. And part of it is, you know, being in person and being around it, and also, you know, how much more Major One was. I think that's one of the stronger things. I don't think we are ever going to be worried about fielding a strong team, but I think definitely after this weekend, people are going to be knocking down to play for Bush forever. So
Definitely.
that's positive. That's the positives, I'd say, from the weekend.
I'd agree, Austin.
That's all the positives?
Ronnie said more than one team.
Well, you want more glaze? It's been a
Yeah,
great.
I could see why Ronnie's saying that, but I don't know if that's gonna happen though. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'll say right now, like, Ronnie saying that is like, if when I talked about in the show and I got fucking, you know, people were like, oh, maybe not. I was like, yo, like, if I were fucking Toronto, I would go try and fucking get. Now, I know you said maybe, but let me give people the context, Ronnie. I don't know why y'all think FaZe's making a change. They're 1000% not making a fucking change. Bruh, I said on the show, and everybody in fucking dumbass Zoomafia chat, every time I say something, it's LOL. I said on the show on Sunday, obviously they need to find a replacement for Real. It's probably Kips. But if they want to replace Jamie, I think the best move possible for them is to talk to Boston about getting, like, Byron Nasty. So if they do actually try that, like, then yeah, it'd be 2 changes. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I don't know what Boston are selling. But, like, if I were Toronto, that's literally what I would do.
It has been a
There better be one negative. If that's the positive.
There's a lot.
QK,
there's a
I don't
lot of
think Falcons are making a change,
There's
bro.
been a 2-week glaze fest of Bush.
That is true.
I've accumulated my data.
You got Jerry turned into Frank the Tank down there. He's chewing
Why
on
would we do
fucking
Nasty and Cammy?
glasses.
No, you do one.
It has been. I've sat back and watched everyone glaze Bush, and it's the best thing ever, and it's this, and it's that, and I agree with a lot of what's been said. but I have accumulated my data and my points of contention and the things that I
Quit
was not
yapping
happy
and watch the
with.
video, then go watch it
And
yourself,
I've
bro.
sat
Like,
and
why?
I've
Why the
waited,
fuck are you here
and
then?
Okay.
This is where we're going to talk about
Jesus.
that. This is first of all, I'd say probably right now I have a pretty good standing with the Bush fan. I don't know if I'm gonna after this,
Ooh.
but this is business at the end of the day.
Fuck it,
And
give it
I'm
to
gonna
us.
start by saying you guys are probably not gonna like what I have to say, as
There
I
we
can
go.
tell already. I get that. There's probably going to be some harsh truth here, some tough love. You're probably going to explain away a lot of what I have to criticize, rationalize it to myself, your fans. I want you to know this comes from a place of like, I believe in what this thing can be, right? This is not
Right.
me just being mean or critical for the purpose of being critical. This is, I want to be able to help guide and motivate you guys to take it to the place that we all know this can be. All right.
Okay.
So like, although some of the stuff may sound like brutal, and I want you to listen to like the full explanation of what I'm
I hope
saying
they
and why
don't,
I'm saying
Brian. I
it,
hope they don't.
and two, just understand, this is just business. Like, it's all of our livings. Obviously, Jerry and I have a personal relationship. Mook and I somewhat. Sass, I'm not even sure that we'd say hi on the street if we saw each other, but this is just all our jobs at the end of the day.
Fair.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll start with, this is like a more like 5,000 foot view of this, but like the most successful brands here are brands. Like, they aren't just like shows. Like, they don't come in, record once or twice a week, and that's it. Like, everyone hears the same names again: PMT, Chicklets, Chicks in the Office, Bree when she started, all that stuff.
Son of a boy,
Like,
dad, etc.
We'll get to that too. He's part in there. Like, they aren't just shows. Like, PMT puts out 10 hours of podcasts a week, and that's maybe half their total content. Like PMTV, vlogs, golf videos, side quests, gambling streams, video game streams, social, whatever. Like, they're around each other all day, every day. They travel together, outside pods, storylines. Like, people are
By the way, this point he's about to make is such facts, and this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, for what it's worth.
invested past the point of two guys doing a sports podcast together. It's their own world, side characters. Same with Chicklets, Sandbaggers, college hockey stuff, all over. Chicks, Bree. She didn't even really have a show when she started. It was just Bree. This is why, and what Sass just kind of mentioned, and Ronan Francis have talked about this, so I don't really feel like I'm exposing anything. But when they were talking about like, how do we improve Son of a Boy Dad and our standing at the company, and it was suggested do something like a
I watched
Grit
this
Week,
yesterday, yeah.
which turned into Fish Week.
Yeah.
It stopped being more of like a twice weekly show, transitioned to like a more brand thing. First class list, people talking about it, outside things, other shows,
Yep.
video game streams, stake offs, all these things that invest in you as people outside of just, we come in, record, do it. And I say this because the reason Bush, I thought, was so smart from the beginning, and why it had so much potential from its inception, is it was never just a show. Like, it was immediately from the start a brand. It was not, here three guys who are going to talk about video games. It was, here's three guys who are going to build an esports team. So like, by the nature of what that concept was, it was immediately more than a show, which is why
Yep.
from the beginning I was like, this can be something. And it's why I think fans are so bought in. It's like, there's why it's so real traction, why it's so sticky, why there's great retention. It's like, it's a good medium to have stuff sold because it keeps people's attention constantly. It's not just a once a week meeting. People 24/7 are invested and want to know about the Bush.
Agreed.
That's still kind of a
Everything else
positive.
said is
Where
facts.
I feel like that
Everything
could've gone
says
into the-
facts,
into the
Chad.
positive
I think that
pile.
was a
But
positive.
It was a little bit of a preamble of like why I'm not happy.
I'm
super
ready
happy
for
about
the.
it.
Just cut the throats off. Just cut our throats
Yeah,
out already.
give
Just
it
get
to
it
us.
But
over
also,
with.
just to
Yeah.
get a little explanation behind that, you would like us to do more things. You're saying?
No, I haven't even really got to the points of that. I'm saying what's
Okay.
working so far with the Bush and why I think that it's working.
Okay.
Also from a business perspective, like what made it so appealing.
This is, but just, you understand, and you guys all agree, this is like why Stallions works, because it's like every day there's something with Stallions, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not Tommy talking about Stallions, it's a Twitter conversation about Stallions. You know what I'm saying? Like the turning it from just being the owners meeting podcast and a couple watch parties. What's good, Faizunk? What's good, bro? To like other shit going on. Like, they need to create more content. They need to get more content hours, more content pieces. I think specifically more short form, like continuing to just push on social media. Like, there's a lot more they could be doing to make it a universe upon itself. I think they got off to a good start, but there's like more that they could definitely be doing, you know?
Is like, we got all this stuff essentially at zero cost. Like, to start this, Barstool, Bush was 2.5 employees starting a video team on their free. Sass was half an employee when he started.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sass is
in
having to
which
play.
you guys would do this in your free time, and you would incur 100% of the cost, and we get 100% of the benefit. I said something in the first owners meeting that ended up getting cut about what was a better deal then. We're not going to go back into that one. But of course, that was an awesome deal for us. Like, I actually got thrust into it because Jerry tried to scam Dave, whatever. But immediately I was like, okay, there's something here. And even if it doesn't, it wasn't going to hurt us at all because you were doing it in your free time and you guys are paying for everything. What Bush quickly became was now 3 employees with SAS getting paid who were starting to neglect things that we actually paid them to do, with Barstow incurring 100% of the cost. So we go from 2.5 employees, free time, no cost to us, 3 full-time employees who are sometimes somewhat ignoring the things that we're actually paying them to do, which was where the problem started coming. That's where the Big Cat and Roan stuff came in a little bit. Roan was obviously fucking with SAS a little bit. I think people didn't really understand that. But a lot of what Big Cat had to say came from conversations that me and him have been having. So people called him a hater and jealous and whatever, but he was honestly kind of just regurgitating the things that I had been saying to him. So you guys can just blame me for that, really. Bush is not something right now that is enough value that, Mook can quit anus and stop doing Mook Can't Sleep, and Sass can full-time neglect son of a boy dad, and Jerry doesn't really work, but when he does work, the things that he works on are important. Like, he can't just stop doing those things and not going on gambling streams and focused on advisors and PFFs and all that stuff. It would be one thing if you guys are putting more time and energy and effort into Bush and there was like a huge market difference. Honestly, I didn't feel
I don't know. For them, I don't know. It's gonna take a while to get to that level where like all the other stuff they're doing, they can put to the side. Like it's gonna time well with certain things because, like, for example, Jerry does a lot of NFL content. Like, there's not gonna be much stuff going on in Challengers World in like end of August, September, October. So like it'll time well for him to ramp up and do stuff for 12 months, but like, maybe in the year or two, like then this like first 5-6 months of the season are like, but they gotta like, to Spen's point, like they gotta increase their ceiling because the floor is good, but they gotta continue all to activate in the space and really like, what I'm saying? Like what are like the key moments we talked about? Maybe them running a land. Like there are some like annual touch points that they can make that this is all kind of built around.
like there really was.
We'll
like
see.
Obviously there was bigger numbers and stuff through there.
Renegade the Boston.
Some of it was from an effort
would be
thing, but I think a
interesting,
lot
yeah.
of it was really just it's a much bigger.
I don't think
event.
Rail and Snoopy is a
Obviously
good fucking duo
in-person
though.
aspect of
The
things.
problem with Rail and Snoopy is they both literally like this, bro. Rail and Snoopy just kind of like, I don't know, bro. Like I think that's a sub duo that's not going to be as impactful as you think. They're shooters, but like I don't think they're an impactful sub duo. I think they're just gonna like it's just a lot of lurking and wandering and not a lot of actual like pressure. You know what I'm saying?
Makes it a little bit bigger.
I don't know if I really
I
like
didn't think
combo.
that had to do with specifically the effort things, which we'll get into a little bit. Like I talked a little bit about the best thing about Barstool. Those best things are brands, but like they also have talent and producers who like live this shit. And like I know you're gonna say like we love Bush, all we care about is Bush. We think about it all the time. All energy's going into it. I'm gonna call a little bit of bullshit on that. Like I think sitting on a stream for 12 hours or playing video games is not really like effort. Like it's easy. Like the stuff that's going to take Bush to the next level is the stuff that's like not fun to do. It's making pitch decks. It's doing all this other extra work and shit that it's like, this is going to suck. And like, it's not as fun as being in front of Twitch streamers and doing all that. It's actual like annoying work that no one actually wants to do, but it has to get done.
All I'm saying is he's so facts because I do this a lot for the flank. Zach also does a lot of work for us behind the scenes. Gertz does a lot of work behind the scenes on certain parts of this process, but like more, with the flank, for example, a lot more goes into it, guys. Like there's a lot of stuff that we do from a budgeting standpoint, from a planning standpoint, to ensure that like someone like Tommy can go on stream and not have to hop on phone calls and fill out sheets and fill out docs. You know what I'm saying? Yes, for example, with us, we have a pitch deck that we update. We made one a few years ago. It gets updated about every 2 to 3 months with new numbers and branding updates and other potential sponsor partner activations on it. Like it's a rolling deck that goes out as part of the ongoing pitches on the face side. Like it, we do a lot of stuff so that like, you know what I'm saying? We, in particular, the more important thing for me is like, so I don't have, Tom don't got to worry about like every little thing, there's still a lot of stuff where he's got to provide input, but we try to make it as simple as possible. And so that's why sometimes you guys notice, like, we get like a week or two out from an event. Like, I don't stream as much sometimes during the week because I got to figure out, an equipment thing, or we got to make sure the logistics are good. I got to talk to EFG about how we're going to run cables and whether we're going to get a digital feed or an analog feed, or, in the case of from this last event, the layout of the box, can we get the table removed in the middle? You know what I'm saying? So Tom going to show up and do his thing and not have to stress about all this other shit.
And I don't know exactly how to say this without sounding the really, really mean, but I think the harsh reality is I do not think you three are the right people fully to take Bush where it needs to go. That's going to sound really mean and harsh, and maybe going to be mad and disagree.
What?
Hear me out, Jerry. All right. The Bush needed you three to get to where it is, and it also definitely needs you three to go where it needs to go. But if it's just you three and what you guys are putting in currently, it's going to stagnate and die out. I feel like you guys need an adult in a room. How you guys do that, what you figured out, whether one of you becomes the adult in a room is a different story. But if it's just the three of you, I don't think long term Bush is going to become what it should be and what it needs to be.
We got you.
No, you don't have me.
You don't
the fact
have
that
me.
I'm here right now is
the best part about this, bro. The editing right here is the
I
funniest
think long
part.
term Bush is going to become what
Dude, the editing right here
what
is
it should
so
be and what
funny.
it needs to be.
We got you.
No, you don't have me, Jerry. The fact that I'm here
Bro, that zoom and then Jerry's face is the funniest part. Because Jerry's like, what? What, you know what I'm saying? But I think Austin's point is no, but Austin's correct though. I don't know why you guys are cooking Austin. Austin is correct. Look, all these guys are great, I think, on their talent. You're going to see some stuff here from Connor in particular talking about the stuff that he does behind the scenes. But I think to Austin's point, behind all of the great Barstool products are people and producers behind the scenes that do a lot of the extra stuff, what we dictate as producer work. It's a lot of some paper, it's a lot of planning, it's meetings. And to the point of these guys, they got to go out and look, what Barstool does very similar to what FaZe does with us, right? Barstool goes out and they talk to big brands and they say, look, we got this big universe, we got these big shows. Okay, and those big shows are going to get a good portion of the revenue and the brand opportunities and the percentage of those brand deals. But there's still money left over. Okay. And that's where the Bush guys need to be a little bit more effective, is to deal with the internal Barstool politics and fight for those dollars. Try to find that extra 20, 25 for some of these deals. You know what I'm saying? Because Barstool works with big brands, but they want to sponsor Chiclets. They want to sponsor PMT, but there's still 20 or 30% left over for everybody else. And there's a lot of shows. Barstool is very competitive. They have a lot of shows of different levels of engagement, different levels of niche and different audiences. And they have to do a better job of telling what their story is so they can fight through all of that noise at Barstool and be able to acquire those dollars and cents. This thing makes sense from a business standpoint. I don't think Austin's wrong. And I think you guys, if you're saying he's wrong, I don't understand all the Barstool politics, but I can only imagine,
right now is just because I'm friends with you guys, really, and I was kind of thrust into this. This is not my job in any sense of any capacity. I've given you advice in doing stuff because I like Bush and I like you guys, but this is not I can't be doing this for every brand that we have here. I'd have no time. I've got a million other things to be doing.
No.
I got a couple things.
When we first started out, Tom was on New York. And then, because Tom had retired. When we first started out, the first year and a half, 2 years, he was under New York. Since then, we've been under FaZe the last couple of years, but not always. And I think FaZe helps us out a lot. I think one thing that we're continuing to try and do with our show and the really main goal for us this year is to find a really nice baseline. We're trying to get in on trying to get one or two really good anchor long-term partners for the show. People that really like our content, they're invested in the storyline. They know we're stable. I mean, we're looking for people to be long-term partners because we have a lot of interest on small stuff and mid stuff, but we're trying to find people that want to be an anchor part of our show for a whole season, 2 seasons. And we'll give them good inventory, but that's like a big thing for us. We're trying to really get a floor on that.
So the stuff about people like missing people not doing stuff that they're supposed to be doing. Are there any actual examples of that, or is that I just keep on hearing that people aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing and they're focusing on the bush, but from what I've gathered, everyone's doing what they're supposed to be doing, and the bush is a secondary thing for pretty much all of us.
Yeah, but that was
That's
the
gonna
issue.
be
You can't say that.
That can be probably an offline conversation, but I've had those conversations. Yes.
I mean, I know you guys have had the conversations because I hear about them every single day, but
Yeah.
I'm telling, like, there's no, like, I'm not missing anything. Mook's definitely not missing anything. Jerry's not missing anything. Like, the only thing I can think of is the Jerry going up and down from the streams, but that hasn't happened in months.
What Austin's trying to say, I think, in a very polite way, is like, if they want this to be a thing that Barstool pumps real money in, then like this becomes their primary. Becomes their primary thing for the most part. They do. I think Jerry might be the only one that maybe gets away with it because Jerry's such a character amongst like multiple things. But especially for like Connor and Sass, like I think this becomes number one on their plate if they turn this into like a real thing that like is selling. And I think that's the point that Austin's trying to make is like, like I get why Sass is annoyed, but I think that's the point that Austin's trying to make. It's like, to the point of what someone said earlier, like their floor is really good, but their ceiling can still be increased. And I think that's what Austin's trying to say. Like if they want to get to that glass ceiling and smash through it, like, this is going to be the number one focus. That at least is what came across to me.
Isn't going to happen.
I could be wrong though.
For months.
I think that's what he's
those are
trying to say.
microcosms of things. There have been more examples than that, but that's a microcosm of where Bush can't go right now. Like that's not like there has to be like when we say you got to put more effort into Bush into our stuff, it cannot be at the expense of other stuff until it becomes a viable thing. In which we're like, okay, now we're weighing two things against each other: valuable brand. Where do we want to spend
which
our
is
time?
the other point.
All right,
They're all doing a bunch of other shit. So
that's
it's
not like
politics.
this is an epidemic right now problem of like.
And that's the other piece of it is like if you start to get you're saying like now it's like if you're splitting time between multiple big things, it's like I think you get to see why Austin said that like he doesn't think the three of them that like they need another person because like you guys are going to realize that like you're amongst all this other shit and no one is sitting there waking up and their solo focus is this,
guys have all stopped doing.
You got to see Austin's point now, right?
Doing another capacity. This is a long-term. If it's not at that point, we definitely can't be doing that. But right now, we definitely can't be doing that.
My other thing is the adult in the room thing. I think Mook is getting a little bit of a bad rap here. I think Mook is putting in more effort, not even just like with the streaming stuff, like in terms of like the back end, like. And honestly, like Mook has been doing so much, but I think we all have. Like I've emailed advertisers personally. I know Jerry and Mook both have too. Like we're doing shit to try to get this off the ground. But I mean, if the sales team's not going to pick up their phones and make a call, there's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah, we're all busting our ass behind the scenes. I know we're not like front facing personality wise. Like people are going to be like, oh, these guys got it together. But we are putting hours in, not on camera,
but like
not
who
on
had to tell you guys to make a deck? Like that to me is like the number easy. Like what do you
make
like?
a
That's
deck?
the number one. Yeah. What was what's
like? I'm fine if
understand-
we have to do that, but it's like I don't know a single employee here that's ever had to do that before.
I don't want to hear like whataboutism really here. I don't want to hear like these people don't have to do that. These people don't have to do this. Whatever. Like this is about like personal motivation. Like if you want something to succeed, you have to do absolutely everything in your power to personally do that. No one understands the Bush.
The reason they got to make a deck is because they don't have a standard podcast. Because there's more to this. There's more to this thing. You know what I'm saying? If they had a standard podcast, it's pretty easy, I think, to conceptualize that for the sales team. I think in what they're going to get in this video is like understanding exactly what this is and telling that story to partners and sponsors is like a little bit trickier. What is a deck? So a deck is basically just another way to say a presentation. So what Austin's saying is on Google Sheets or on PowerPoint, putting together you don't want to make the deck super long. It needs to be pretty short, but something that really encapsulates what it is that this is. What are their metrics, right? What audience are they targeting? What are their numbers? Where are they peaking? Where are they averaging? And where they want sponsors and partners to get involved. What is the inventory, right? What are the deliverables? Where is your placement? What are we trying to pitch you to get involved in? Are we trying to give you, part of the lockup on the name, part of the lockup on the logo, like a co-brand logo, placement on, say, the owners meeting in the corners here, right? Like you see they got this merch stuff in the bottom left. Like what is the actual inventory of where your brand will get placed? So that sponsors get an idea of exactly what they're fucking getting into.
As well as you three people. You are giving spark notes to salespeople to try to tell the story of the bush to an advertiser who doesn't understand what the bush is.
Exactly.
You have 3 levels of separation here. No one knows it as well as you three people.
Well,
you should be doing everything
watch
in
that
order
later,
to be saying, here's all the stuff that it can be. Here's what it is. Here's all the advantages, because no one knows that like you guys. You're relying on the salespeople who don't understand anything about the scene, anything about the product, anything there.
You're talking about the big cat tweet? Yeah, that's pretty funny. But like, that's not, you're saying like, just a funny joke. I agree with Jace. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, fucking Riley. Of course Riley says this. Fucking Riley was in here like, oh, we should go to Tuscaloosa. Like, all right, fuck
who
off,
have a
Riley. Like,
generalized understanding based on a Spark Notes version you guys do,
Riley, like,
to then
okay,
relay
bro.
it to an advertiser who's got no fucking clue what's going on.
So
I mean, I get that. Like, I get like maybe the advertise. I don't know. I don't get that. I don't think that the advertising team is trying to understand it, because we've sent them and we've had dozens of meetings with them breaking down. Like, we had meetings in like September with the sales team being like, this is what's going to happen at Major 1. The watch party is going to do really well. The jerseys, sell something on the jerseys. Put anything on the jerseys. We're going to put out behind the bush. Sell behind, like, we had that meeting 6 months ago and they didn't do anything.
And we followed up, and I've sent multiple content plans, multiple talks in person with these people.
Content plans with like graphics in them, like well-made shit, like not just like a write-up of what the plan is. So it's like, I don't know if there's like a miscommunication going from like.
And I feel their frustration. You know, this is something that I'll say personally, me and Tommy have also dealt with. It's gaming is a weird niche. It's difficult, I think, for non-endemic partners to really understand like what Twitch is, what streams are, what that looks like, and like really, Hayes, I don't know. You have to link the tweet, bro. Don't say Twitter when you get a chance. I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, you gotta link. If it's a tweet or a DM, like, give me more specific. Like, I sent this clip to Tom because I was like, yeah, like we deal with this all the time because, yeah, you know, we talked to the sales team and it's like, we got this lead, that lead. We're trying to get them to understand like what this is. Gaming's already tough because brands don't see that as a high ROI niche because a lot of people in the gaming scene are younger people. They don't necessarily have spending power. Like, you know, they're not like, they are a core advertiser demo as far as name and brand awareness, but they're on the low end of that demo and they don't have the spending power as say, you know, other shows that, you know, like this is where Barstool, like they do really good with PMT and like PMT and some of their other shows I think are more based on like, you know, late 20s, early 30s, like people that really like have families, starting out families, like they're starting to like, you know, they got the spending power. Like brands want to be involved with those people because they're gonna spend money. Like it's just tough in the gaming industry because it's so niche on that. And it's like trying to convince people to get in is tough.
Maybe we were.
That's just like one example. There's more into it, but I don't want to give away the full game on it. Like maybe, but come on a pod like the owners meeting and we touch into it. Maybe I can get more on it.
Ourselves.
I don't see your
about
tweet
it that early on, but like we've told them everything.
Austin,
And at a certain point, it's like, I don't know what else we can say without. If they got to just sit down and try to think about it. Like they're not 3 years old. They understand how the internet works. It's not the video games that we're selling. It's the content behind it, which is so easy to sell. In my opinion.
I was gonna ask for the Bush to go to that next level you're talking about and the adult in the room, is that because you see the Bush only getting massive if we are out of challengers and in the CDL?
No, there's nothing to do with that.
Okay.
It's more just there's a lot of, and we'll get to some other stuff of it, but there's a lot of things that I think specifically you guys can be doing to do that. And I feel like some of the stuff was even things that I said in the last stuff that just never got enacted from it, and we'll get into that. If I can't be the one babysitting for it, I feel like that's what I'm saying. It's got to be one of you guys.
Okay.
I would like to discuss the
Correct, CJ. But that's why I said though, off the rip of this, until they become super big, they got to play the Barstool politics game because at the end of the day, like PMT, and some of these other shows are going to get the top end of these like overall deals. But like, there's other money available with those brands that they can fight for. And I think that's the kind of the point Dawson's trying to make is like, you know, these guys expected a lot off the rip, Q1 of this year, off of just the initial numbers. But like, they got to show more longer term success that people are like, okay, this is a repeatable thing, right? Like, they're not just riding the initial hype of them being in. And these guys in April and May, when usually in the scene engagement is lower, these guys still pulling in the same number, like the same engagements and audience and reach, and like they're still creating the same level of content. Like, they, to the point people in chat, like they need more volume of data, I think. But like, I understand the give and go, bro. It's frustrating, man. I again, having been in this space, like, you would think sponsors and partners are like can be easy to get. They're really not, though. They're really not. There was a lot more opportunities before COVID, but since COVID, people have looked at the space and had a little bit more questions.
Mook can't sleep thing.
No,
off,
they don't have
off
ownership.
Cam. That's a complete whiff of a thing for me, in my opinion.
That's fine. What was it? What were you talking about?
Which buy me out of Stallions? I'm not involved with Stallions, bro. I will say my only involvement with Stallions is I have recently helped Los and Tom with a few ongoing conversations in the background, just because I think my kind of role with Stallions right now with Tom and Los is to kind of be the voice of reason for them a bit. I'll tell you what my role is. Like, I'm not an owner of Stallions, but I am trying to give Los and Tom the like outside perspective of like the risk parameters and the long-term prospects of what they may or may not be exploring, just so they understand what they're getting into. Because I think that too often this scene, people make something good and they think it's just all up from there. But it's like, you got to consider all of the other factors where you stand amongst all the players in the scene. And that, you know, I know you've heard Tom talk about there's interest in money, but that interest in money, you know, sometimes that interest in money wants immediate ROI. They're not going to be patient for 4 or 5 years to make money. And like, do you want to be left in a situation where there's going to be an exit and you're going to be unhappy for 24 months? I don't know if that's what they want, you know? So I've had quite a few calls with Los and Tom in the last week or so about these type of topics.
Sorry,
So are you saying like
Summer Boy Dad is a big show.
Like we need a businessman like to help us? You're saying,
I just think
guy that has ideas, like an ideas guy.
I just don't think like you guys aren't the most confrontational people, which we know that really, but it's like I think the aggressiveness of what this is like on top of not only the sales team, like the social people with promotion.
No, I actually think Falcons are very stable. I actually disagree with Falcons. There are other players, but I think Falcons. I've talked to Denton Clay a lot. I think that Falcons are a much longer term player in esports than you think. I think there are other Saudi-based orgs that are a little bit more questionable to me, but I would not use Falcons as an example of that.
Yeah, like it's almost like a bulldog in the room sort of thing.
I don't agree with that.
Someone who has the 1,000-foot view and is like aggressively on these people. Because like even if you feel that you've been aggressive with sales, from the things that I've heard, it's not even close to the aggressiveness of like the actual successful brands here. It's like they should honestly want to block your phone number and deal with this sort of shit from like our sales people only have a finite amount of time. And it's like, all right, well, we can sit here trying to sell, you know, I'm not going to say how expensive our ads are on like Bush, or we can close 10-figure deals with Netflix, you know, that it's going to take our entire sales team to deal with. So it's like, that's the sort of thing where there's going to be a time balance with them. So it's like you need
Marshall politics. Marshall politics.
Advocate for Bush than the people inside of Bush. Like as much as you want the salespeople to be that people, they're not going to be that people because at the end of the day, they have to weigh up the same thing we're talking about
the
with
Barstool
you guys
deals,
weighing up the content that you're doing now. They have to weigh up.
Well, I don't know about 10. I don't think the Barstool deal is 10. I don't think I think he was exaggerating. I think the Netflix deal is pretty big, but I don't think it's 10. I think he was.
All right, we can spend our time on selling more part of my take stuff that's going to make, you know, 30x what a Bush ad would, or we can go try to get this off the ground here. So that's why I'm saying it's got to be you guys, because no one until it gets big enough is going to advocate as hard as you, and no one knows it as well as you guys do.
Got it.
So from the major one perspective, like, you know, 12-hour live stream of Cup, great. 10-minute vlog on it, cool, like release some clips. To me, like that, I don't see that as like the effort here. Like it doesn't really do a ton for like growing the brand. I think it's appealing to the same group of people who have been involved in those things.
No.
The same people that already.
Netflix is very smart. They have outlasted a lot of some of the digital plays that are out there by the other media conglomerates. And now what they're trying to do is they're trying to squeeze out Spotify and YouTube for the multimedia side of the podcast world. And they have cash on hand and the cash to go above market price to sign these things. But the idea is that it's more consistent content on platform. If people want to watch the audio only or listening only audio version, they're just going to listen on iTunes or Spotify or whatever. But for like the interactive parts of these pods, like they're willing to go to like the bank on that. And like I think it's potentially a smart play. They especially once they start also getting sports rights as well, they're well positioned to be the biggest player. Also on top of obviously the Warner Brothers acquisition that's going on. Like
following the socials, doing that
there are
stuff,
some bigger plays going
not
on
a ton
with
of
Netflix.
growth. These lives, if you do these live streams and just let them be, they're just existing as VODs. I think Bush is going to peter out.
Would I join Bush? Yeah, if they wanted me to get involved, I'd be open to ideas. I'd love to help these guys out. I think for me, Bush has got some real potential. And there's a couple of things that I think they're not doing that they could be doing or planning for things in the future that I think are voids in the market. And I think they could be, I think there's a lot of potential with Bush here. You know what I'm saying? I think they've spent a lot of the first quarter of this year and last year to like spin up the watch party, spin up the team. But like they're going to be they're in a spot now where they've got to execute for this season, but they also should be talking about longer. I've told Jace this, by the way. I don't know if Jace is in my chat, but Jace can vouch. I had conversations with Jace about a month ago about things they should be planning for the end of this year. Like they should already be talking about things they want to do at the beginning of next season. They got to be planning that now.
Like there's
Yes,
got to be
I'd be happy if they were
from all
down.
the different socials and all the different
I'd be
things.
open, yeah.
Pushing it from every social, especially with Jerry starting to stream now. Those things clipped out, pushed there. Like during Major One, there was a few times where we almost got like angry boss Austin there. I texted Jerry on one of them. First one obviously was the free ad thing. You know, Bush has $0 of ad commitments right now. We paid, whatever, $15K to fly you out, and we ran a 12-hour.
Because the point that Austin's trying to make is it's not about the on-camera stuff, it's the off-camera stuff. That's the point he's trying to make. It's not about the on-camera stuff, Dyer. He's talking about off-camera shit.
We can admit that
that's what he's
was a
talking about.
problem.
Yeah,
we're willing to come to agreement on that.
I was not happy about that in the slightest. It was because it was the first thing too. It was the first
We
thing
weren't
too.
happy. We didn't know that was going to happen.
We were having a
All
full-blown
capital
panic
letters.
attack.
All capital letters, title. Jerry goes, "What are you talking about? We're not even promoting it." I screenshotted the title of the video and sent it to him. And he's like, "Oh fuck."
The only thing I'll say about this, and look, we got to be more aggressive on sales, whatever. They knew that stream was happening. They knew the pre-land stream was happening. We were told to bring our own sponsors. We were asked if we wanted to even co-host it and bring our own sponsors. Nothing came of it. But you are right. The title shouldn't have been there. We probably shouldn't have streamed it.
Yeah, the promo code Bush that people were spam. I looked at the chat. People were spamming it, talking about how much they couldn't wait to get like that. We might have
What promo did they do?
been promoting it. I
Attack.
too. It was the
We
first.
went on that.
I was not happy about that. And we ran a 12-hour.
We can admit that was a problem.
Yeah, I was.
We're willing to come to
not-
agreement on that.
I was not happy about that in the slightest. It was because it was the first thing too. It was the first
We
thing
weren't
too.
happy. We didn't know that was going to happen.
We were having a
All
full-blown
capital
panic
letters.
attack.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but that's like, yeah, I get where Austin's coming from. Austin is kind of nitpicky, but whatever.
First, when I wasn't
Being great to disagree on that with Austin. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I don't know. I love Austin. I think Austin's being a little nitpicky, bro. I think Austin is being a bit nitpicky because I think Optic covered, to Gringo's point, I think Optic covered like T&E for some of it. I don't know about flights, but definitely like I think some of the hotel stuff. Unless the Bush guys stayed, no, they stayed at a hotel. I don't think they got into the B&B. Oh, well, travel was a little weird for the event, actually. They may have not stayed at the hotels then because it got a little bit weird. I don't know. I think Austin's being nitpicky. I think there's context here. I I still think Austin's being a little like I get it, but like,
super angry
I'll
about
accept
that.
it
But
with
that was
you.
just like a first thing that I saw. I was like, we just signed the checks on these things. I just put my neck on the line, and this is the first thing that I was there. And I was like, I really hope Dave doesn't see this, man.
Yeah, but I can
The
see his
next one
perspective. Yeah,
that
Dave would
did
also always
genuinely
feel about
piss me
it.
off was
That's
it felt
fair.
like how little
Dave,
you advocated for yourself. Like
I'm someone that I'm like whatever, but yeah, I can get why. Like Dave is like Dave will crash out about anything, and that's something Dave could definitely crash out about. No, I agree with us on that.
obviously Jerry ended up handling it. I texted him, but that time where they were like, Bush isn't going to be streamed, and you guys just kind of shrugged and went like, oh, that sucks. I was on the verge of like losing my shit. And I understand like Mook and Sass, not very confrontational people. I know you don't like to cause a stir. Like that's got to change, or like you need to find people who can. Like it was so obvious a mistake on their end, and like the only thing you had to do was go up in arms and talk to someone and demand your team be streamed, and you're like, oh, like tough luck. It was like that was honestly, I was like, let's just blow this thing up. Like I was furious at that thing. It was like outside of it sucking for your fans who had stuck around to that point for like 8 hours to not even watch them play. It felt disrespectful to like Barstool and me personally that I was like, here's $15,000, go stream. And then they're like, you can't stream. And you guys were like, oh, shucks, man, that sucks. Like we just sent you down there to play video games and meet your heroes and smoke weed and eat McDonald's. And then when it came to do the things that we were paying you to do, you're like, you know what? They said we couldn't. And, you know, guys, that's tough.
Yeah, I think the learning lesson here is when next time that someone does these like pre-lands, I think they need to. They did like a whip around on the main stream, but I do think that both individual stations need to be streamed with those observer feeds. And those should be pushed like as separate feeds on either YouTube or Twitch. So like you can have a back end, like you're saying, like you can have the whip around channel, but you can also have like the individual stations that you can watch. And I think that kind of checks this box Austin's talking about, but that's kind of like, I mean, it's a good start for Optic. I think future events that anyone does, like they should do that.
So like if Jerry didn't do it, I think the Bush might have just died there because I was so angry.
I don't know what
in
you're
that
talking
moment.
about.
It was like,
they stream their games. So
I just want to shut this whole thing down. You never get another doll from Barstool. I lose my shit privately and publicly, and then just get written off as a brand internally was probably what was going to happen with that. Same shit when you guys were like, want to leave the pit and go stream. Like that was the entire reason that you were down there. Like I get this. You want to do fun shit for a job. Like this is a dream job. All of us want to do fun shit for a job. But when you consider abandoning the stream, the entire reason that you were there, just to go have fun in the pit, really, I was like incredulous. Like this is still a job. There are still bottom lines and budgets and salaries and people's livelihoods. Like even if you don't want to do it, like you got to do it. Like
I mean, but they were like not like Austin's nitpicking, bro.
that was
Austin's,
almost like
Austin's
99%
nitpicking. This one's
every fan
super
being
nitpicky,
like, what do you
bro.
mean you're going to leave this to go put Nikki numbers in front of a screen so you guys can go yell in the pit with Jersey Jerry?
Yeah, that was on me. I just felt a little. I didn't want to have.
One of you is fine. One of you is fine,
out.
Jerry. The clips of you there is fine, but being like all of us go abandon the stream,
I
that
just
was
felt
like,
hey, obviously there was a lot of attention on me, and I just felt like, I'm not the only one doing shit with the Bush. I wanted Sass and Mook there with me for the final, and listen, that was on me. Hand up. I agree,
and yes, I'm not surprised. It's a bit of an audience education of like like there's a lot of other shit going on.
Listen,
You're right.
like I said, it's
I
someone
wasn't
that's gonna.
That's fair.
I wasn't thinking about the viewer on the stream.
I also think for the other majors going forward, that won't be like that. I think that was more why it was confusing because in the other majors we will be in the pit.
Yeah, I think it's obviously. If you can do both, I think it's the best of both worlds. Obviously.
Yeah.
But
I gotta raise my hand about that. This has been eating at me since
Raise
you
your
said
hand.
it. The anus Mook can't sleep thing is bothering the fuck out of me
I
because
thought you were waiting till after camera.
no, I'm getting into it now because I'm fucking. This is something that like I
I'm not Pete, but this part's pretty funny, chat.
The
This is a
whole
good
point of
crash out of
Barstool
Mook.
is to build successful brands that make money. Correct, right? Mook Can't Sleep made $0 in 2025. It might have made some money in super chats. It did one ad deal. Fuck that show. I love that show, but I realized that it made no money, so I've been paying less attention to it. Anus is a show that is going to make money with or without me. I saw the potential in Bush. I saw working with Sass and Jerry and facilitating. I'm a facilitator on this show. I do a lot of backbone work. I do a lot of emails. I do a lot of setting up logistics, and I can be a bigger adult in the room if that's what is needed. But I saw the potential in this and said, look, I have a chance to go make money for the company and maybe make money for myself in the future. This is what I'm invested in. So that's the reason I did that. And I need to say that publicly because like I'm tired of that being like a narrative. Like Anus is Nick and Kyle. Moo Can't Sleep made no money. I am now in a situation where we can make a fuck ton of money for this company if we sell it right and the vision works. And that's what I did. I followed my gut here, and now we're here.
But what I'm saying is, like, if that time is going to be there, it can't just be the value add of like this, like the backbone and background stuff is much more important than being another one of the streaming things and doing like
Bro, you think Austin's the world's biggest douche? Like, fuck no. What? Austin's being pretty real with them, bro. You might not agree with everything he says, but I don't like most of what he's saying is facts, bro. He's trying to give these guys good advice so that like they have a repeatable thing, and also so they can fight through a lot of the noise of Barstool. He's giving them good advice on what to do. Like, I don't know how you come like. I don't know, bro. I don't agree with that. Like Austin's advice here for the most part is like exactly what they need to do.
Very good at the downtime and keeping streams going.
Disagree
And all that
with
sort of
most
stuff.
of what he's saying,
but like
it's pretty on point.
The important work of things like is not just going down to Major One and you know.
Mouthful of mush for the $5. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the meta? Are you talking about the Quackoffs? Are you talking about like the meta? Someone had like a meta draft idea. Are you talking about that?
No, hanging out with the boys and all
I
that
see what
stuff.
you're
It's all
talking
the
about. I
stuff
did see
behind
that.
the scenes.
I know.
I talked about that a
That's
few days
actually
ago.
gonna make this thing work.
And I posted.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the
me and
Twitter,
Jerry
the
will both
shorts.
say.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, we
I
are
think me
going
and Jerry
to
can both say it is like Mook does all of that.
all right,
shit.
well then we'll get into the
Like,
numbers
I don't
that
touch a clip. I don't know how to do any of that.
All right.
I just know how to be in front of a camera. I don't know how to do any of that. And quite frankly, like I don't think I'm the guy for that.
Jerry's not the guy
Jerry,
for that.
I was most happy with you from the week out of the three people because from like a moment and viral perspective, that's what you're here for. Like Sass said the same idea. Like this, I was envisioning the gambling stream sort of like no dishes, nothing hanging from the bathroom in this thing in an arena full of fat people. Like this is what I expected from you. And like, I don't expect anything else from you. You can't edit, you can't do clips, you can't plan, you can't make a budget, you can barely function as an adult. So like and you did advocate for the guys when they wouldn't advocate it. So like I'm not you are performing what I basically expect out of you.
Damn.
You know, Dave says all the time, you can't make a guy who throws 86 throw 100. Like you're doing everything maxed out to what I think Jersey Jerry is capable of doing.
What about Knox?
Numbers that I was not happy with. So we'll get into this as part of what I did not like from this.
Nikki numbers?
No. Actual numbers.
Oh, I thought that's what I thought you actually meant. I'm not happy with Nikki numbers.
No. He's thankfully not an employee of Barstool and therefore not our responsibility. I was pretty quick that like, if anything happened, that's Jersey Jerry's friend. I don't know. We have no clue who that guy is. He has no association with him.
If you want to see Jerry be the adult of the room, invite numbers. Jerry snaps into dad mode quick.
Don't let numbers get loose.
This is going to be more like the social thing. Twitter was obviously the biggest platform, and obviously, I said it before, it's the worst one for growth. I don't think you guys did enough even on Twitter alone, but we're going to get into the other ones first. So as bad as these,
that's criminal out of Jerry to say that to Jerry. No, I mean I love Jerry. Jerry's my boy, but like Jerry will admit, like Jerry's a part of to be on camera talent, bro. Jerry's part of this crew to be a passionate advocate for his team as someone that owns 0% and fucking be on camera. Nobody's relying on Jerry to create decks and budgets behind the scenes. That's not what Jerry's here for, bro. Jerry's here to create fucking content. And I feel like I agree with Austin. He did a great job at Major One. I think sending Jerry to fucking Paris and Birmingham, the UK, is going to be very funny because, like, you put Jerry in those non-US environments, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
numbers are going to say that I'm sounding. They're actually, I think, should be worse because the Twitter numbers should be higher, and these are a percentage of. These are basically a percentage of how many posts from Twitter made it to the other platforms. All right, so day one, a total of 20% of the Twitter posts made it onto literally any of the four platforms. Not all of the other four platforms, any of the other four platforms. Not a single YouTube short or TikTok. Day two, 46% of them made it to another platform. Day three, 45%. Day four, 37%. Day five, 33%. Day six, the biggest day, by far longest day, 25%. Day 7, Sunday, Cup final, biggest numbers by far stream-wise, most intrigue, most interest, most chance for a casual person to tune in. Anyone want to guess the number of posts that made it to another platform was?
I don't even
0.
know what that means.
0 because we lost.
I don't know what that means, Austin, honestly.
So you guys posted, clips and stuff on Twitter. How many of those made it to any of the other platforms?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Is this-
or-
So what Austin's trying to say, and this is, I think, potentially the biggest facts. And to be fair, I didn't expect these guys to nail this right away. Okay. What guy? What are you talking about? Columbiado, what are you talking about? Oh, I see what you're talking about. I mean, just ignore fucking morons in the chat, bro. Like ignore morons in the chat. Like, bruh, Austin's making a good point, which is there's not a lot of money necessarily to be made in Instagram Shorts and TikTok. And Instagram Reels, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts. What those are very effective platforms, though, is for like brand and name awareness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give an example. Okay, Peanut, Sketch are two creators who did a really good job of using those platforms to create awareness for their YouTube and Twitch content. The actual like money makers, the actual like brand growth opportunities. They use those other programs to funnel people and get awareness so they tune into that content. And I think I will say one criticism of the Bush guys is like they do a lot of really good Twitter content, but they need to be doing more. I don't see enough for their clips on the Shorts platforms. I think they can do a better job activating on the Shorts platforms. And some of that, again, it might be a man-hour responsibility. They don't have anyone on crew to really run enough point on that to do that just yet. But I also think that Austin is speaking facts. So like they need to, like Twitter is a good platform, but they need to be on the other platforms as well, getting awareness there. Because a lot of there's a lot more of a casual Barstool audience and not just saying they're refreshing Twitter all the time.
It is all
But they have busy jobs. They like Barstool content, but they're working a 9 to 5. But then after the 5, they're fucking scrolling Reels for 2 hours. You need to reach those people, bro. Whether it's Reels or TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you need to be able to activate those people.
Is this just videos or is this like
This is
tweets
videos.
included?
This is
Just
videos.
Okay.
2.3%.
Yeah.
Not a single
Because
post.
they've converted the easy people, bro. I'm sorry, Barstool's converted the easiest part of the audience, bro. The most like online COD fans who like are on all these platforms to check Reddit every day. Like you've already converted those people, right? I made this point to Tom a lot. It's like what is like the area of growth opportunity for people are like people on the fringes, bro. That like aren't as plugged in. How do you reach those people? That's what advertising is all about, bro. Is the fringes that shit.
Posts made it to YouTube or TikTok.
Not the easiest to
2
convert
posts made it
audience,
to
bro.
Instagram. That's it. Total of 29% for the whole week. So the video.
Okay, a couple of things, Noah. Control Freak, Battle Beaver are not big businesses. I'm gonna be honest. No disrespect to those companies because I think they make great products, right? But they're not like the dollars they have to spend on marketing are not going to be massive. Okay, they're really good if they've like there's overlap and it makes sense. There could be really good opportunities, but those are not like, you know what I'm saying? Scuff is a bit more complicated. They got by Corsair, and there's a more all-in conversation about what's going on there. And Turtle Beach is not really much in the scene anymore. So, U.S. Ice Hockey women don't play today. They don't play today. They don't play till tomorrow. They play Canada
that
tomorrow.
went on Twitter, 29% of them
I'm not
made
sure
it
what
to
you're
literally any of the other platform. And that's not who's doing the clipping there. Johnny, those
Yeah, but their whole point is not to cover travel. Their whole point is to make this a fucking business. If they're breaking even, then like what's the point? Like you guys are missing the point. They don't like that's a funny storyline for the UK, but like that's not the point though. Like they're trying like, you know, I'm not saying they're gonna become PMT or getting the Netflix deal, but like they want to get to a level where it's like beyond just fucking breaking even. That's the point I was trying to make. Like,
well, they're doing all the work and putting it. Whoever's putting it on Twitter.
I agree,
takes
Connor.
5
That's
seconds
more
to then
content they
take
should be
it from
doing.
Twitter
It's
and put it
so
on the other
facts,
I
platform.
was
Connor.
doing that all weekend.
So
All
facts.
I mean, I know it's
I mean,
half.
I have the number. These are the numbers that. Yeah,
No,
putting
I know-
30% of that is
Correct,
not
Joe.
there.
They play tomorrow.
That's not. It takes 15 seconds to do each one of them.
USA
It's
hasn't
tens
conceded
of
a goal in
hours
this
of
entire
streams of
tournament. It's
downtime.
crazy.
Like it's not. That's not
Let's
that
go,
hard of a thing to
Sandy.
do. That's the thing that I'm talking about. Of like consistently putting it to all the platforms and the platforms that are actually a better chance for growth of external things. I mean, 2.3% on the biggest day is crazy. Two total posts on any of the 4 platforms.
That's That's ridiculous at
Yeah.
Austin.
So a
I-
solution
could be-
to this, Austin.
Facts. Austin is so facts, bro. The fact that they didn't maximize content on Sunday when they were making the finishing up the losers bracket run in the grand finals. Like they should have been putting out way more content. I agree
Would
with
be whatever video we're gonna put out, we should put it out on every single platform.
No, you can target specific what
Okay.
things go on different platforms. I just think there's got to be a better plan for those sort of things.
I'll
Like there's
agree.
got to be
The process was Gianni films a phone clip in the pit. He sends it to Mikey and me. Mikey puts it on Twitter. I put it on Instagram, TikTok, and Shorts while I'm on the watch party, while I'm also helping produce the watch party. So I get that's me. I'll take blame.
Yeah, but the problem that they're going to run into is like, I don't, you start to really build out the functions of the watch party, like, and the gimmicks and all of that. Like, you see that they kind of need another person, I think, on the social media front, I think is the issue. Because, like, Connor could do a good job, but, like, the problem is I think eventually they're going to need, and there are specialists out there. There are a lot of really good kids out there out on the internet who are very good at understanding the algo and shorts. And like bringing one of them on, I think could be really big for these guys to help them with that, and it wouldn't cost them that much. But there are a lot of guys that and gals that are really good at understanding the shorts world, bro, and like they're very efficient at turning shit around.
On that, but I
Nah,
tried
it's
to
not a
put
social
my
media
fucking ass
manager. It's
off,
someone
and
that's
I
like
posted
actually
a
does
lot.
shorts content for them.
But
I don't think it was nearly enough.
that's
Like
fair.
even Twitter, I don't think was nearly enough. I think there was so much more
There's
shit on Twitter.
there's
Like,
no
the
way you're
amount of-
disagreeing with Austin on this. Like Austin is so facts, dude. I don't know how are you disagreeing with Austin on this. I don't. No, so far from what you've seen, there's some stuff that Austin's gonna say in this video we haven't gotten to yet that I disagree with. But like so far, what Austin said is mostly like 98% facts. I don't know why
posts.
you're
I mean, I can pull
trying to
it
be
up.
contrarian
Like,
about it.
on Sunday on Twitter, what was it? Yeah, like even like there's a million things that you can put on these things. Like if we're talking like actual well-produced social clips, a day you probably could do like 30 or something. It'd take a little bit, but it's like we're talking like simple, like the things that the fans are clipping out, like Twitch stream ones. That there's no limit to the amount of ones that you could put on those. Obviously, then it comes a balance of like you don't want to spam things, but a lot of like the platforms like TikTok and Reels aren't pushing them to followers. They're pushing them to random people. So numbers really is a better strategy point from there.
I don't know. I agree with you. I could have put more up on.
Okay, this is the one point I disagree with Austin on. There is a limit, I will say, with the way that the shorts algos work. There is a certain, how do I say this right away? I will say, there's a certain limit to where you want to take this though. I wouldn't be doing like on event days, you want to push a lot of content. But I don't think you want to do 20 videos on shorts because it's not going to get as much reach as you think it does. You want to do a bunch, and then what like other channels do really well. I like NBA. I'll give an example. What like CBS Sports Golazzo does really well. If you guys ever see their Champions League clips, is they will save clips for the day after that. Like if there's really funny moments that are timeless that they can roll out 24, 48 hours later, like they don't need to be out there at the moment, like they save that rollout for the next couple of days when they're going to be quiet. Like I actually think that that's got to be part of the strategy. Like you don't need to dump all 10 of those videos on the same day, but they should roll out the content if it's good. You know what I'm saying?
On Instagram and
that's
TikTok,
why I think like Golazzo does.
moment
That's why
here.
Golazzo's channel, like I don't know if you guys ever see the Champions League coverage, CBS TikToks, but those do numbers, bro. Their channel is insane on shorts because they roll them out in a very smart way. Like you're going to see they're going to put a lot of content out today, right? Today's Champions League day. Right, you're gonna start to see a lot of clips around the early like intro clips. They'll post usually around 1:45. Usually around like 2:15, 2:30, and then they'll do the post game clips around 5, 6. But they're gonna save stuff for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday on that front. Like they do a good job with the rollout.
You're holding down a live stream.
Yeah, but that's just part of the gimmick,
and
though.
There's only so much you can do, but that we'll figure that out going forward.
Yeah, the guy who does the shorts
All
for
right,
Vegas phase is
so
smart.
then I
They
mean,
do
but
good
there have
content.
been other things that I feel like either I've said them or doing and they weren't like. I feel like last meeting I was like more clips, these sort of things all over.
Bruce,
Didn't-
I'm sorry, but like that is the base level of things they should be worrying about. The issue that Austin's trying to make is like, I don't think that their goal should be just figuring out how we break even. Like it should be figuring out how we turn Bush into like a thing that makes money in challengers. Because our net spend, like challengers, they don't have a lot of fucking expenses, bro. Player travel, player expenses, like content is not that much compared to say that if they had a CDL franchise. Like they're not spending that much money. They're spending 5 figures a year right now, maybe. Well, I mean they are. I mean it's going to be 5 figures really by the end of the year. Like the point that Austin's trying to make is that I think there's a potential 6-figure upside if they play this correctly, which I don't disagree with him.
Really see a change. Like make it easier to discover what's going on, clearly out a plan and schedule, make graphics. Haven't really seen that. I said, let's make it consistent, sellable like a pod. Days change a little bit, been a little bit better, but there's still no audio version. Like, why is there not an audio version of this thing? Like, that's part of the package that we sell every single time. I've seen comments asking for it, so it's like, how am I seeing it and you not? Like, why am I the one to be like, hey, let's, record these things locally and make them look a little better, so like the clips are higher quality? Like, do you know that social platforms?
We have sound on YouTube. What are you talking about?
What do you mean sound on YouTube?
No, it means like audio release only.
Like a pod version of it. From a clips thing, like higher quality clips, like TikTok specifically throttles clips that are lower quality things. Like the idea of just like putting in a little more effort on those sort of things. Like, do you guys make a clip folder every week and send it out to the social clip email so that Viva and main accounts can promote?
Correct, Anthony, correct. And I've talked to Austin. Austin and I had a convo in December, January about this. Like, that's the thing. Right now, their net spend is so minimal that like if they can bring in 6-figure in ad money, they're going to make money. You move to a CDL franchise, which again, I've talked to you guys about the numbers, depending on how much you want to invest in, you're spending from 1 to 2 to 3 M's a year. You realize then how much money you got to bring in order to actually be like profitable. It's not impossible. It's extremely difficult. Now it's like,
these things and put the full episode and know what's coming out.
No, I just
like,
text
why am I the
Cody.
one?
Yeah, no, Jerry, like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
again,
Why
this is
am
why I
I-
love Jerry, but Jerry's like, Jay,
The one being like, let's make a pitch deck. Like, let's do this. Like, no one knows your team better than you. Like, I just want to make sure that you guys are putting effort into the things that actually matter to making Bush a successful brand in Barstool's eyes, from a money perspective and a views perspective. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, to me, like, caring's not enough. Like, wanting something to succeed really bad is not enough. Like, you have to be killing yourself to make it work. Like, I don't accept failure as like it's other people's faults. It's sales. It's this. Like, like I said, I don't want to hear whataboutism. I don't want to hear like this person or this.
I don't watch Barstool that much, but half of the stuff I see from them seems like a net. Okay, listen, Barstools, I've explained this a million times. Okay? Barstool, you have to look at Barstool as a media network more like a venture capital fund. They are going to promote and push a lot of content, but only like 5% of that content is actually going to like realistically succeed, unquote. And that's the point that Austin's trying to make. It's a very competitive environment. And like, just because you want something to succeed doesn't mean it's going to succeed. You got to like put maximum effort so they can get to that 1 or 5% level. Because there are shows like PMT, for example, like that, there's serious upside once you build something great in that universe because their audience is so massive that you can make serious fucking money. But like, there are a lot of Barstool shows that are just, they don't get views. They're just people putting in 30 or 40% and like, they're never going to be big. That's the point Dawson's trying to make is like, they're in a very good spot, but they got to do a lot more to crack to the fucking ceiling. And I don't disagree with them on that.
Show or this thing doesn't have to do that. Like, I don't care what people out
they
than this do here, or why they're able to get away
true,
with
Anthony,
it, or
true.
why they don't work hard, or
with you.
why they do this. Why shouldn't I? Like, you have something here. Like, you have something here that is potentially very
It's only
special.
taking me an hour 20.
And like
There's
I said,
only
like I
20
did
minutes
the
left in
Jerry
this.
thing. Like, some of these brands can only throw 85, and we can't expect them to throw more. But it's like, and you can't be mad at that. But it's like, what you can be do is piss at the guy who throws 100 and doesn't have a control or love for the game and like coach them harder than anyone else on the roster.
I agree, Noah, but
'cause
that's,
you see
we'll
what
get
the
to that.
potential is, and it's a waste to the player, the organization, and to the sport as a whole if you do not try to drag them kicking and screaming to what that full potential.
Yeah, but Anthony, the thing is like, I think the point of what they can do via Barstool is bringing non-endemics. I don't think their goal is to get into conversations, although they probably should with like a Scuff or a Monster, like people that are endemic to the scene right now. The whole point is they work with brands like fucking Dunkin' that don't sponsor people in the scene right now and getting those people to care about gaming and COD.
Actually,
That's the thing with
that is
Barstool.
what
It's
this
really
is.
big upside.
This is not. I am targeting Mook, Jerry, and
Yeah, be a
Sass
Codcast.
because
We're gonna
I don't
record
like Mook,
in
Jerry, and Sass.
like
And
30
other brands
minutes.
Gonna get away with it,
Whenever
or
Ant
other
gets on.
people, or whatever. This is, you guys very clearly have something here. There is something very clearly that works here, and if it does not reach that thing because of people let it slide, or they're too nice to you, or whatever, It's a shame for you guys. It's a shame for Bush. It's a shame for the fans, and it's a shame for Barstool.
I got to be better. Hand up. Hand up. All right. I respect it.
Sass, Mook, I think we could all agree on, sometime this week we can hop
Shots
on
on
the
the
Discord, all
Codcast?
three of us,
Right.
and kind of get more organized, and
I do.
figure
News
out
to me.
how each of us could help in that.
Yeah.
Paradox?
I
Yeah,
have
Paradox would be a
some
good get.
action steps that I think are going to help. We're going to address the team in the room now. Why Marina and Sam are on this call. Marina is my left-hand woman here at Barstool. She is one of the most prolific live clippers we have. She knows what's good, can clip it, caption it, post it, still not miss what's going on live. And now that I'm busy and mostly retired from clipping, Sam is one of probably the best edited clipping people that we have in terms of taking raw assets, clipping it out, anything important, lead clips, teases, funny edits, comprehensively clipping out an entire episode. Sam is probably my 1-1 at this point at Barstool. It's a hard thing to do. Sam, you could probably attest to this. I probably bullied him for 3.5 years before he got to a point in which I'm like 80% satisfied with what he does. Like a Barstool, some of the stuff we still have to do our regular stuff. They're not going to be full-time Bush, but we are going to set because some of it might just be you didn't know that you're supposed to be doing this, or you didn't know this was good, or whatever. I'm going to hook them up with Gianni.
No, getting sponsors is actually going to be really difficult. I disagree with that. I actually think getting sponsors in this industry is very difficult, but
And Mikey and all that, so
I
that
agree
they
with
can understand the Call of Duty things of it. But a lot of what I think goes on in a week of this, it doesn't really matter about the Call of Duty thing. They are going to help, when Jerry goes live, clip that stuff out, making there. Sam's going to make a recap of Jerry.
So if you understand what Austin's saying, they're giving them more resources from a clipping standpoint. So this is the W right here. They're going to get a bit more help on the social media front to help with getting clips, getting short form content available and out on platforms. So W for the Bush guys. That's a big resource get coming into this next cycle.
Stream after
it's
every
only for a
single one.
week.
Posts a YouTube video the next day. We're going to do a week long of
Okay, there you go.
here's what we expect from you guys going forward. Here's what Bush can do in a week. Here's, tips and tricks and things like that. And let's see if we can't continue this thing so that, the answer for Birmingham budget isn't no anymore, which right now it is.
All right.
But right now,
So if you understood Jerry's stream yesterday, right now Barstool has not approved a single dollar for them to spend on this fucking trip to the UK. As you hear Jerry stumble over his fucking words now.
okay, right now it's
Correct,
it's
Connor, correct.
Only got it. Okay, so everything
Correct,
real
Connor.
quick, Austin. I just want to say this. As far as Twitch money goes, I've used all my Twitch money and then more.
Guys, I know there's a Ronnie tweet that just got posted. Y'all about to spam the chat. Ronnie tweet. We'll get to that when we finish this video, okay? Everybody relax.
To buy
I'm telling you to
players,
pre-relax,
a
bro.
team, food and
Okay, I'm
whatnot,
telling you
and
to
whatever else
pre-relax.
they needed on a day-to-day basis. Also, the reason I've been going live so much is because I was very worried that Major 2, we would not get a budget for one case or the other, whether it's not getting a sponsor or whatnot. So I've been really pushing the live to try to get that Twitch money up just in case to pay for the players' flight. So what you're saying as of right now, Major 2
it's a bit of the
budget is
game
no.
power code.
Okay, I could respect that. We're going to have to get our players there. So that's going to have to come specifically as of right now from me, Sass, and Mook to provide our players flights and Airbnb. Correct.
You guys would have to do I'm not sure exactly what, but it would have to be pretty bad over the next months for me not to allow you guys to use the Twitch money for whatever you want. It would have to be I don't even know specifically what it would have to be from an effort perspective and all that to be all right, at this point, because Twitch money, yeah, obviously, Jerry, it's your personal Twitch, but if the only thing that you're doing for Barstool in a week is Twitch and we're paying you a salary and you want to keep the Twitch money and the salary, it's what are we paying you for?
No,
so,
100%. But Sass and Mook could attest, whatever I made on Twitch went right back into
correct,
the team,
which I'm saying, you'd have to do something terrible in terms of
guys,
effort
I
and
know
production and, all that
about
stuff.
the Ronnie tweet. Okay, we will get to it in a bit. We're doing a podcast, me and Ant, soon. We'll talk about what it says, which is that Kips is coming to Toronto, Real is getting benched, and they may also be replacing Jamie with Byron Nasty, but they haven't decided yet. I know. We'll talk about it, boys.
Stuff
We'll talk
over the
about it.
next whatever Major 2
We'll
is.
talk about it,
And
boys.
not here to use the Twitch money.
And
Not
we
a
just started
shocker.
paying
Not
our
a
players,
nowhere.
which
Y'all
I
know
have
it's been
sent
coming.
out their payments for February 15th.
Sick Bros,
already.
appreciate the
So
Twitch Prime. I got thanks so much for being able to go
included
in.
paying the players, and I have no problem with that coming out of the Twitch money. So I'm okay with that for right now. I just wanted
Jerry,
to
why
put
don't you
that
why don't you tell him how you buried me to make sure you can make that happen?
out there. You could tell it. You could tell it.
We
That's
were
funny.
we were sitting in the green room talking business, and JJ just texted me, even though we were sitting next to each other. He goes, "Just a heads up, I'm about to bury you." And he gets on the phone with his lady. And what'd you say, Jerry?
I said, listen, I got to stream a lot. I got to, nights upstairs and watching shows. It's in the near future. It's a no, because, I mean, let's face the facts. I mean, he's living in a kitchen pretty much.
I don't know.
I
don't know what the deal with. I think the point that Austin's trying to make is like kind of less that Barstool's control over the money, or more like if Jerry's gonna grind his stream for 9 hours a day and not be another Barstool content because he's making a fucking salary, he's grinding his personal stream. Like, this is kind of a weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the point. More so, Austin's trying to make.
I got to handle the dirty work a little bit.
There's the oven.
Jerry told his lady Mook's so poor that he has to unfortunately stop being a husband and a father.
Yes, that. And then she goes, I know you've told me about him. I feel so bad.
We'll get to that in a bit, Days. Show. We'll get there.
Like the sympathy card where you get it.
Yeah. Okay. Listen, I understand everything you said. I think we can
Debates
really
on
take some
at
good
this
out of
moment.
meeting.
No,
I really
don't
do.
think
Like I
so.
said, this is not, like I said, this is not for the purpose of me wanting to gang up on the three of you or doing this stuff. It's you guys got
they
something
don't.
here, right? Like,
It
I
is
would
a
not be
personal
volunteering
Twitch.
my own team. I would not be volunteering my own time and like doing this shit if I didn't think that there was bottom line value to Barstool at the end of the day. I think there is. And also, I, for better or for worse, accidentally become associated with this thing, despite the fact I do almost no day-to-day work on this. I don't like things that I'm involved with seen as like a failure or not reaching the things that they're supposed to do, which is why
Austin's comedy,
personally
bro.
things piss me off, because it's like, oh, they're like, well, that's Austin's fault there. It's like, well, I didn't do any of that. It's like, I don't want to be giving advice and doing all this stuff if it's not going to get taken and it's not going to actually do anything.
What did you think of Behind the Bush?
That was good. And the people liked it too. I think obviously people have seen a lot of the stuff there, but it did what it had to do, which is give enough. I think it could probably do a little bit better for people who have no clue what Call of Duty is or outside there, because obviously you want to be able to appeal there, but it's a fine balance.
Sorry,
Of like,
Johnny, I agree.
you want to beat
Did a good
you don't want
job.
to beat the regular fans over the head with the same sort of shit over and over again.
Yeah.
But you also do want to appeal probably more to outside people.
And then my follow-up is, did your team bring the $1 million check to this meeting for the CDL or no?
We did not. I guess we could talk about that. I didn't even ask Dave. I mean, Dave was next to me when even if they gave us a spot for free, it is more advantageous for us to be in challengers than the league right now.
Yeah,
There's going to be
definitely.
eventually an inflection point where the size of Bush and when sponsorships come in and all that sort of stuff, where it probably would be if they were going to pay us for a spot or give us a spot for free or whatever, where it's like, okay, there. But with the frequency of where challengers play, the storylines of what we have with it now, the ability not to have to pay our players, even if you're doing that a little bit on the side, like all that stuff, take the money aspect out of it, just from a content perspective, more valuable to be in challengers right now.
Definitely.
But there probably will eventually be a point if Bush gets big enough where.
So to expand on that, because I've talked to Austin about this, again, at the moment, because they're in challengers, they're not spending that much money, 5 figures. The upside, they start to make this a 6-figure business, is correct. Because right now, you get in the CDL, right? Assuming you have to pay a spot, it's $1 million. I mean, right now, I think a spot realistically goes for high 6, low 7. And then you're spending 2 or 3 M's. Like, it's tough. No, not necessarily JP, because their situation's unique, though. They're a unique situation, JP, because they have a theoretically higher floor from a sales and partnership standard. No disrespect to Omit or to P7 or to Timor, but like they can't just park challengers because they don't have anchor partners that are bringing in 7 figures in rev. Like Barstool ad money and their ad sales are ridiculous. But like they're in a very unique situation. This is a wholly like such problem that like is very. I don't think anybody else really has, to be honest, at the moment.
That's a conversation to be had. But honestly, I think Bush is going to be so big, and I said it in the doc. It's eventually they're going to pay us anyway. So I see that.
And we've talked about that before. That I think with Austin and I made that chart a while back. I talked to Austin about it. Like they have a very interesting combo. Like have Activision of like beyond the CDL. Like let's have a partnership around the whole Activision marketing stack of things, because we have all these gamers. People play Blizzard games, Activision games, Microsoft games. Let's do something bigger, and as part of that, pay us to be in the CDL. But we're doing 95 fucking different things. Ebates in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Like Ebates knows, like there is potentially a combo for. And I told Austin I'd be happy to set it up with connecting in with people like Rob Taylor. And understanding not just the CDL side, but like the yearly game rollout and the pieces of it, Warzone, like all of the other shit that goes on, like make that intro. You know what I'm saying? I'd be happy to connect them with like Johanna, I told Austin, like, just let me know we want to talk to it. If you guys can't get a hold with them, like I'll make the intro and help you guys, like start to develop those relationships.
That coming. Now, they're kind of morons over there at the CDL, and Activision's a big company. Who knows if they actually give a shit? And everything that I understand about Daniel Say is that he seems to be a smart guy, but he maybe actually has no real actual power. So even if he wants us to be there and he likes it and all this shit, he has he's enabled by what like Microsoft and Activision are going to allow him to do, which to the
what Austin's not understanding here is the role that ESL Faceit plays in this. I haven't had that convo with Austin yet about that topic, but like as far as Barstool being involved with the CDL, Activision plays a part, but honestly most of that's on like ESL Faceit, to be honest, because they run the events and if they want the Barstool guys to go to the Columbus studio and like there's just a bunch of stuff like challengers, like that's all actually handled mostly by the team at ESL Faceit. So actually that convo in particular is like Daniel will open doors, but the real combos with Sean and the team over at ESL Faceit to like actually execute those things. DreamHack, through Adam, like shit like that.
Some seems like they don't give a shit about the league entirely, let alone one individual team or expansions or whatever.
Yeah.
The CDL to me
by
just
Microsoft.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Don't care about anything other than Microsoft.
Microsoft lost like 20% over the last week. It's like $10 billion, more than that, like hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap. I don't think they're super worried about the intricacies of the CDL. But honestly, everything that I've seen, especially in the last few weeks, is like this entire league is going to die unless they make some drastic changes.
Okay, so this is the biggest point I disagree with in Austin, because the CDL is at a very interesting contextual point. And people have been trying to say the CDL is going to die for like 7 years. But when you actually dive into it, I think it's a way more of a nuanced conversation. One is viewership has been pretty good and pretty stable for a couple of years now. And in particular, one area of growth that's going on is non-English viewership. So specifically Spanish viewership, French viewership, and Arabic viewership right now are trending upwards in the CDL. And so they're actually developing a very good, interesting media space of, yes, your English language audience and live viewership is in the 200s, and it's really, really good. But you're also going to start to add on an additional on top of that. And so the two show matches is not Johanna's idea, but I don't want to say whose idea was. There were a lot of dumb ideas in CDL. It's not Johanna's idea. I'll say that. I know whose idea it was, but they're no longer with the company. I think there's a lot of growth potential globally right now with the CDL outside the US and North America. Do I think that there's franchises at the bottom right now that are kind of dragging things down like a C9 or a Vancouver or Boston? Yeah. And I think that I've had some conversations with folks at the CDL. I think, as always, they're trying to find ways to see if, those teams want to exit and new people want to come in. I think eventually once you get to a certain level of stable franchises, they'll talk about 12 plus formats. That's for expansion teams. If there's, additional ways that they want to have challengers teams call in to play pros and pro-ams, they'll be more open to those combos. But like ESL Faceit, and I've talked about this on stream about 1 million times in the last 2 years. ESL Faceit has attached themselves to the commercial rights of the CDL thing. And they're very invested in making this thing continue to pop. And I don't think the CDL is going anywhere. Do I think format could pivot? Yeah, but to say the CDL is dying, I don't think Austin fully understands exactly what's going on in the scene. I don't think it's dying. Could it pivot? Maybe. Could it rebrand? Sure. But like where they're at a base now is fairly stable. Do they need to fold it into the overall marketing budget a bit better and give some more resources so that they can run more events a year and do things? Yes. But that's a whole separate convo. For the CDL to die, no. I don't think it's happening.
Yeah.
With the fucking Cloud9 shit and all this other stuff of like how pathetic these Baltimore teams are and like no competition and like it's just gonna.
That's like only a couple
not
of teams,
good.
boys.
No one seems to be interested in watching it. It's like it seems as the worst.
Well, that's just wrong. No, this was the most watched Major 1 that they've ever had in the history of the CDL. So that's just straight wrong.
it's ever
By
been.
the way, I love Austin, but factually incorrect. Major 1 was the most watched Major 1 that they've had in the history of the CDL, I believe. I just made the video. Fuck.
Not care at all. See, it's not good. No one seems to be interested in watching it. It's like it seems as the worst it's ever been, and the people up top seem to not care at all. That's not a league I want to get into. Challengers at least is a shit show, but it's like for the most part it's a self-run shit show.
Talking about online matches,
so,
but
like-
online, as we've talked about a million times, online's a volume play, bro. No, brother, okay. Online's a volume play, bro. Like, people are not going to care about bottom tier matches. People are not going to care that much about online product. It's a volume play that builds up towards the apex moments that should be happening 6-7 times a year, right? If you have an 8 or 9 month season, there should be 7 to 8 events. And like, those are your apex moments. Everything else online is a volume add-on.
We have a lot more power over the stuff that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to move the
Sweet.
needle too much
I think I'm
viewership,
gonna
though. But
cancel my
yes,
flight to Turkey
JP,
tomorrow.
the online stuff needs more stakes. I agree.
Sam's gonna edit this. Sam will do the pod too, so he'll do that, spruce it up a little bit, put the intro in. So he'll do the pod. He'll do the clips for the pod. Get
I don't know,
the
Noah.
social people for all that stuff there, teasers, all that sort of shit. So this will start whatever Sunday night. You'll have the Team Austin on the bush for a week.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
So
Would you like?
No, actually, I think the problem, JP, is that maybe you get more front end viewership, but you're going to still run into the spring problem. Like, people are not going to care about online COD in March, in April, and May. Like, people are not going to give a shit about that. Well, let me finish the video,
text
though.
them,
I'm about to do a podcast with fucking Nameless in about 10 minutes.
our Twitch schedule for the next week.
yeah, I think you should say it in this meeting here. Sam will make a graphic of like everything that's going to come out for the week. We'll put it out Sunday when the owners meeting. Or if it was like that, or I didn't like this. Resources a week after week, and it's obviously going to be a little bit different because we don't have a Challengers Cup or anything for at least.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Marina. I appreciate the time this week.
I mean, yeah, but like, I think people are going to care less than you think, JP. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to get more theoretical optic in General Mates games, which will drive like peak viewership, but you're not going to, like, average AMA is not going to go up. I do agree that here's what you want to know. My honest belief is I actually think you're looking at it the wrong way. I think the problem is not that they need more online tournaments. The thing is they have a studio in Columbus and they need to figure out the economics of having 6-7 lands a year, but also having 3 or 4 times plus that people go to Columbus and play these matches on a mini LAN in a studio setting, because people will give a shit about that. There'll be way better inventory than people sitting in their fucking bedrooms and like, with the backdrop in front of them. Like, they'll actually be in person and the content will be way better and people will care because they're sitting across from each other and fucking competing. That, I think, is a better conversation than, like I'm saying.
And Austin, thanks for.
They don't really have a choice.
But that brings its own issues.
Thank you for the meeting.
That brings its own issues.
They don't. I mean, they don't. They do what I tell them to do. I told them you guys are probably going to work for the Bush this week, and it's their job. It's their job is to get light this week.
There's not much at the end of this video, so that was a good owners meeting, W owners meeting chat. Great content from the boys. Like I said, I agree with a lot of the points Austin made. There are a couple of points I don't agree with that I think he's being too general about. And I agree with Austin's sentiment that they need to do more behind the scenes probably to try and figure out how to, try and get shit sold so they can figure out how to go to Birmingham, because right now Barstool is not really keen on floating their way to the UK, but we'll see what happens. All right. Dylan wants to talk to me in TeamSpeak, bro. What the fuck's going on?
Connected. Channel
What's up,
switched.
Dylan?
Oh, wait, what?
You said join TS.
Oh, my TF is frozen, bro, so I didn't hear anything.
Oh, okay. Is it good now?
Okay, now I heard it. What the fuck?
What's
Yo, that
up?
was crazy.
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
Bro, do you see this shit?
What, the Toronto shit?
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I got called a madman about this nasty shit, but you know, I think my read on this is pretty correct on Sunday.
Well, no, I think they want to get nasty, but will they be able to get nasty? I think obviously they want to.
I don't know.
I don't think they'll be able to, but yeah, they want. Yeah, I want $1 billion. Am I going to get $1 billion? No, probably not.
Well, the problem is Boston's just got to like. Are they like? What does this look like? Right? Is it we're buying out Byron, or are we trading Jamie and Byron spots? Like, but the problem is that Jamie right now, like, does Jamie have a work visa to be able to live and play? Like, I don't know.
I don't think they would do a trade though, like unless they did like a money and trade. But even then, like I think the players obviously want to keep Byron. Boston.
This is an insane Miami tweet, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, what did Miami tweet?
Bro. I think this is I think this is kind of a dick tweet. I get why they're doing this, but bro, I don't like. My problem with this is like I feel like it's such a tough. If Rail's getting benched, right? And like he's on his way to hit the canvas, I feel like he don't swing, bro. But like that may just be me. Like it's good content, but like I don't know. I feel like he's got
That's a good tweet, man. Come on.
I mean, it's just petty, bro. But like, okay,
well,
like
but if they just did this randomly and there wasn't any drama, but since there was drama,
yeah, no, I get why they're doing it. It's gonna do numbers.
Like
it's gonna pop.
Bro, that's a good tweet just because there was drama and how it all went down. It wasn't just, it didn't go over smooth.
Yeah, but I mean, listen,
and there's beef with these orgs already. Like on top of not even the dramatic roster offseason changes, like there is already beef with Koi and Heretics. On top of that, so damn, that just sucks for Real, bro. I think he'll be able to get on another team.
I mean, I don't know what's going. Well, I think they're gonna hold Real for a sec.
Okay, you don't think they're just getting rid of him?
Yeah, because like I think like for a sec, at least until the end of this split, like they got to see. First off, they got to make sure they get to a level with this team. Like unless they have an agreement right with Real, they're gonna release him and like let him find opportunities. I don't know. I know Real's agent's usually in my chat a lot. I don't know if he's here, but I mean this move just had to be made. It just clearly wasn't working out.
Yeah.
The Jamie thing's interesting though. Maybe they just make one change and then like they see what happens, but. Ronnie in my chat said he has a team in challengers. I mean, yeah, I won't be surprised if he plays a cup this weekend. He should.
No way, they're trying to gas you on the Reddit, BENJ. They're saying Ben was getting laughed at. No one was laughing at BENJ for saying they should get nasty.
No, they were actually.
No, they should get nasty.
But I was getting said. I was getting lend in the chat.
That's a possibility.
I was getting, bro. Do you want to go pull up the fucking VOD right now? When did we talk about this on this episode?
Yeah, I don't know. Was it the first time they lost or the second time they lost last weekend?
No, it was the second time.
It was the second time they lost? I think it was the second time they lost. But no one was laughing at BENJ. Obviously, it's a good move. Should teams go get Mercules? Yes. Is it realistic? We don't know. I don't think Boz would let Nasty leave. Legit zero reason for him to sell him to Koi. The only thing they could maybe do, maybe they trade Real and trade Insight and then pay on top of that. To get nasty, but there's no way they just take a payment.
I think it was right here. I think it was right here, Dell.
A $200,000.
I know. Pat's definitely tweaking, but he is right.
It's 0 to 0. It's not a
You reduce your chance of winning.
winning the fields and go sell.
I don't think Toronto cares about that. I think they want to win. They're not going to.
Well, they not winning this year, and they're losing. And then they got getting in. Not getting anybody that thinks going to move championships. Just seeing a charity stream right now. Anybody like? No.
I'm watching back the episode, though. First off, by the way, Pat, I thought this is I'll be honest. I thought this was one of Pat's worst episodes ever on the show. I'll be honest. Pat was super one note on Sunday. I think he gave zero analysis and all he said to teams is blow it up and not offer any real solutions in classic Pat fashion. Because I don't know if he watched all these games. I don't know if he was paying attention on Saturday and Sunday. But like his take about Toronto was like just blow it up. I'm like, bro, like I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Pat's whole thing was blow it up the whole time. Like because he obviously had the optic thing. I think the optic bit was good though. But But then
No, he's just too pot committed on this Shotzi shit, bro. Like it's so dumb at this point.
yeah, he
needs to let it
just had
go.
to blow it up with the. I think Pat lost it when I think it was Tom or someone asked for analysis, and he said, or he just came in and said, "Falcons, blow it up."
And we're just sitting here like, bro, like
blow it up.
Bro,
He was saying blow it up. He was blow it up spamming.
I love Pat, but it's like, dude, like Pat is a multi-world champion. He knows how COD should be played. He knows like sometimes it's like his only take is just like roster changes. Like he's never able to like get into the nuance of why certain things are not working out. You know what I'm saying? Not everything requires a fucking roster change.
Wait, did you hear about this, BenJ?
Hear about what?
Sorry to cut you off. Kenny's being targeted to replace Insight.
According to what?
Until CDO literally tweeted fucking less than a minute ago.
Toronto's expected to bring on Kips, possibly place Real, Nasty, and Kenny. I have heard the potential Ken thing, but I'm skeptical because is Ken gonna want to go to fucking Toronto? I don't know.
He wouldn't want to go to Toronto.
I don't know about that.
But honestly, it depends how much Ken wants to play, obviously. But if there is an opportunity like this is still a good team. This team has Joe, Kleenex, like those are fucking
Kips and
Kleenex
Ken.
is a champion. Joe's gonna be a champion, and then they'll have Kips, a new rookie. This wouldn't be a bad team to join. If I'm Kenny, I would probably like, as long as he wants to play still and has the passion. You're only there for what, 6 or 7 months? So like, if you really still want to play, like this is the best opportunity you can have because like this team can contend to make deep runs at tournaments. So I think this is actually a good spot if Kenny wants to still play. I think they're gonna go for Nasty first, but if Kenny wants to play, it would be a good option. If he doesn't want to play, then obviously he's not gonna do it all. But
well, the difference between Jamie and Ken is not slow. So like,
I know Ken's definitely not.
the problem is Ken probably plays. The problem with Ken is like he's got the same problem that like Clay had at the tail end of his career. Like sometimes I think he's playing too fast now. Like I think he's got to actually dial it back a little bit. Like Ken's got to let the game come to him a bit more. But I don't. You know, I'm just maybe gonna be a little bit controversial. I actually think that Jamie for Ken thing's a side move, but maybe it's the right side move if they bring in Kips because they just want the like plus on Ken is that he's going to come in and run the camp a little bit more effectively and like give them a bit more bite and a bit more like oomph like in game, and maybe that will help them more so than Jamie, who I think is just definitely Jamie's chilled, Toby's chill. Like they need a little bit more bark. Like I can kind of see the thought process. I'm just skeptical to your point of like, I don't know, is Ken going to be down to go? Like he's got a like he could probably play remote for a week or two, but like they're gonna want him to be in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean Toronto wants you to be in there. It's not like a phase Simp thing where Simp would fly in like once a week and be there for 3-4 days to play a scrim and then play the matches and fly back.
Championships.
So definitely want to be. It depends. It just depends if Kenny wants to do. Ken will go to Toronto. I mean, guys, we don't know.
That's not.
Do you think Ken? I think Ken would be a good fit for this team, though.
Well, look, here, go to my version right now.
Would be a good fit.
This is when I talk about the nasty thing. Look what fucking chat says. Look at this shit. Move my camera.
Let's see.
All right.
Let's hear it.
Bench and Real, Bench and Jamie. We're getting Kips and we're buying out Nasty from Boston. Realistic moves that would make them better.
How are you gonna buy out Nasty from Boston?
That's not realistic at all.
But Nasty, what do you Dylan, you said it's not realistic at all? Dylan.
Yeah, because how are you gonna buy out Nasty? We didn't say it's a bad move.
They got money. They got money to buy out fucking.
This just
Byron.
comes if Boston's gonna shut down camp.
Bro, and then look at
shut down camp. See, Ben, no one's giving you shit for saying they should get Nasty. No fucking.
Yes, there's shut the fuck up, Ben. Question marks. Faded Len.
Okay,
what?
That's the
chat was.
No, people are saying that because it's gonna be hard to get Nasty.
Nah, but Chad don't think this is why Chad doesn't see the ball that I'm seeing, bro.
I've been saying Nasty to Toronto should be a thing since literally the rumors were happening in
the listen, I'm like a point guard. I'm like a point guard in this situation. I'm a point guard and I see the backdoor cut. Maybe people in the arena don't see it, but I see that guy on the move, and I'm about to hit the fucking absolute pass.
Keep playing it.
I'm about to hit the pass at the fucking. I'm about to hit the pass at the elbow, bounce pass through two people, easy layup, bro. Like,
nah, you're him, BenJ. You're fucking. Wait, play it though.
This is the guy who was saying it's possible for them to win.
I think Boston would sell, yeah.
You think
I don't think they're
Nasty?
selling. Wait, Toronto's not going to offer Ben. Toronto's not going to offer them the amount of money to make Boston say yes to that. To like,
I think they would. I think Sam's wrong.
No, yeah,
blow up their
I just
team.
don't understand. If you think Boston was winning,
no one ever buys up
sell
players.
Jodeci for a
Probably not.
They might sell Nasty, BenJ. They might. Yeah,
Of course, only Tomasi agrees with me. My fucking day one duo. At least Tommy agrees. Everybody else is fucking Everybody else is calling his lens in the fucking.
No one's disagreeing with you except for Pat. What are you saying?
No, everybody was disagreeing with me. They're like, they don't got the money. Like, they're not going to be able to do it. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like,
I don't think they're going to be able to do it, BENJ. Should they get nasty? Absolutely. Will they be a good team? 100%. Are they going to be able to? Probably not.
Can I also address something in the chat? I had no intel going into this show on Sunday. I got intel yesterday. This is purely just an easy BENJ read. We already knew about the Kips thing. That had been weeks of doing it. The Byron thing was just the most obvious fucking move. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why nobody else could see the vision on that. Maybe I've just fucking got 99 court IQ, but like, it was just like, I don't tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just.
Oh, Ronnie said they can. Ronnie's in your chat saying they can.
Yeah, I know.
It depends how much. It depends how much they want to sell for, and if they can trade. Like, if I'm Boston or if I'm Toronto, I'm trying to give them Real, give them insight, get nasty, and then maybe have to pay. They'll probably have to still pay a good amount of money.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think it's as much as you think. I think it's like 20,000. Like, I don't think
really.
Nasty,
actually,
I don't think Jamie's buyout is as big as you think it's going to be, bro. Or sorry, not Jamie. Sorry, Byron. If
you don't think
if
so,
they're replacing Jamie.
well, it depends how much his salary is. How much
no, but it's not about the salary. I don't think Byron's not Joe Deceives, bro. Like Byron's not simp. Byron is. We've talked about before what Byron's role is, right? Byron is like I think Cap said it best on a Scrap Time episode last year, because obviously he coached Nasty, right? He said that Byron is like an 82 overall player. Byron is a very good role player.
Oh shit.
Rael has joined Omid Brooklyn in place of Aluka. So where the fuck is Aluka going now?
The roster is now Fellow, Brack, Real, and Asim. They'll be the number 4 seed in Challengers.
This makes no sense, bro. I'm sorry, but like, hot take. I think Omid Brooklyn has no idea. Why does Omid Brooklyn keep doing this Fellow and Brack thing? I'm sorry, and maybe I'm going to get Lens in the chat, but I've watched a lot of Omid Brooklyn play, and I don't know if you feel. I think their AR duo is too slow. I think Brack and Fellow are good players, but I think they shouldn't play together. I know they won a cup. They made that good losers bracket run before the event, but then I saw them at LAN, and I just don't.
What did they place at the event? Because I know they lost to, I think, Bush. I don't know what they placed.
I don't. What do they? Chat. What do they place at? What do they place at? Yeah, I mean, Luka might be going to Stallions, which would be a huge get. They got top 8. I mean, I don't.
Wait, low key. I might be coaching a Luka. What the fuck?
I mean, that's a big get for Stallions. They can actually.
Oh yeah, if they get a Luka right here, there's no way. Like,
I just think Omid Brooklyn don't want to drop either Fellow or Brack, so they're trying everything to make it work. And like, I don't know.
Wait, did they bench Aluka though, or did like Aluka want to leave? I
don't know. I have no idea. This is the first time hearing about this.
That's like the big thing.
The CDL discussion. Don't ever talk about that fucking account, brother. What? Like, that account got no intel. It's a rage bait account, brother. Like, F tier.
Yeah.
Bro, what? CDL discussion? Give a fucking break, bro. Ronnie said they dropped him, bro. I'm sorry. I think Omid's got a Fellow plus Brack fucking fetish going on. I think they're both great players, and they're both really good players, but I think Omid Brooklyn, if they want to be like dominant again, have to drop one of those guys, and they won't fucking do it. I don't understand. I watch him play a lot. And I get the thought process. I get what's going on here. I get the on-court IQ. I get all of what they're thinking. But I think where they get in trouble in actual matches, I don't think their air duo is fast enough. It doesn't matter how smart of a team they are. I think the problem is, like, when they get blitzed in actual matches, I don't think they're going to be able to rely enough on, in this case, Rail and Asim to like create that much space.
They need an AR to be popping off. They need like a kill heavy AR too that could just like run around and do it all.
I think that's
Fellow and Brack are definitely more main AR type players. Like, I don't even know who would pull out the sub or be the flex for that team. So yeah, I mean, they definitely just, with how Black Ops 7 plays, brother. Look at the game and look at how fast it is. Like, you just got to be cracked. Like, being the slow main AR has just been like a dying breed right now.
Could I also address the moron in my chat? The Aluka fall needs to be studied, brother. He went to LAN and dropped a 1 at his first LAN, like, and they got top 8. I think that's fine. I think y'all are fucking stupid, to be
Well, I
honest.
watched a lot of challengers. I don't know if you've watched like a lot of their scrims, Ben, but in a lot of their scrims, it was either like a Luke has a takeover map and they win the map, or he just does average and they lose.
Yeah, because they're too slow, because they're not fast. They're just not a fast team. That's the issue. I think Aluka is good. I think he overheats, but that's fine. He's, Dill, he's a young player. They're all going to overheat. Like, nobody comes in and they're pimp. Like, none of them have the simp cells of the world. Like, people that come in at 99 like awareness is like, those guys also had so many reps before they turned 18. Aluka's very green. Like, I think Aluka's got takeoff potential. He knows how to get in flow, but like, he's got to figure out like the limits on shit. I just think.
I feel like I could probably bring the best out of him when I coach him, BENJ. Who's going to be the team? Aluka, Ryan, Peel, Millie?
Well, Ryan Aluka duo is good. I actually think that's actually solid.
Ryan, Aluka, Peel, Millie?
Peel and Millie, though, like, I don't know. I still think that's, the problem with that team, though, Dill, is like, I think they just also, like, Peel, Millie, Aluka, Ryan, there's just a composure issue with that team, though. I don't know. It's odd. The team could work, but like,
that is a very young team.
I don't know if that team's icy, bro. They might just blitz people, which is fair enough. But like, yeah, but the problem is they got to play against like Gio and Wake and Ojani and Standy, and like those teams have so like they just don't have. I was talking to Tom a bit about this yesterday. The problem is like with the community team line is you're just like you're just so underexperienced compared to everybody else in challengers. But I guess they dropped the Luka. I'll talk to Asim later and find out what the fuck happened here. But I don't know. I don't know why Omid Brooklyn had this fellow plus Brack fetish, but like I don't know. I'm sure I'm gonna get Rafi texting me some stupid shit in a bit, but like I don't agree with him. Like I think if they want to actually be the number one challengers team, they got to drop one or fellow or Brack. But besides the point.
Wait, I wonder what like the challengers players think of Aluka too, because obviously the community has their like they have their thoughts of what players, how good they are, not. But I wonder like what the challengers players actually think, like how good Aluka is. Like, is he about to just go to a crazy upgrade team? Like, could he go? I mean, he's signed by Omid, right? Isn't he signed?
No, he's signed by FaZe. He's signed. I think he's on loan with Omid, but FaZe bought him out.
He's on loan.
Yeah, so he can go wherever. FaZe. Yeah, he can go wherever. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can go to fucking Falcons for all we know, type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Aluka's got a lot of pro points too.
Get on a good team. Like,
he's got a lot of points.
Aluka?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a lot of points, and he's like young and really good. So
yeah, he's takeover flex player. Like there aren't that many of them. So like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think he'll still be a good team. Yeah. Do Fellow and Brack get picked up most years? Fellow, I think I don't. I think at the moment it's gonna be tough for Fellow to get picked up. I think Brack can get picked up, but again, the problem with Brack is, and I've told him this to him personally, like he doesn't play the politics well enough compared to other players and challengers, and like he needs to advocate for himself more in some of these situations. But I do think that Brack should get a shot at some point this year.
Yeah, he should get a shot. It's been a while, but the thing is, bro, like the longer you don't get a shot, it's not his fault, but the longer you don't get a shot, like the more and more people, because you just see it nowadays. People are picking up the Niams, the Kips, the younger players. Like everyone's just taking a risk on the younger player. That's just how it goes. Like it's going to be very rare to like get a really good opportunity on a good roster when you're already older and have been a pro in the past. Like it's so hard to get back into the league nowadays because everyone just wants, brother, if you just say you're 18, you're going to get on a good team. If you fry for a month, you say you're 18 years old, teams are going to pick you up. Like that's what's happening with all these players nowadays.
But well, part of that is also because bro, and I've said this for a while, some of the people that make decisions about building these teams, and a lot of it is actually on the players, to be honest. Like they don't really know, they don't know what they want or what's required to win, to be honest. Like I like, it's very funny to me because like a lot of players talk about that, but they're also the ones making the decisions wanting to go for the 18-year-olds. Like they're just as big of offenders of that as like the coaches and the GMs that are on these teams.
Well, I think it's just a whole community thing now. It's like a whole community movement. Like whenever
I know, but I just find it ironic though. Do you see like why I see like the hypocrisy and the irony on their end when they always talk about this shit? Like, because they're also the ones conveying the issue.
It kind of used to be the opposite way though, because like the players before and the coach would always go for like the proven, the vets and challenges and time. Like during the Cold War days and like a little bit of the Vanguard, some vets were getting picked up, but then definitely after the whole Mercules ordeal. And that should happen. I feel like it's completely hard to get picked up.
I disagree with this. People have been chasing, like, bro, I'm sorry, but like, here's what happened. Okay. Right. World War II was the last year with like the major vets basically being the anchor players saying like you, Dan, Gunless, Slasher, Clay. You know what I'm talking about? Like the real Grizzle vets. There were some young players that had come through, but your Tyler Beasley's, your Dashies hadn't broken through yet. You know what I'm saying? The next year is when that really started to turn over, you know? Really, I gotta hop in a court in 2 minutes. Yes, Black Ops 4 was the year where it really started to turn over.
But to be honest, Black Ops 4 was also 5v5. So
I know, but then
it's
then it happened more for 2019 with Shotzi and Illy coming in, and MC obviously taking the step up to a better team. Like, and then it happened a bit in Cold War with Paco. Like that was where the turnover really started happening between the generations.
That's where you started seeing, yeah. That's where you started seeing
because it was like a transition.
It is nowadays. Like nowadays, it's like they want 18-year-old and cracked on their team.
Yeah.
I Ben, go do your show, bro. Log in.
I had to go to the show. It was a pleasure as always, Dill.
Pleasure.
W Yap. You have a good day, bruv. Let's go to Attach.
Good day.
My boy Attach. Peace.
Sound microphone muted.
All right, let's go do this fucking pod. Anymore? Where's fucking? Yo.
I swear, dude. So I'm watching like Simp sometimes, or like like Sib. I swear, there's certain spots where they like they'll run in P3 backdoor and have the time without getting shots, like wall bounce, like when the gunfight top. Like, dude, if I slide into this door, I'm getting pieced up immediately. Like, how?
You're talking about like on exposure?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like, it's funny when I watch pros play because they just like get away with shit that like I could just never get away with.
Because they know the timing to get when they know the timing to hit where people aren't fucking gun up and ready, bro.
No, exactly.
They just play so much quicker.
But it's so that's 100% what it is. But it's just so funny because like I'll be all right. Let me wait. Oh, he took his shot. Maybe he's reloading. All right, let me bang this and wall bounce. And it's like I was to kill that free for Simp, but it's just never free.
I've always said this a lot about like Simp and Shotzi. It feels like to me the game moves so much slower in their eyes than like it does for us. Like the way that they see the vision, it feels like everything moves in slow motion. Like I don't know.
Realistically, I think what it is, it's like an insane like respect for your opponent, and people just play differently. Is what I actually think it is.
Yeah, but they just find gaps and timings, and they just like. Well, Cold War was like the great example of those two players, bro. The plays that they would make consistently in that game was fucking nuts. I joined the Ninja. Do you have the links and shit?
Yeah, we gotta do them every time. Just drop them in the
flashbang again.
Yeah, you're gonna put them in Discord.
Yeah, drop them in the cord.
I'm doing right now.
I made another rundown. Then not a ton of topics. Usually we take them and roll with them anyway. So,
you're gonna put in the Discord channel. You're gonna message them to you. The links.
Either one doesn't matter.
Your normal or your backup?
This one right here.
Oh, is that your normal or your backup?
My normal.
Okay, heard.
Nameless.
There's one. These link URLs shouldn't change. You shouldn't have to do these every time.
I mean, they're sitting in the same spot in OBS.
You just gotta refresh. You just gotta refresh cache. The link should be the same.
How do you do that?
You just open up the source and then refresh cache and it should pop.
All right,
the URL shouldn't change. They generate in the 1.2 code, but like the IDs
it didn't work.
Then just replace the links. You shouldn't have to re-put them in. Unless they change how the numbering works now, but like before you were good.
Yeah, like I just put it in and it worked, but when I refresh cache it didn't.
Nah, sometimes it's a little bit funky. Have you seen the Jay Lito tweets? What the fuck did Jay Lito tweet, bro?
Oh, I put Ben in twice.
Is your stream live right now or no?
It's about to be.
Okay, heard.
All right. Yes, the stream is live now.
Heard. Yeah, what did Jay Lito tweet? Just describe it to me. Purge tweet? What a purge tweet.
All right, we live. Let me get a tweet out real quick. We live. Let me get a tweet out real quick.
What do you guys think this stream means, chat? I'll be right back. Let me tell my chat what's going to go on here. Yo, chat, we're going to get ready for the show. You guys know the deal. I'm going to turn my cam off for a sec so you guys know the deal. You're going to see Ant's cam and his stream here for a bit as we get ready for this fucking show. If you guys sub or resub in the chat, I will shout you out in text while we get ready for this. Let me update. Podcast with Nameless and Rambo. Rostermania Codcast with Nameless and Rambo. All right. We full screen the ants thing. Turn this off.
Vegas would be cool to stay a day or two after too.
All right, you're gonna hear me go away for a sec, chat. I will be right back.
I was telling him I kind of want to play the win, bro.
I mean, I don't know if I got that kind of cash right now.
Well, we looked it up. Me and Joe was like 270, which isn't like super insane.
That's like off season, I'm sure.
Well, that is off season when we're at champs. No, it's too hot. Isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure.
Listen, I gotta text Paul. Like Paul will be able to get us on courses because he's local area.
Okay. Sure. I'm with it.
Like I want to like really like win and stuff would be cool, but like Paiute we should fucking play.
Yeah, Paiute, where is that?
Paiute would be good. I want to. Bear's Best is pretty good.
Yo.
What was that music?
Dude, it's the stage music. Da, 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 da.
I was so confused.
Ben's got to accept to speak.
Yeah, I was so confused.
Just Ben's talking and a fucking sitcom intro starts playing.
Have you played golf in Vegas before, Ant?
Have I played golf in Vegas? I think.
I mean, he was just saying Bears Creek. Like you guys played Bears Creek.
Oh yeah, I think. I don't remember, bro.
I played Wolf Creek, and I think that's a must play if we get a car to drive up. It's like an hour and 50 minutes away from Vegas, but it is by far the craziest golf experience I've ever experienced.
Why? What's crazy? What's it called?
It's Wolf Creek. It was all in the Tiger Woods games when I was younger. I thought it was like a fantasy golf course.
Oh wait,
it's actually real.
Garrett went to play this place, and it was insane. I watched it.
Sick.
It's like, dude, you gotta like walk up fucking like canyon to get to the tee box on a couple of them.
Well, a few holes, yeah, but it's just the like it literally you're there in person and it looks fake.
Like a video game.
It doesn't look real. It's insane.
Ben, accept to speak so we can get this going, bro.
Are your chats merged yet?
Yeah, our chats are merged.
Yeah.
I think. No, they're not. I don't even know how to do that. Ben's got to do that.
He's not in his chair. That's probably why he hasn't joined.
Yeah, I'm looking at this course though, dude. Yeah, this was in the games, wasn't it? That's because I remember that's what Garrett said. He said he used to play it all the time in games when I was watching the video. He's like,
I thought for sure it was fake, and then I found it was real, and I went there. Before I went on a little drive with one of my buddies before the Vegas champs was like a couple. Yeah, we went out to play golf there. It was sick, bro.
What did Ben say? Bears Best? Did we play that?
Yeah, that's like a Bears Best is like a.
Oh, I did play this.
18 golf holes. Yeah.
I played this. This was fun. I played like shit, dude.
Yeah, it's probably not an easy golf course either.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, I like basically stayed up all night the night before that. I played that.
That typically won't help.
It was my bachelor party. It was fun. Rewatching this while we wait for Benjamin. Rewatching this Carolina LA match.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, bro. What up?
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. What you were saying about Wolf Creek, by the way, we definitely should play that. And Bears Best is good. I like Bears Best because it's like I like courses, mountain courses where the front end goes up the hill and then you get to the top and then you go back down. Like,
did you play good at Bears Best?
Fun to play.
I played like
Bears Best is straight up and then straight down.
Aren't they remakes? Like all holes? Yeah, okay.
Well, some of them are straight remakes. Some of them are inspired by mostly his West Course works. Like it's mostly like there's a lot of PGA West holes, for example. Gotcha. It's classic Nicholas, bro. Like it's not crazy off the tee. Like the second shots, you can get in a lot of trouble if you miss in the wrong spot.
And start the share chat so I can see the chat.
I did. You should be invited.
I joined the stream together, but I don't think we shared chat.
Oh, share chat's on now.
All right, bet. All right.
Let me bring this over here.
Bam. Dude, I'm getting flashbang too, Ray. Wow, see me?
Bro, it's just do you have a window in your my window is like literally right behind my monitors, and if the sun starts like it's cloudy right now, so if the sun kind of peeks through the clouds, I just get flashbang.
I just get flashbang by the CDL website because there's no dark mode option.
Just got a breaking point. Just use a breaking point.
We got a lot to talk about, fellas. Might as well just start the podcast now. Appreciate you guys waiting for us. So last week, and I tweeted you guys about 4 times throughout the weekend, just staring gifs about Toronto. Because Ben, last week we talked a little bit about Toronto. You guys were a little bullish, let's see it out, this and that. I knew there's something wrong. I want to discuss Toronto in general, everything about it. We'll get to the rumors that just released. Ray, I don't know if you saw, but Ronnie dropped an article about Toronto.
I saw on Ben's stream.
But before we get into the roster, let's just talk about the team, what was wrong with it, and why do we think that they got to a point where they have to change the team. And Ben, how about you kick this one off with the Toronto situation? Kind of why you thought they would stick, and now we're at this point. What's going on?
I think with Toronto, when they initially made these moves, we're like, okay, I think, last year they didn't get consistent performances out of Ben Beans. We know what Jamie brings, and we know that Toby and Joe were consistently pretty good sub duo. And they spent the whole year last year getting top 3, top 4, being good but not great. And obviously they had a chance with the Merc thing, but that was not really realistic once he played well. So their offseason was like, look, let's go get Real. Let's try to put one of our subs on the flex. We committed by AR around Jamie, who's a good search player, and this will give us the edge. The problem is that coming to the season, the way they played in stage 1 is they just didn't play good team ball. This is a game where, as I know Ray has discussed time and time again, in particular on the show, that there's a game about making quick decisions together and doing the same thing and playing as a unit, forcing trades, and not exactly just playing hero solo fucking plays. And the problem with a Real style player paired with Toby and Joe is oftentimes, especially in S&D, he's just kind of lurking, and the lurk plays really weren't working. And
at all.
I think, unfortunately, this weekend, it seemed like, maybe, like that first series they played this weekend was big, but then by the time they got slammed in that one, they ended up playing this phase series. They just looked like a dead team. They just, the teamwork wasn't there. So I'm not surprised they made the change, but if you look at any metrics, efficiency metrics, like their team ball is just not, and even the eye test, bro, their team ball is not good.
No, it's bad. So for you, Ray, kind of the same question, but I guess it's weird when you look at a team like this. I thought they should change, but when you really just look at the roster, it's so stacked. In your mind, as a guy who was a coach of a team, you look at this talented roster, you think you'd be able to figure it out. What do you think the issue is?
Yeah, it's tough. I think Ben kind of covered most of the good points. I think what we need to also remember, a lot of people are going to talk about the role thing with Kleenex. Kleenex played the same role at the end of last year when they picked up Abe.
Yeah,
and
they were
arguably they were. I mean, they were literally around 11 against us to making the finals.
Yeah,
we can't just say that team isn't. We can't say he's not capable of playing that role. I think again, the game this year is similar to last year's. The fundamentals and strategic efficiency, what you're trying to accomplish on the map, is very similar to what it was last year. If anything, it might be a little bit quicker this year because of the movement and wall bouncing and kind of getting in people's faces much easier. The maps are also generally, I would say, half of the maps are probably smaller too. So you need pace. You really need pace. And I'm not saying there's not moments where they don't bring pace. I just think holistically as a team, they don't seem to consistently bring the pace. You have Joe. Joe's been dropping insane numbers. Everyone I know all the everyone talks about how good he is, and he needs to perform for his team to succeed. And you could I don't really want to drop on a narrative too much. You could argue yes and no, but at the same time, I think it's more the games where he's not doing crazy good. There's no real follow up to his actions. That's where, to me, the lacking aspect of where this team has struggled. Is just you need that kind of team aspect to move forward, not just a few guys.
Well, I agree with you. And wait, go ahead.
I'm actually somewhat surprised they didn't performance search. I thought Like Real was pretty good at search last year. Granted, like he's the island guy, and like that's the one place where I feel like maybe there is a lack of comfort because they probably had some island players last year. Jamie likes playing passive, like that. I think that's where probably the role thing and bringing Real in maybe they didn't adapt to the best of their abilities. But I still think like bro, like there's not an ounce of me that doesn't think this roster can make it happen and compete at the highest level. Like it's just there's got to be some stuff behind the scenes that we didn't know that we don't hear. I mean, obviously we don't hear those things. We don't know how scrims are going. We don't know how the team dynamic was behind the scenes. Like there's clearly something there that didn't work out for this team not to work out.
But the only way that stuff happens, like, is if they're not playing well, right? Like winning fixes all that stuff. So like the team has just obviously just been broken. And to your point, Ray, we just talked about it. Like this game, the way it's played is like wherever the attention is, you just swarm it, right? Like it's so fast.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know Jamie, like to start off the year early on, Jamie was playing well. Like his stats are good. You know, he's put up decent numbers, but and maybe it's just where the game progresses. And I do think Real's been performing the worst, but I think there's more than it's more than just Real when you watch his team play. It could be Jamie's pace as well. That's definitely could be part of it because Joe does feel like he's kind of alone a lot. If he's not frying, they're not winning. And then to the search thing, if you look back to this weekend when they were playing S&D, there was one round where on exposure, Insight and Kleenex were like holding the pinch, and it was the round where I knew they were compromised. He was sniping it, and he wrapped back all the way to his team on exposure B bomb site with Kleenex on P2 tank, and they just got collapsed on and died, and Joe was last alive by generators. And I'm sitting there like, they have no confidence. And Ray, you know, because you played, when you talk about problems so much, and everybody's actively trying to not scam, and then you add that to a game like this that is so fast, like we just said, you have to all focus your attention in the same spot more oftentimes than not. You're gonna get railed, bro. Like the team is just broken.
And it's funny you bring that up because it's like one of the things that I personally worked on a lot as a coach through the years. Like when I first joined the league, I had very similar mindset to when I played. And as the years went on, I mean, with Surge probably the most, like especially last season, like my constant chatter through anything we're learning experience, like we have to be loose, we have to make plays, you have to play to win. Like playing to win is, especially in the games these days where like challenging around the corner is way bigger advantage than holding a corner because of like the game being the way the game is. Like if you don't play with that aggressiveness and that confidence, like bro, you're just never going to be consistent. You're never going to you're asking for the other team to make a big mistake to not beat you out. And that's such a big point now, like the confidence aspect for sure. I'm pretty sure it was probably always a thing, but it like took me a bit to kind of really realize the strength of that. And I think especially now, like I said, like the games we're playing now require that pace, and playing aggressive kind of brings that pace to a certain extent. So yeah, it's tough, man. Like, am I crazy to say that Real was faster last year than he is this year?
Whoa.
No, you're not. Was he not banging stuff out last year?
He was, but it was because I think, and this could be part of it, that whole team just kind of played like they were the team last year when you watched them, or you watch them on like a skyline, bro. They're flipping constantly, but it's all together. It's like we're all pushing out, then we're all wrapping back, kind of what we just talked about. And maybe he's alone a lot more. Maybe that's part of it. This team plays a little bit more structured than the Miami team played. I mean, it'd be hard to draw like a direct comparison because there's such different teams and camps, but I think that's probably part of it, bro. Honestly,
I think the reason it didn't work is that I think Real much had said no, but that said no
because he's still such a good player. Like individually, it's just weird.
Here's maybe why some of it didn't work, just from like a numbers perspective. Last year and the year before, Toronto was actually not a high rotation win percentage team. They were a good break team, but they were not a good rotation win percentage team, and they really struggled again with that this year. Although when they held, they were very efficient this split in holding. They were top 4. When they got holds, it actually executed those holds, but they were like a bottom 4, bottom 5 break team. And then in particular in S&D, they were just a scam team. They were generally near the bottom of the list in converting first bloods. They were near the bottom list in almost every statistic from a defensive standpoint in search. Like they just weren't playing their situationals and playing ahead of the game well as a team. And I feel for Real because it just didn't seem like the puzzle piece fit here. I'm not surprised that maybe they're kind of exploring other ideas.
No.
Are we not surprised by that though? Like, did this team that on paper like really look like this was going to be a I don't know if necessarily like a consistently winning team, but was going to be like maybe close to guaranteed Sunday team.
They had my favorite. It was my favorite. I said it on the first day broadcast or second day. It was my favorite roster change coming into the year. I loved it.
I mean,
because of the
I
game.
thought it was great.
It's such a good. It was such a good change because like you look at the team and you're like, okay, they were arguably better with Abe on the team. Real's a much better, more world-class player than Abe, right? He's good at search. And you would think like, because last year, the problems they had, Ben, you mentioned the S&D problems. Go back and look at last year and what happened to them in the tail half of the season. It was the S&D for like stage 2, 3, and I think the better half of stage 4, their search completely fell off. So the search problem, I don't necessarily say is Real, although he is the island player often. It's Toronto's approach to the game mode. Like last year in the beginning of the game, it was great. I mean, they were winning all those protocols, but you know, after that, you know, kind of tapered off. Kleenex and Joe, like unless one of them had a takeover game, they weren't winning S&D.
It just go ahead. No, go ahead, Ray.
I was going to say the only thing that changed that we haven't discussed too much, and I mean, I being a coach, obviously know all the other coaches. Like Joe wasn't a coach for them this year; it was just Ryan, Flux. And I mean, I'm not saying that like obviously that can play whatever impact it can play. Like there's a certain comfort players have. There's a certain systems teams will have with their coaching staff and how they go about certain things. Who knows? Maybe that created somewhat of a void somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if. Because Joe, obviously being one of the smarter players in his era and super good player, could have maybe had an impact on the team that maybe they're lacking. But it's hard to tell. Obviously, all these are speculation.
I don't think Ray. I don't think so, Ray. Because again, like if you look at their numbers from last year, I have them pulled up. They were bottom 5, and they had the same problems that they had last year, but like they got worse in statistics. For example, last year in hardpoint, they won 47% of their rotations. They were a top 4 hardpoint team. That's because they broke 32% of the hills. Like, and they were doing really good at the back and the middle. They were above average in those stats in the last 40 seconds of hills. Like, they did a good job of like not always rotating, but like forcing through. To your point, S&D, where they got in trouble is they were low. Somehow, a team with Joe and Kleenex last year was only getting first bloods at 47%, which is ridiculous. Like, I don't understand how they're bottom 4 in first blood percentage with the personnel they have. And to Ant's point, they finished 500 in the game mode, and I think that's why they were never able to really make a final as a team. You know?
Yeah.
But then they regressed. They regressed in the other areas, and those stats were still a problem, and that's how like the fall off happens from a data perspective. Obviously, there's a lot more that goes into it, but it just feels like the Real puzzle pieces didn't fit with what they were doing. Other people didn't adapt or improve on their issues, and that's how you get underperformance from a team.
Yeah, you know, and there's more going on in the camp, you know, just by speaking to, you know, people over there and stuff. So it's it could be a tough situation, you know, if a player's uncomfortable and people, you know, if they don't work around it, right? Because it's a new player coming in. So I get that there's moving parts to it, but yeah, it just sucks. It does feel like at this point, if you're Toronto and you're Real, for both like parties, you might want to move on, right? Like, and that's seemingly what's happening. As Ronnie dropped an article, Koi bringing in Kips, overhauling struggling roster.
There's actually a new Ronnie article after this, so we can go through this and then we can talk through about the.
Yeah.
We just put out an article about potential Jamie Insight replacements as well.
Excuse my ignorance. Is Kips an AR or sub?
AR.
Yeah. So what's weird about this to me though is like a team making a change of this stature and a player this talented like getting released is kind of like we don't really see this often. I mean, I guess we saw it with Pred last year. So this is going to be
was struggling to an extent that was like astronomical, and there was also other reasons I think to that, right? Like,
yeah. So this is to me, this is pretty wild news, bro. Because like it's going to change the outlook of this season depending on where these dominoes fall, right? Because Real's
going to fall somewhere, right? For sure. And
there's a lot of teams he makes better, right? And Toronto could theoretically become like a really big player if they nail this. But going into this article, Ben, so you said there's a new one. So they're considering replacing Insight as well, is what this says, and replacing with Byron. I'm curious the logistics of that, Ben, and if you could talk me through that, because I'm obviously Byron's under contract. So how is this even a rumor? And he's one of their better players.
I mean, I think it's either a trade with Jamie and Byron, which I don't know why Boston would do, or they're just going to buy Byron out from Boston, which I think Byron's a good player, but I don't think like I don't think Byron's commanding a $100,000 buyout. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I think there is a number that Toronto, which they do have cash, but eventually Boston would be like, yeah.
Have Boston done a trade or anything of or like a buyout, anything of that magnitude?
Has there ever been a trade in the CDL era? I don't think there has.
There have been like what, like a player for player swap?
Yeah, player for player swap. I don't think so.
I don't think so. Like, I don't think like Pristini. I don't think like the Maniac Pristini move in year one was technically a trade. I think the only thing that could potentially have been kind of a trade is when Austin and Alex swap places, but I don't think that transaction was like a trade transaction. They just took each other's spots in the offseason. You know what I'm saying? So I think this would theoretically be the first player for player.
So there's another one.
Would,
as far as I know.
Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, sorry. No,
I was just going to say there's another one, the updated one, Ray, and it says they're compiling a short list to replace Insight. And the two players that are on that list right now are Kenny and Nasty. And then obviously Kips for Real. So that's the full updated news drop from Ronnie. Shout out Ronnie for dropping some news for us. But go ahead, Ray.
This is extremely hypothetical, but would we consider a purge move to AR and picking up Real and make the trade Bayern for Real? Would that make more sense for Boston?
Ooh, interesting.
That's where my brain's going with this.
It would.
I think it would make more sense than getting Jamie because you got Kemi already, who are I would argue kind of similar players in that end. I think that first thought process that would make more sense if I were Boston. I'd be more interested in that if I'm going to move Bayern away. I don't think I would move Bayern away at all if I'm Boston. Bayern's been performing really good, unless the offer Toronto is giving is like really going to set you kind of in a good place for something else. But
so I have another element to this. I have another element to this that I would like to propose here that kind of makes sense. If you're Falcons, you should be with this news like blowing up their inbox, no? If you're Falcons.
Who should?
If you're Falcons, you should be blowing up Toronto's inbox for Real.
Yes, 1000%. They need a hedge on Exen.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, there's either one. I think Kiz hasn't been like that last series. To me, Kiz wasn't playing well either. But yeah, you could make an argument for either. Depends on like obviously Exen. He's very, very popular. So I don't know the logistics there. But if I was Falcons, they feel like the team in the league right now that is a move away.
Have you ever noticed that?
What the hell am I hearing? Oh, it's an ad. They feel like the team in the league right now that's a move away. Ray, thoughts?
It's tough.
Good that.
I don't really see them moving away from Exnid just yet. I think Exnid's kind of still showing progress, and honestly, he's been performing pretty solid recently. Granted, the team's 0-2 now.
A couple of big maps, yeah.
But I feel like he's showing, like, I think his ceiling is much higher than what the mass thinks. I think, in my opinion, like if you can get through the language, I don't know exactly how these are things that I don't know, but I've heard the language stuff is a problem in some points. Hopefully, it's not. If it's not, then great. From a strategic like fundies side, I think he's been like, you can really see just based on ice test that he's been kind of starting to grasp things. He's still making mistakes here and there, but it's definitely not as much as it was before, which then kind of puts down to the last part. Like, he definitely seems like he has a skill. Like he can get into gunning with people, and I think he has also pace, which is, again, I'm gonna bring that up a million times this year, but that's something you need. So I don't necessarily think it's a player that I'd be willing to move away from just yet. And I would assume the organization as well doesn't, because it's their Saudi player. I would assume they want to keep him. If we're talking that end, you were saying replace Kiz with someone else? I feel like Kiz is probably like the backbone of keeping his team on par strategically during the map. I feel like he has to be the most vocal guy from a strategic standpoint.
I would agree with that, yeah. But
I'm not really thinking Pred or Cell.
But at the same time, this is a team and they want to win. This is a team that's getting, these are storied players who are getting paid a lot, that want to win championships, and they've been struggling to get over that hump so far. But the makings of a good team are there. I mean, you watch them, Game 5 series of FaZe. You watch them in their last series versus Boston. Dude, it's like one play away each time. It looks like Sellium's fighting for his life sometimes. Pred is so streaky. I think Pred's the streakiest player in the league as it stands right now.
I think
And you're making a face. You want to talk?
I don't think. You want to know my honest opinion about Falcons?
Yep. Go
I think
ahead.
they're good, but I think they're 2 moves away. I don't think they're 1 move away. And I think the 2 moves are. I think Exnid's good, but I don't know if he's. The problem is the top end teams don't make that many mistakes, and I think Falcons get away with a lot of mistakes, and they get away with a lot because they play double Colossus in every series, and they don't when they play the occasional dem, but they're not. You put them on exposure scar, and they get, no pun intended, exposed. Like I think Exnid may have to be rotated out to get more consistency, but here's the problem.
I agree with that too.
You drop kids, and I think their communication, which is already questionable, gets even worse. So like their second move is going to be like, what do we do to not reduce our floor or our skill ceiling and skill floor, but also ensure that we can communicate at a level to compete with John Mates, Optic, FaZe, whoever. So I don't think that's
I think the give and take could be worth. I think the give and take could be worth it. I mean, you're talking about the opposite end of that. It was like, what if we make this change and our comms aren't as good? Like, I think that that's something that's easily worked on, and it's not really considered as much when you're talking about roster changes to win a championship. Ben, personally, and so if I'm Falcons, I look at my options for sure. I look at Kismet and I look at Exnid and I look at what we gain or lose by losing one of those players, and I evaluate the options if I'm Falcons.
I'm more like if you're gonna if they were in a position where they want to make a move, I feel like the issues of Falcons, I think someone said it a second ago, is a streaky word is what I would use for a team right now. Like they'll have their highs where things are firing and the players happen to be in positions where they're making the right decisions and everything kind of looks great, and then there'll be games like they played Boston this weekend where things just kind of fall apart, like we've seen at the major in the first match, where just for whatever reason some few decisions are made where it just puts them in a hole, and then they just have a hard time coming back from a game, or just being in a position where that's just hard to get out of. Like, and bro, like they have Clay at the helm. Like I guarantee all the right information is being put through. Like these guys have all the right tools to succeed. It's just the consistency aspect is not there yet. And if they were going to make a change at all, it would have to be for a player that's going to bring more consistency. That's going to be more of like, I mean, I'm sure Kiz is a vocal leader for that team. I would assume that's, if you're going to replace Kiz at all, which I don't think they should, it would be for a player who can do what he's doing better.
Yeah.
Is there a player out there doing that? I don't think so.
It's really hard.
It's probably it's tough, man. But you would be essentially taking a gamble, and this would be with the caveat of that. And this would be with the caveat of that. But they might as well keep doing the gamble with Exnid, bro. Like you're just side moving the other. You're side moving from a team that already is got a very narrow win condition. But there's more to it. If the players are kind of over, like if they really like, we've seen clips. I know that there's minor frustration in the camp. It just all depends on what the players think as well. Like, to me, this is a situation where if Celium gets fed up and he gets pissed, a move is going to be made. That's kind of the way that I view this. I don't think that's how Falcons runs their fucking team now. But we'll see. I think the only opinion that's going to, to be honest. So I was right about the Toronto. You guys are saying I'm wrong about this. I'm going to be right about this too. I'm telling you.
Nobody said you're right about Toronto.
The Falcons,
boys. I'm telling you guys. I was right about Toronto.
With Falcons, boys, with Falcons, and this is how they do it in most area sports, bro. Like, upper management's going to make the calls. Yes, if the star players are like, we need to change, they're going to think about it. But the only opinion that's going to really matter is upper management. And like they're going to try and give Exnid as much role as he can. But as we highlighted in the offseason with the Celium, Exnid, Fred trio, is that it's a scam trio. They have a lot of skill, but they scam a lot. Okay. And that's fine when they play Blackheart and Colossus and Den Hardpoint. But when you got to play Exposure and Scar and play ahead of the game and not make mistakes, they get fucking exposed. Their map pool is very narrow. They could be good teams on the maps they're good on, but not on the others. And that is why they got 8th.
I don't think their map pool is that much different than everybody else's, Ben. I feel like you're stretching this crazy. And you're looking at it right here, and it's just like there's a lot of teams that just don't play Blackheart and Colossus, but you don't say the same thing about them. Like I feel like we pick and choose sometimes how we talk about teams. We could say the same thing about so many squads. Like obviously, Genomates and Optic are a bit different, but even with Optic don't play Blackheart and they're 1-3 on Den. So realistically, they have the same amount of maps that they don't like.
Yeah,
but scroll down now.
It's actually better to be a good Blackheart and Colossus team right now, I feel like, because everyone else is not playing. Like that's a huge advantage for them to have.
But they also but like I'm gonna be honest again, the issues with their scam team is also a momentum team, and as we saw this weekend, they split the first 2 maps, went to a den overload, which they tweaked in overtime.
Well,
in
they
both,
blew 2
lost,
overtime
and then-
den situations.
Yeah,
and-
but at least have a flight map 4, not fucking fold like they did. Like that's the issue.
Well, this is why I'm telling you the team is struggling, and this is why I'm saying they would consider a change, Ben. You're making my case for me.
Yeah, but I think that's not going to solve. I don't think bringing Ray out fixes that problem now.
I definitely
I
could.
think you want to know my honest opinion?
It definitely could.
Honest BENJ opinion?
Yeah, that's all I want is honesty.
The only way they fix that is by dropping AG. I think.
Oh, you're faded. You're absolutely faded, bro.
No,
you're tripping.
The biggest factor in the momentum piece is AG.
You're tripping, dog. You gotta
I'm not
watch
saying
the
that
game,
AG sucks.
bro.
I am not saying that AG sucks. Just to be clear, that is not what I'm saying.
Bro, I hate when people default to this. I hate when people default.
I am just saying that he definitely got the most visibly frustrated after map 3. He needs to be a rock on this team. He needs to be an emotional rock. No, let me finish my thought. Please don't cut me off because I need to expand before it gets fucking clipped. Okay. I think AG is talented. I think if AG plays his game at his level, this could be a very good team. But he needs to be the emotional center of this team, but also be emotionally mature on this team. And after those map 3s, yes, they lose in a tough way, but he's got to rally the troops and be the captain of the squad. They can pull back up to that map 4 and play well because this team goes to game 5s. They're going to have a fucking chance. If you're hand in head and then we just kind of fold on that 4th map, MC's a fairly passive guy and he's going to feel that same negative energy.
No, okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I got a couple of responses to that.
Okay.
So I'll start at the end. We said they go to game 5, they have a chance. Well, you go to game 5, and if your teammate scams by himself on an island holding B bomb site on land when the lights are bright, then you don't have a chance. And that's what Exna did. 1. 2, the second part is when I watch this team, the only time that they have success, they're in control and Celium's front hill just absolutely slamming, or Pred is making plays, bro. Like huge plays. Like, and yes, he's super streaky, but everything I've seen from them, like when they're having success, Pred's playing well. And then the clips I've seen post game are Pred like actually teaching his teammate. Like actually talking to his teammate in a great way, trying to teach him. So I don't really have much pushback on AG. I've been super hard on him. Like last year, we did breakdowns like roasting the shit out of how he's playing the game. This year, I don't have massive complaints about AG. And I think it's unfair to come at him because when I watch the team, he's not the reason that they're losing maps.
I think Exon's the biggest reason they lose maps, but I also
Kismet
think
was getting spin cycled in this series. The stats don't end that well, but he was losing huge gunnies, bro. Huge
we know
situations.
Kiz is not we know Kiz is not on this team to drop a 1-2. Like Kiz was realistically not even their number one option for what they want to fill in that role. They're trying to make it work with Kiz. But my thing is like with AG is like if they're going to build around this MC AG combo, like they're going to scam, they're going to win big maps, they're going to make great comebacks, but they're also going to scam. And like they need AG to be that emotional rock, and like the hand and head thing after map 3 is not the energy they need. I know they have other issues, but individually I want to see him be like the rally the troops guy. You know
I'm not so.
Can I say something to that? Can we agree that I feel like, again, outside perspective, we don't know much of anything. All we see is the camera and the reactions and whatnot. Like, I feel like AG has made a step forward. Again, without really knowing anything here, I feel like AG's been a lot better at that this year than in the past. And they do have, I think they have a mental coach, a psychologist coach or something that helps the team out. So I think, and those things don't change overnight. Like behavioral stuff takes a while. And I think he's been trending in the right direction, and which to me was, looking out from the outside, again, never having worked with AG on a personal level, seemed like those were his biggest fallouts. And I feel like if he's going to keep improving on that end and becoming a better emotional kind of rock, like whatever word you guys used a second ago for that, I think he's going to become a more complete player, which is not a player you kind of drop. Like, bro, his ceiling and his talent level is way too high. Like, if you can find, like, especially if they have the staffing to help manage those and build, like, grow those parts of him outside of the gameplay, I feel like we can all agree his gameplay is great. If you can grow those parts of the game, then it'll only raise his gameplay and his ability to help a team win, which, again, like, I get where you're going, Ben. I just don't. I think that'd be a little ludicrous to say that you want to replace him. And I think, to me, like, the way I see this Falcons,
I'm not saying to drop him, by the way, just to be clear. Just to contest that. I'm sure that's what's going to get clipped by CDL highlight.
I know what you're saying,
Ben.
And let's clarify what Ben was saying. Let's clarify what Ben was saying. He was saying to get to that next level, ideally they would change Pred for somebody, a better version, a better teammate in that same role.
Or Pred just adapts, because I still think he's got the talent to win.
I just don't agree.
I feel like this Falcon teams isn't like we talk about changes and whatnot. I think, dude, everyone goes to the well with changes way too fast, dude. Like, just give this team more time. They're still a brand new team. It's the first time Cell's playing away from this 3 teammates he's had for like 4.5 years.
And he's
It's
balling,
like,
dog.
these guys just need a bit more time. Clay's like, I'm sure Clay's gonna give these guys some good stuff to like be about, and he's a winner, bro. Like they have players who know how to win. You just need to give this team more time. Like we've seen some good stuff, and like I hate that we talk about this too, because it's like even the best teams, even like FaZe has had moments in their, like even the start of last season had a rough go. Like I'm not saying that's the comparison here, but every team goes through stuff, and especially new teams will go through these instances. That's just how it is. That's a new team being built. They need time to adjust. They need time to play, and we react to these things so fast because there's just not a lot of games to look at. Like the progress they made from the start of the season to now, to me, has been tremendous. Just give them more time. If they keep trending in the same direction they are now, they're going to be a Sunday team pretty fast. And if not, be a team that can contend for championships, that they can become more consistent. Once we get to the point where we've seen like the level not get any better, that's when to me you start talking about changes. But we're not even close to that yet.
Well,
like they're still trending, bro.
I'll push back on that because you want to get ahead of things. And my argument to that is, I know you're coming from a coach mind, but on the outside looking in, this is the most important stage of the year. You're 0-2. You just lost to Boston. You lost on land game 5 because you had a couple scams going on. And there's a situation right now where there's players that are really good that could become readily available. So I think I disagree just because of like the situation that these rosters are in right now and the opportunity that maybe presents itself. I think if you're to explore it, now is a good time to explore it. I couldn't.
And just to kind of say something, just again speaking from the inside, being on the inside for all these years, and you're looking at these and the potential options they have will for sure make them better. Like 100%, not even a doubt of in your mind, you would, if you're in a position that was managing this team, you would say one of the changes or one of the opportunities out there is guaranteed to make us better.
If we get Real, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
You think it's guaranteed with how Real's been playing?
I don't think anything's guaranteed, but I think it's worth the risk, and I think the floor would be extremely similar. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I disagree.
Yeah.
I think we'll disagree on that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, people approach it differently.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. To me, and I also, like I said, it depends a lot on the players. Like it depends on what Pred and Cell think. You know how the team comms are going on, or post games, how the vibes are. Like there's more that goes into it. We don't know the answer to any of that.
But Denz and Clay should definitely be thinking about Real. You're not wrong. They need to have that discussion about, does he make sense for what we're trying to build here?
I don't think I'm crazy
can we talk about
saying that.
Yeah, I don't think you're crazy for saying that. Can we talk about Kenny being like? Can we go back to the article? Ken's like on that list too now. I know there were some rumors. You probably heard the same in the offseason that Ken, when they were talking about Abe going there, BZ and Draws. Like I heard Ken's name a lot theoretically linked to this team, and either that combination or replacement of one of those players. And like I think maybe the sentiment that I had heard behind the scenes is like maybe he doesn't want to move to Canada and pay Canadian tax, and what I'm saying, like he'd rather be in Dallas. But it seems like at least he's on their list. I don't know if you could pull back up the running article. I don't know if there's any color on if Kenny's open to that move, but I'm curious what you guys think about it.
Here, go ahead, Ray. I pulled up the article though.
Scroll the bottom.
Yeah.
So
is Kenny also has interest from Boston Breach. So he has interest from 2 teams, but I don't see if Kenny has interest. I'm sure he does. If you're Kenny, you would love to be on Toronto, right? Like,
we can't go. I mean, we can't go into his mind. Like, I'd be curious to know if Toronto would be down to let him play from where he is now. Like, the split wouldn't be that bad. I mean, they're up north and he's central, so like he'd actually be paying better to the games they'd be playing online for the most part.
So, like the hypothetical roster in this situation would be Kenny coming in, put Kleenex back on SMG, Joe, and keep Insight. Is that the hypothetical roster, Ben? Like if they were to get Kenny, or would it be a two?
I think it'd be Joe and Toby subs, and then Ken and Kips as the ARs.
Oh, Ken and Kips as
well.
Okay,
yeah, that's the way I'm reading this as well.
I didn't know if it was going to be two-man change or just one man.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. But like the way I'm reading this article and the way it's being talked about, that's what I would perceive as the potential change.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
I have no idea. Yeah, Kenny hasn't been playing that great, so.
I mean, the one thing about Ken for Jamie is like it's a weird side move because I think Ken plays quicker, and to times he plays too quick. Whereas Jamie, and I mean, we had a clip that we watched from a exposure hardpoint they lost this weekend, where Jamie scammed on a P2 exposure pretty bad by playing slow. But at the same time, I personally think Jamie, at his best, is a better S&D player than Ken. Like as a like anchor island player in search. So like that feels sideways, but maybe sometimes sideways moves are the best. I don't know.
Well, the only thing is Kenny definitely plays faster than Insight. Like we're talking actual like game speed. Let's see what Kenny's engagements were.
Do we really like? I struggle with this, and I've been in positions before where I've had to have discussion with players. I had the same discussion with Byron after Major 1 last year about how he needed to increase his pace, which he did, and then obviously we pick up Trav, so it was a combination of things. But it accumulated in Byron probably having the best stage of his career in Major 2 last year. Like is Jamie just not capable of, like, are we not saying that Jamie can do that? Like, is he, like, I would love to, maybe I want to talk to Jamie on the side and just have a pure discussion about it, because I still think Jamie's, like, again, statistically he's been playing really good this year, team wise things have been working out, but like he's not like it's not like he's playing bad. Can we not just get him to increase the pace a little bit more than what he's doing, or is he just really like pushed on playing the way he's been playing for all this time? Like,
that sounds like a question for Toronto.
I mean, I don't know, bro. I want to know, because it actually pisses me off from the outside, because again, like, we're talking about all these roster moves, and I think we've kind of agreed that most of the changes seem like lateral moves, not really like a forward move per se. So then, like, if that's the case, are we really in that bad a spot in terms of adapting to what we need to do to where we just can't? That just seems so wrong to me. Like I've played. I mean, shit. We've played with, me and Ant have played with players that have had a hard time adapting in the past, right? Like, we had teammates that that's the case. I'm not saying that's not the case, but I just feel like with players that are playing at this level these days, like, I feel like Jamie can do it. Like, he's got to get him to do it. I don't know. It's weird to me. Like, I'm not really saying anything here besides the fact that I feel like Jamie is still a good player, is still a player that can be playing the game at the highest level, definitely pacing not the best right now, and I feel like he should be able to change that. That's just my perception.
To me, there's 3 players that are uncomfortable on the team. I mean, potentially all of them, but like when you watch them play, it's indecision on the side of Real. The same with Insight. Like, I could literally pull up clips from their series where it's just kind of like there's just no confidence. There's just no confidence, bro. And regardless of what we talk about, like the details in game, if you don't have confidence, everything's going to look much worse. And at that point, you just have to make a change.
Do you think the lack of confidence comes from results, or is it just the way they're playing the game? Like, where?
So let me
it comes from not having success when you try to do the things that we're saying, right? Like, if they're in practice and you're being like, all right, yo, we gotta speed this up. Like, I'm fighting in the back, just wrap back and help me real quick. That shit goes wrong where it's like, damn, I should have just held the front. It comes from that, bro. It comes from failed reps. Yeah. That's what lack of confidence comes from.
So the MO with Ken, or the MO with Jamie's stat profile was, because I agree with what Ant said, that it's got to be at this point like just purely form, right? But from like a like actual stat profile perspective, the issue with Jamie compared to other ARs of his class is he's this round is like egregious, but like I mean, he did the same thing on a P2 in the series before this. It's like, bro, like, what? He maybe gets one and gets away, but like he's
both
getting
of
traded.
These guys,
There's
bro.
no help here.
Like, bro, we're just voluntarily trapping ourselves in hell. Like, to me, I'm like, this is no confidence, bro.
They got nowhere to go.
And Kleenex loses the 1-2. It's just like, bro. Go ahead, Ben. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was trying to.
So the stat profile for Jamie, these across like 5 years of COD, right? Is that among other ARs in his class, he is near the bottom in interactions and near the bottom in damage per 10. Like, he's just not active, right? If you're not getting kills, but you're putting up top dammy, then like you can live with that as an AR, because at least you're giving opportunity for other people on the map to get an insta trade and then another, and like you're winning your map control situations. The problem with Jamie is he's just like out of the play. Right? He's just either not reacting to information quick enough, or he's just playing one and done spots, but he's just not impactful, and it then relies on the rest of the team to like 3v4.
Yep.
You know? Whereas with Ken, like, I think Ken's almost the opposite. Sometimes Ken actually needs to play his life more. He's trying to get in the mix, and he's just throwing away his life too much and forcing his team to make up for the fact that he's putting up no damage because he's tossing his life away.
So, like, opposite ends of the spectrum are these players. And Ben, I 100% agree with everything Ben just said. I'm on the exact same page. So, like, if they were to do the Kips and Kenny thing, it could be better. It's a risk, but just by the sheer fact of, like, Kenny's gonna push pace. Like, he's gonna try to play quick, and whether he's gonna find success or not is a different story. But the makings of like how to play this game would probably likely be a little bit better.
And it's frustrating to me because I really like Jamie, and in particular, Jamie's best skill set. When they were playing great Respawn, especially beginning like Modern Warfare 3, you see it because if the flow of the game comes to him and he can tear it up, like he's good. But he's also like a class S&D player when they actually have a good system. And that's the frustrating thing is like he never really got to show that as much last year in the middle of the season to the end, and then like this year at all. And that's where his value is. Those game fives, like he's just fucking incredible ice double digits doing what they need to do to like win big series, you know?
Yeah.
Stuff, man.
It's a conundrum, man. It's very tough because the roster's so good, but I'm very curious to see what shakes up here. And Kips is pretty fast. You've watched a decent amount of him, Ben?
Yeah, I think Kips could definitely be solid. Obviously, need to see what he does at this level. It seems like he, had a lot of really good moments, especially for the Huntsman during the stage 1 cycle. How does he pair with Kleenex and Joe? Because you also have got the adaptation now. If they do this, that like I assume Kips is going to run generally a full-time ARC on a map like Scar. Toby's got to get used to, being third AR situation and pulling out a sub. Like, can he get back in flow of what we expect?
He's got to find consistency again, by the way, too.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too hard. It's just reps at that point. Yeah, it's just time.
That's not.
Is Kleenex?
I wouldn't see that as a problem.
I haven't looked at Kleenex's individual stats. Has he been? I mean, I'm sure they're all just getting slammed. Let me look.
I mean, as a team, they haven't been doing well. So I wouldn't. I mean, like that's it's going to be a product of the environment that in, bro. Like, there's no point.
All right, well, let's move on to the next topic then, Ray, and we'll start with you here. The LA Thieves are back with a 2-0 record. They had their most successful weekend after adding Nissim, 6-1 map count. My question is, based on what you saw, not the direct results, based on what you saw, is it sustainable? And give me your evaluation of Niam's performance.
I'll start with Nissim. I think he looked good. Obviously, first match woos. I don't think there's too much crazy. Like, I mean, like everyone in the right mind, especially playing the players he's playing, the amount of pressure probably he's somewhat feeling. I don't necessarily think he's feeling too much pressure, but there's definitely like some like talking points about that, like going on with the league, considering who he's replacing and a team he's replacing into. You gotta think he's probably feeling a little pressure.
You're gonna get those jitters. You saw it in the smoke round, Ray. Remember he threw the smoke and he like switched his gun.
Yeah.
He was tweaking about. I'm like, oh, he's nervous. It'll go away though. It'll go away.
No, it does. It just give him like a match and a half. And obviously second match against Carolina, he proved out. Like that was just kind of first game stuff. So, I mean, he looks solid. I kind of like. I don't really see him being like the insane player, like maybe like he's like a Merc, right? No. But he's definitely I think he's gonna come in and help this team be better. I would definitely see that. I think it's also one thing to me that's important that some people on the outside don't necessarily know, but being on the inside, having made team changes in the middle of the season in the past, it brings in like especially a team that was struggling like they were, it brings in like a fresh mindset, and everyone, not only the player who's joined, but everyone typically is more chipper about the potential opportunities that new player brings. So you'll see, like, I mean, we can call it the honeymoon phase if you want, but you'll see some element of like raise in terms of like team, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like passion? Effort levels and scrims, like passion. Yeah, just like everything everything we say outside the game is gonna kind of grow to an extra level than it was before with a change like that. As far as like the team's concerned, I didn't really see all that much different from like the gameplay standpoint. Like I think it's just a matter of like they were obviously like Nissim performed on a kill level, which is I think where they were lacking before. They didn't really play. I mean, they played Carolina, who's been really good online. They took care of them pretty comfortably. And then they played Vancouver game 1. Yeah. So any Surge match to me at this point isn't something to be talking about too much. So I'm curious to see how it kind of translates into when they play the bigger teams, to see what it looks like and where they stand. But I'm excited for them. Again, I think this is. I mean, if we look at the roster on paper, it's a team that should be succeeding and having, like, they should be making Sundays and at least top 3 with their eyes closed. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how moving forward.
So Ben,
just one more thing to it though. Like I still think, and we don't know exactly what's going on in scrims. I still think this team, hopefully collectively, can pick up more space holistically as a team. I think that's, if they can get to that point, I think they'll be a team that can contend for championships on a regular.
So Ben, with hearing what Ray said and based on what you watched, do you think Thieves, how they're playing, is like a sustainable way to like win in this game in your mind? Because from what I saw, it was kind of like Scrap and Hydra taking over. Hydra kind of running around, especially on the exposure that we saw. Didn't look awful, but I don't know. It wasn't the spark that I thought I would see bringing in.
Why don't you scroll in this map and see what Tyler Beasley put up in this map? I feel you need to put some fucking respect on Tyler's name.
Well, he
played
well too. He played well too.
Well too. I see. So I'm the one with the Tyler Beasley narrative. Okay.
No, I don't have any crazy narratives. I haven't been a big fan in this game of a Beasley or Paco so far in this title, because every time I go watch them, it's just frustrating. It's been frustrating.
Yeah, because they just scam out of hardpoint holes, which is their biggest issue with their last team. Is like, go ahead though.
I was asking you, but we started going back and forth. So the Paco thing to me, and the way he plays COD, is incredibly frustrating in this game. You got to play around him, bro. Everybody, the whole team, bro. You all got to play around him. We got to be hard blocking. We got to be watching every cut, and we got to hold Paco finds 2 to 3. That's how you got to play. That's how you got to play hardpoint with him on your team. And yeah, limit testing. That's people say about Shotzi, and I got to be fair, because we say that about Shotzi, and he ends up figuring it out. But it's just been tough with the supporting cast hasn't been doing that as much this year outside of Scrap. So I'll leave that open to you though.
Just before Ben starts, isn't the narrative with Ant that he gets better as the year goes on? Can we not agree that it's the same with Hydra?
He does, yeah. So I guess we should give him the same amount of grace that we give Shotzi.
But Paco normally is still getting his in respawn, even amongst, say, the New York situation, Modern Warfare 3, like last year with Thieves. The issues have generally usually been in the third mode and with S&D. This is the first year where I felt like he really struggled off the year in a hard point,
Gotcha.
And I think in particular with the hard point, when you watch and look from a data perspective, it wasn't necessarily breaking and doing the right stuff off the rip when you spawn out, because they were actually very good at that. It was when they would get control and
when
rotate.
They were in control,
They'd make stupid fucking decisions and scam the advantage that they fucking have. And I will say that in the matches this weekend, again, Carolina, Vancouver, want to see them play teams that I think are a little more in their caliber. I thought they did a good job of not doing that. And also in particular playing the map that's on your screen, Colossus, because it blew my fucking mind how little they played Blackheart and Colossus as a team last split. When they have fucking BZ and Hydra on their team, like, we're not playing those maps is fucking insane. So I want to give you my quick Nissim thoughts. I thought he had a good debut. I don't know why everybody thinks everybody just needs to come in as a rook and drop 1-2 in your first couple of series.
Yeah, it's not
I thought he
gonna
played
happen.
fine. They're going to play a lot of online matches. We're going to get a really good sample size on kind of where they're at with him, where he's playing individually this split before they go to Birmingham. But I think there's not more you could have asked for him this opening weekend. Like, they walked away 2-0. I think job done. You move on and get better.
I agree with that. I'm glad that we're kind of similar spot on the thoughts about their play style on hardpoint. I just think they're going to get edged out by like Genomates and Optic with the way that they play, because everybody has a fully star-studded roster. But maybe they'll get there. But also, like, coming into the weekend, Ray, and I know you don't really like stats, but there are some that are important. Abizi was 43rd in engagements in the league in hardpoint.
For him, that's I would assume that's
last split.
What's the comparison to this in the past?
I'm not sure what it was in the past, but it was him and Hydra were both. I think they were 30th and 43rd. Scrap was 5th. So I'm not saying
Abe was pretty up and down for FaZe on those numbers. There were splits where he had that same issue. There were splits where
they weren't going to hardpoint.
He was just throwing away his life.
But to me, so like it just says he's playing around Hydra. That's kind of what my take there. But it could be different things too.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's too complex without being involved in what's going on behind the scenes for us to.
Well, I'll say visually, I think when you watch what those guys play, they love to take low percentage gunfights because they're such high skill players. They can win those crazy gunfights and take more space by taking that risk. But it's like limit testing when you're at a hold, because like, yeah, you get kills, let's push. But there are times we get no kills and we're pushing and we're like, we're scamming out situations where if we just hold our fucking irons.
This is when they're at their best, Ben. When they're just doing shit like this. All right, we got to set up. We're in control. They were scamming these situations before, but like
now we got 4 kills. We can hear what's going to make some fucking plays. Let's see.
This is when Hydra's at his best. Are you guys blocking? You got my mid. Like, all right, I'm gonna go do some shit. I'm gonna make some plays. Right. Like, to me, it just kind of, it all comes down to if he's able to get loose, make his plays, and if his teammates are finding success on their lanes. And it's a little more individual, I guess, when I watch them than when I watch other teams, which is great. This guy's a world champion. He's one of the best players in the CDL, but he's just looping P3 here over and over, and it's working. But like, to me, this is kind of how he plays. It's just how it is.
The clip you just showed to me is more. That's a team play, though.
Yeah,
like,
good.
That's it's just he's in a position to make that play. I would assume any player who is in a position would make that. And the looping P1's just a weird hill, bro. Like, that's kind of how you have to play it. Like it's as dumb as as weird as it looks to us. That is very much to me like how you want to do that. Like
we got to see how they handle. We got to see how they handle. P2 Blackheart, right? Like a hill where it's you got to be careful about when you get kills and pushing out that you don't open the back and make it too mixy, or like a P2 Den where how do we play the front and back when we get kills, don't get kills? How do we want to break and hold? It's a bit more or less more simple situations. We got to make sure we execute the basics. Like, I think it's a good start for Thieves. I think
frying, dude.
Yeah, Ernie also had a bad stage 1 by his standards. Like, generally was just an IA player. Like, he definitely
team
fried
was
this
struggling.
weekend.
It's just this game is like, and we're just talking about me and I were playing rank play a second earlier, and it's just this game is so team centric that if you have players on your team that aren't doing the stuff that needs to be done on the map, or you're just not
helping
as a whole doing stuff, it's gonna make it very hard for individuals to kind of shine and do what they typically do.
For sure.
They play Toronto Boston, by the way, next weekend.
Okay.
Which Toronto's going through their changes, and then Boston's Boston. So
you have to be so active in this game. Like, your teammates getting pressure, you gotta go help, go a couple bullets out, give up your cut, and then go back to it. Like Gentlemates are so good at it. I can't even. You watch them play, it's like it looks like a different game.
They're very good at it. They're very good at it. They're very good at it in hardpoint. I think I will say with Gentlemates in particular, where the split could get a little weird for them is they still struggle in Overload at times, especially against the better Overload teams. But I think for Thieves, one thing I want to see, because we only saw 2 S&D maps this weekend, they were good. I think the second one was very clinical. Yeah, but I want to see more sample size, because Search was also a big struggle for them last split.
Yeah.
And they didn't play bad in these S&Ds, but I want to see them play some of the more elite Search teams before I'd say, well, do they improve or not improve from the last split?
Yeah, that's a good take. Their Search has been not great. 7-7, 6 of those are on Den and Scar. They need a little bit more of a bag. But they went 1-on-1 in Overload. Yeah, I mean, leaving a lot to be desired. I'm excited to see them this week. And also, this is a team that could get a lot better because Nissim could get more comfortable. The first series, he definitely didn't look as good. He played really good in the next series. And by all accounts, online, Carolina's one of the best teams in the game, and they thundered them. So good on them.
Carolina might be cooked now, but
they might be.
Listen, we playing a flank Breaking Point Fantasy League. I picked up Scrap and Paco this weekend. They cooked, and I think they're going to cook all split. I invested early this stage in my Thieves Bucks, bros.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Well, that was a good investment. All right, one final team to talk about before we do match previews is the Miami Heretics. I want to talk to you, Ray. You've been pretty bullish on this team. I think they've been showing us a lot, and in particular, Super and Rencor as a duo, statistically insane, and in game, dude, they've been balling. So talk to me about this team, the outlook of them, and do we think that they are going to be a contender headed into this event? It's early, but let's project a little bit.
So my bone to pick with Miami has always been just about being a little too kill centric to make stuff happen on the map. When they get those kills, they look incredible.
I understand that.
Trakes has been, to me, honestly, a really good surprise. I didn't really know much about him as a player before, to be completely honest with you, but I think he's been showing off, and he's been starting to really kind of find his stride to where like it's like we're all like, can they find a suitable replacement that speaks Spanish for Real? And I think they did find that.
I agree.
He's been playing really good. It's kind of weird to say. Like, imagine he wasn't performing well. Would they go back and pick up Real after all the beef that happened during the offseason?
Maybe, yeah.
That would have been a weird one to say, but I definitely don't think they're gonna do that. And I think honestly, like, it's the same thing last year. Like, they kind of started really, like, I don't want to say really slow. They had different players. When they picked up Super, I feel like things really kind of picked up as a whole. I think Super and Rencor are probably, I don't know, like top 5 AR duo in the league. Would we say that? Like,
I mean,
they're gonna
they might be top 3, brother.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say maybe better. Like,
who's the all right? So one,
I mean, Merc Dashi has to be higher.
Yep, Sib and Ghosty,
Sib,
and then it's Rencor Super.
For Rencor Super over Abuza and Draws.
Yeah, I would too. Just because they're the win condition, like they're the team. Like,
yeah, you could argue they're pretty close to that, if not that. Let's just kind of leave it at that. I think.
Yeah, but Miami did just dumpster him this weekend. Although I think FaZe played like fucking.
Rencor and Super are
FaZe played
absurd.
super slow in that series. I don't know what crack they were smoking.
That was a weird one.
They just. But Miami's always given them trouble though. Miami gave them a lot of trouble last year. Like, I don't think that's too crazy to say.
Depending
right?
on where you're from, if you're from Spain, Rencor is the best player in the game. Like, dude,
Yeah, that's not crazy.
he's insane, bro. Like the guy is just pops off every time you watch him. He's very good. And Super is a great compliment, and they're good in search. I like this team a lot.
They're good in all the modes, bro. That's the thing now with this Trakes pick is like, now that they've gotten reps and I see them play all three of these modes, like they're going. I'm not gonna be surprised they go to Birmingham and like have a legitimate chance to make this final. Like, they are good at all three modes. So I think that there are some like data points that I want to see them improve on. Sure, but every team's got that. But like, they show a mastery in all three, and like I think they're just now what they were at the end of last year, bro. They're a hard out team. Yeah. Can they execute being a hard out team on Saturday and Sunday? We won't know until we get to Birmingham, but they're 100% in that combo.
Bro, like look at these
guys. I
guys.
think they're a team that if they get hot, they're gonna slam. They can beat anybody. Like when they all get hot. Like if they're all playing at the highest level, and they're again, to me, it's just the kill aspect. Like the absolute need to get like obviously everyone needs kills, but I feel like they need like a half a kill more to get some of the things that other team like the top teams like Gentlemates and Optic are doing to accomplish the map in the same way, which is like I don't want to say I have a hard time seeing him beat like Gentlemates or Optic a few times, but consistently right now I don't see it. But I think in terms of the rest of the league, like I mean, I would definitely argue right now they've definitely raised their stock to being a Sunday team. If they keep doing it consistently, I think that's really something that we should be looking at and talking about for a team that nobody really, I mean, I don't want to say nobody because they did have a good year last year. Let's not even like blatantly say nobody expect them to be doing this, but I feel like with the player they lost and the player they gained, no one really knew too much how they would end up being. And I think they definitely like raised the bar in terms of what my expectations were. And I think what general public expectations were.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm just going based on kind of like where teams have been trending and how they've been performing as of late, like they're in that top 5 for sure. And then like the point you make about them like getting to a final and stuff, dude, if their search stays as good as it's been, especially at the event, dude, it was unreal, then yeah, their hardpoint doesn't even need to be crazy. Just got to be well-rounded and have a couple, win your hardpoint pick and, be decent at overload, which they are right now. So I like this.
You feel like they're that much better than the top teams at search?
I think them and FaZe are my 2 best search teams. And when I watch Miami play search, especially on LAN, up until I can think it was their final match, dude, they were just lapping people, hooping, bro. Like they know what they're doing. I just go. The tape shows it. Just watch them play. Watch their search. They're good, and they're gonna remain good at S&D in my opinion. Like I was watching them this weekend. They hit B-bomb on Scar 3 times, I think, or twice, both successful. I'm like, dude, this team is they're just doing things at a higher clip, testing things out that's gonna benefit them later on in the year. They're just better than most teams in search right now.
I think the interesting thing about them in S&D is like they don't play Colossus, but they're unplayable on Raid. So it's like that kind of cancels out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like so then they're really like their Den's really good.
Yeah, let's go.
To your point, their Scar is really they played
Very
a great
good.
Scar against FaZe this weekend.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Their exposure is solid. Like they're just I really like where this team is trending, and unfortunately the way this shit goes is like we're gonna say the same thing for 6 weeks, and because really the next thing for them is doing this on Saturday in the UK.
I think it's finding a way to be consistent, but also I think this team is a team. Like the 3 guys that were on the team last year, and it seems like Trade's kind of fit into that. And I know Methods is a big like I don't want to say family guy, but like their coaching staff is very much kind of rounded in the sense of taking care of their players and taking care of each other. Like they're a wolf pack, bro. Like they're and like teams that are a team that have a good like internal vibe and a good sense of like who they are as people and as players and actually enjoy their company outside of the game as well. Those teams don't get worse; they only get better. So I think it kind of proved out last year in that sense. And I think if they keep doing that, the culture is definitely like one of the highest in the league with the Miami camp. So I'm expecting only better things moving forward from them.
I agree.
Go ahead, Ben.
No, I was saying, do we want to move on to match previews? Is
Yeah, let's do match preview. Yeah, let's do match preview. Oh, we did the underrated pro players, but I feel like we're all going to kind of agree. I wanted you guys to pick 2. Off the top of your dome, if you haven't looked at numbers really recently, off the eye test. Mine were Rencor and Cramp. Yeah.
Cramp is a sub for sure. Been having a very good year, and I think he's been trending. Like even the year they had, was it the Modern 3 season when he was with Thieves? Like
he was balling, dude.
Like my only issues with Kyle as a player so far in his stint in the league has been consistency, and I feel like this year he seems like he's kind of stepped out of that a little bit, where he's kind of finding the realm where he's going to help you win games, and he's very rarely going to lose you a game.
Yeah.
Like there was games, like especially Modern 3 when we played them, like he would have games where like this guy's just the best player in the world, and then games where he just drops stinkers and hurt his team to a point where he's not even helped. Like he's basically hurting the team to a point where he's probably losing in the game. But I feel like those days are gone by him, and I mean I love the kid, bro. He's gross. He's a good dude. I want nothing but success for him, and I think he seems to have stepped his game up an echelon now to where, I mean, G2. He's a big reason why G2's been doing so good.
Yeah, him and Estrio feel like the future. Like they're gonna be a big part of this league. That duo is awesome, bro. They're playing really good right now.
Am I,
go ahead.
Am I crazy to say that the Booz is still underrated? I mean, this is super biased.
I was gonna bring that up.
It's extremely biased. And
is he underrated?
Like, I had my team, and I love.
People come my chat all the time, and like, I still have not wrapped their heads around
He's
that.
on phase.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. You could still be underrated, be on the top team.
I guess maybe by the community. Pros, I think all kind of think. I don't know. I can't speak for pros, but it seems like he's pretty well respected around the league. I thought
same with Dill. Like I think like Dill Envoy. I think fans like underrate Dill Envoy, and like the way that he plays in their gentleman system is like so fucking important.
It's actually insane because he was one of the catalysts to why they won 2 events last year. Like,
yeah,
it's just, like it's wild to me.
If I was like if I was Hydra and Scrap, I'd be like, dude, I want these 2 guys that are just gonna do everything for me. Like, obviously you're doing shit too, but you know what I mean. Like they're gonna make sure that the right shit's being done so I can slay. Like.
They basically had them last year. No?
They had it. That's what I'm saying. They had it. Like, they broke up. Teams jump the gun sometimes, but sometimes for good reason.
They had it, but we don't know the story on like why they just let that fucking slip through their fingies, bro. Because it just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, like putting up record numbers. We'll forget that though.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do match preview then, since we all agree on the underrated pros. Do we agree Rancor's underrated? I still think he's underrated.
Yes.
I think he gets gas, but he's legitimately like top 5.
But that conversation might be ending the like next few weeks though. I think people are starting to catch on that like, you know, now they're a top team like they were at the end of last year, and he's in the All-Star combo.
Yeah. All right, so match preview. First match that we need to preview is Thieves versus Koi. That's the best match on Friday, in my opinion. I will pull up the head-to-head so we can go through it. Yeah, let's kick things off with you here, Ray. I don't really know how to talk about this unless we talk about the hypothetical roster.
Right. It's gonna be it's a super weird one. Let's preview a team that we don't even know what team is gonna be.
It's just by far the best match on that day.
Riyadh C9 should be a wash, and then Vancouver FaZe should be a wash. So,
where's my head-to-head?
It's the only match. It's gonna be. I don't know. Like, I mean, dude, like we can't even talk about anything here because we don't even know who's going to be playing. Like, it's
the weekly show.
We could talk about we could talk about one end of it, of like where I think opportunity is for what people might consider the upset, which is like, again, I think Thieves have shown that, you know, yes, they played good last weekend, but they had to make a comeback on Scar.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, are they potentially vulnerable because of how little actual match reps they have on, say, like a map like Colossus? I don't know. And then the S&D, I think we still got to see more. The other angle on it too, with Thieves to scroll all the way down, is I thought the overloads they played this weekend were solid, but they played 2 teams.
Wow, they gave up a lot of points.
They played 2 teams that I don't think are good at overload in Vancouver and Carolina necessarily. Like Toronto, even with their old team, was a good overload team. So I think there's opportunity for Toronto to, and with their new team, we assume they're obviously making this change. Like with this honeymoon, could they nuzzle in this series? I think it's doable.
I don't know. It's hard because Toronto have been so bad at S&D, bro. Like the world's worst, dude.
And it kind of sucks for Toronto. They have match on Friday and the first on Saturday.
Yeah.
They don't have like that extra day of practice for whatever changed.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dude, you never know with these things, bro. Like it's just you never know.
They should lose this game. Like realistically. Otherwise, there's problems in Thieves camp. Like if Thieves should come out and honestly bully these guys, unless they make a 2-man change and they're just world beaters all of a sudden. But yeah, I mean, we could just move past this one. It's hard to talk about because we don't know the team.
Well, chat's telling us that Toronto might be scrimming optics. So if we extend a little bit into scrims and they're playing first, when we do call-ins, we can pop a little bit of that perspective on and maybe see how a new Toronto's playing against the top team.
Interesting.
Well, who's on that team?
Also, I didn't victory lap
We'll
hard
find
enough.
out as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's the info that I would want.
We'll find out as well.
This is who's on that team.
Centel said their second set. RIP.
Oh,
Like
what
G2 first.
first one? G2. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can still watch it during cons though. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'll hop in. Ben will probably still be live. What was I gonna say? I didn't victory lap this hard enough, bro. You guys really thought this Toronto team was sticking after what y'all saw.
I didn't think they need to blow it up necessarily after. Well, you're missing a nuance of our convo though. Like,
no, I'm not.
We were
I
like,
remember.
they don't need to blow it up after major one, but like they gotta like have the quick hook if it goes south. And it clearly seemed like it was like there's no confidence that they're gonna win. And then at that point, you guys know you gotta change. Like, we're just wasting time at that point.
I just can't, but like it's so hard for me being in a position I was as a coach and as manager to have a roster like that and think a change is necessary. Like, obviously, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm sure. I mean, it wasn't as hard for them clearly if there was like that bad of stuff going on. But it's just you seemingly have, from an outside perspective, have all the tools to succeed, and you just can't put it together. Like I think that's where there is back push on what you're saying, Ant. I don't think it's necessarily.
I'm just
like, clearly there's something going on that. No. But clearly there's something that needed to change. They got to a place where they changed, right? But that's just hard to digest, I think.
Nah, it is. I mean, the team was stacked, but we've talked about that ad nauseum. So let's move on to the Saturday matchup that I think is most compelling. It is Texas versus Miami. I think we're at a point where I feel the best about Miami I felt on the season. And in a match versus Texas, it definitely won't be easy, but I do think the way Miami plays, they could give Texas a little bit of trouble. I mean, they showed a lot of fight, even in the series that they ended up losing. Let's go back to it. The breaking point. Dude, the game started off, like, we were just watching it, 130-30. They come back versus Gentlemates, both the maps. And I just think this Miami team, like, they have what it takes to go up. Do you guys think that this is a potential upset? Miami versus Optic.
I think that definitely has a chance for it. I think if Miami plays the way they've been playing, like, it's again even a match with Gentlemates, like, you're looking at it right now, like, bro, everything was close here. It's not like Miami didn't really get ran through any of these maps, like, and these are the major one champs. And like I would argue that, like, this team, again, I feel like when Miami all plays their best, they will have a chance to beat any team in the league if that team isn't playing their best. It's Miami's just, to me, I still think Miami has a chance to be a good team, a more consistent team through the season. I just think at this very moment, like, I would consider like borderline streaky, where if they're firing, they can play super hot, but then they'll also have games where maybe it's not so hot. Just, again, purely based on just the strategic aspect of how they're playing certain situations out. But yeah, bro, like, I mean, bro, if you have Rancor dropping 1.5s every game, like, I mean, like, is it kind of crazy to like start comparing Rancor a little bit to Cell? Like, in terms of like the sheer ability to like carry a game on slaying ability, like, just on that.
He's just like take over AR, yeah. For
like, I'm not saying like I'm not comparing him, like, 1-to-1, but like, just like, he's creeping into that zone, right? Like, he's not there yet, but he's like kind of creeping into that realm of like, he's starting to like feel like he has that potential to just take over a game.
In any mode, see that, by the way. It's not just one.
I'm probably in the minority in this title, but I think Cell is insane. I think he's insane. He's a Lambo trapped in a bando, bro. I watched this guy play.
He keeps playing Colossus fucking everything. Yo, and like, bro, he doesn't even get to showcase the best shit on that.
He's fighting for his life. I'm telling you guys, bro.
They played 2 Colossus.
Watch MC, dog. This guy is trying to do everything. Like, I think he's insane. But yeah, Rancor's definitely creeping in there, Ray. Kidding me? This kid's a monster. It's Rancor's in the same tier right now. You take Scrap, take Cell, take, some of these slaying ARs, Sib. Rancor's in that discussion for sure. So I agree. Sib could take over a game, Rancor could take over a game, same with Scrap and Cell. So they definitely have a chance. I guess looking at this series, the overload and what you guys have seen from Miami, do you think it's enough to go up against Optic? Because Optic are really good at that game mode right now.
Yes. You want to know why?
Tell me.
Because nobody wants to play exposure right now because of how iffy the spawns are. Mm-hmm. And Miami don't really, I think, are not going to score Optic on Den, so it's Scar, and I think they have a legit chance. Because we've seen Optic sometimes in these Scars, it's a bit more of a 50-50 map than the other two. And I also think that Miami,
but they might square Den.
Do
they veto Den? They're 2-0 on it.
I mean, if I were Miami, I'd play fucking. I mean, I don't think Optic's picking exposure. They have been pretty vocal in that camp about how much they hate that map right now.
So then they might
I
be
think this
playing
goes Scar.
Yeah, you think they play Scar?
There might be three. This might be triple Scar because if you're Optic, it's like, well, they're not going to play Colossus against us, but they show they're really good at black cards. Like, do we want to play black card and we just want to keep doing what we do online, which is we play exposure Scar then? And like, I think Miami has a chance. So I think they're going to do it. I don't know.
I think
most of they're a hard out. But
I think most of chat that plays. I mean, you guys play and chat plays the game. When you're if you're an AR player, Scar is like the most fun map to play because you can just spawn trap back green. You get into that situation. So if you're Miami, that's probably why they've been trying to force the Scars. Like Renkor's nasty as hell at that map, and you can just go crazy with the AR in hand. So, yeah, if we see triple Scar, I like Miami's chances really.
I do. Well, we'll see how Optic want to play it because they could square Blackheart. They could go. I don't know who's going to win the coin toss and then ultimately be the one that picks between the two and Overload. Like, are they willing to play? Because you guys have obviously seen a lot of exposure Overload right now. It's spawn suck. You just spawn out and it doesn't play consistent. Yeah, it doesn't play consistent. So
maybe I'm bugging, but I feel like Overload in general, the spawns are crazy, bro.
Oh, they're crazy right now. But that's the worst. That's the worst of the three.
Like, sure,
yeah, it's because it's the widest map, so it's gonna feel like you're spawning in a different part of the world. Yeah.
Oh, we don't have ball. Okay, they're all spawning A. All right, we have ball. Okay, they're all spawning Dojo now. Like, I just don't. To me, it's just it's utter chaos, bro.
I mean, it's normal that we've seen high scoring games in Overload recently because of that.
Yeah,
like, actually, it's weird. I think it's actually like as teams figure it out, it's going to slow the pace of the game a lot more now because teams won't take as many risks to get through because they know how unforgiving dying in certain situations is going to be.
Like, who played it? It was Riyadh. Let me see. Go ahead, Ray.
But I was just saying for the mode as a whole. Like,
no, they haven't played on the new patch. They haven't played on.
Oh, they haven't. Okay, never mind then.
Riyadh? No, they played double den last weekend.
Wait, they're still playing on.
No, they're playing on a new patch. I don't know what Ben's talking about. They're playing on a new patch.
I know, but they didn't play exposure. They didn't play exposure on the new patch. What I'm saying.
No. I'm backing up the point of what Ray's saying of like the scoring's just been higher. It's like the points changed too, Ben. It wasn't just like one spawn update for one map. So, the spawn like logic. I think spawn logic changed, Ben, because right now if you're like being aggressive, there's like a mid map. They would let you spawn mid map. I know. Like on exposure, spawn low dirt.
Yeah.
You'll spawn like literally in the connector on den. Like it's unreadable to me. And I know some pros have been saying it too.
I will say though, I think scoring was like iffy this weekend. But some as a product, I still think there's a massive fucking gap in that mode, and like teams don't have good systems. Like, I'm so fucking tired. I'm sorry, I ran for a second. I'm so tired of watching teams play Den Overload
and just
they're on
stall.
They're on the side that teams are on right now. They win a situation. They don't have fucking two blockers to create space they can cap. It annoys me that they just hit that one guy and he squares wide. And if he wins the gunfight, yeah, you have a chance. But like 8 out of 10 times he doesn't. And now we're just stuck in this fucking weird like mixed situation where it stalemates and we have a 20% chance of winning it. It annoys me. It's such a low percentage play the way they're playing
about when everybody's pushing up by elbow and they're just all kind of waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, because they have one blocker. The chance of winning that percent, that chance is like gotta be 20%.
Well,
I'm sure it's more in scrims. The real matches, it's so low, bro. It's not a high percentage play.
It's because we have X-ray, but I'm telling you, Ben, in game, and Ray, you can test this. Sometimes when you're pushing with the rock, you don't know if they're spawning low B stairs or if they're spawning deep A or if they're spawning front P2. There's literally 3 legitimate spawn points that they can get. And Ben, I'm not kidding you. I've went back and I've watched the games. I've went back and watched mine. You don't know if they're going to be here. It's like
which I agree with, Ant. But then the problem is, why are you then making the risky decision instead of playing for more kills?
I mean, you just got to get a guy broken window and flank stairs. It's the only way to score.
Yeah, but I hear you, but the problem is that they're making the riskier play when I think the more high percentage play is, can we stall on picking up that ball so we can get more push out and play another wave of kills so that we can control the spawns because we're LOSing them now, and we can then the third or fourth guy can go pick it up and then cap. Like, that's the thing. They're not setting up the initial cap or the second cap after.
So you're saying right here they should be aping them. This is the situation basically you're talking about. And right here you're basically saying they should be aping. And I agree, but they just don't know if they're all spawning here or not. Like, they're actually like
no, I'm not. It's not this situation. This is not the situation I'm talking about. I'm talking about off the rip on this map when ball is middle and there's like maybe 1, 2, 3 guys alive on the map. and teams are like, okay, we got to space the cap, and they have one blocker. Then a guy picks up the ball instead of the third in line, and that one blocker has got to maybe kill 2 people.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the third guy should pick it up.
I saw that situation play out it's played out so often, even on the old patch. And I'm telling you, the win percent in matches has probably got to be
so I'll say one thing,
maybe 20% in an actual situation.
I'll say one thing before you go,
not
Ray.
a good play.
And it's because of this, Ben, and I think this is why. Because there's a lot of times where you'll get in that situation, and somebody will like sneak through mid and pinch the third guy on the ball. And then you're just kind of in their base in no man's land. And then also,
not even that situation.
Also, you're saying like 2. Why is there 1 blocker when there should be 2 and the third guy grabs it? Right? That's what you're saying.
No, well, yes, but I'm saying the issue is that in that situation, it's not necessarily that someone's come up with spawn on defense and benching the guy middle. The problem is that one guy is sliding out through fucking P3, and he thinks that he's got space to cross the guys on stairs and get into the B point and like push out the back when there's already 2 guys there, and they just got to play more kills.
Oh yeah, you got to get a guy broken and pinch. Yeah,
it's just like they don't have the space they think they have. So I watched like 19 different people square like wide this weekend, lose that fight, and now we're just fucked because we have the ball with no blockers in P3. Guys are going to start to push up now, and we are just like fucked. Like our chance to win that situation is now 0.
It's just harder than how you're describing it. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, did they know?
I know, but
these guys
that's
are there
the issue.
when you describe the
We don't know where
they
they
have info on
spawn.
those guys,
Yeah.
or they're just fine.
No, they have 0 info, and that's the issue. They're just fucking gambling.
I think that's kind of the basis, though, Ben. Is that like what Ant said is kind of the factual. Like it was the same with Control in previous years. Like Control didn't have specific consistent spawns. Like they would spawn in a general area, which would change all the timings based on the situation of what you expect. So the players have to take risks on certain situations, because if they do have the opportunity to push up because they got the deeper spawn, then if they do play that aggressive play, even if it looks solo, they get so much more space than they could have playing slow otherwise, which then you take advantage of the situation because you played aggressive.
But you agree that you still got to get another wave of kills, so why not hold, get those kills, and then we can go.
Yeah, but those kills becomes like insanely harder if you wait without taking the space forward and not getting your 1 to start, because then you're creating a ball change, you're getting info. Like there's so much more than what you're describing.
This is what Ben's talking about right here. I got it right here. He's talking about a situation like this.
Yeah. So here's my okay. Let me put my coaching hat on here. Right? Can you back it up just a smidge? I'm a little bit delayed.
Got you.
So just play it from the start. Whenever before he starts committing, like six is okay. So play from here.
It's not really this situation, but
so okay. But pause it.
Idea.
Pause it. What would be different to what you're describing, Ben, than this situation?
I was saying more off a new, like the what I'm talking about is the potential, and I think what teams try to do on the side that who's a white team? Falcons.
Yeah.
They try to go up 2-0 on this side because it spawns middle, then it spawns P3. So if you get all the kills B, you can double cap before they can do anything. So they try to set it up. It's more off a mid. It's more off a mid ball spawn, like on a neutral in the beginning of the game. But I do think this situation also kind of applies. But they kind of, in my eyes, played correctly. Yeah, because they let this guy create some space. But go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. I mean, I think what you're describing is like too specific for us to get into it without seeing his situation. Maybe it's something you saw, but like this to me is proper play. Like what Falcon's doing here is super efficient. Like, and wrapping the ball here is completely the right play. Like you're forcing ball movement. That's where to me it's like, I get what you're saying by like blockers, and we all talk about this, right? Like there's times where yes, teams are like, I mean, if the blockers get involved into a team gunfight, the ball guys get into a team gunfight as a second guy when there's a whole team waiting for him, that's probably not the best play. But I feel like what you're describing, where I would be careful if I was coaching a team, would be if you leave the ball unpicked up and you're constantly expecting the third guy to pick it up, it makes your play way more like it's obvious what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Because the ball, like the timing of where the ball is picked up, also has an effect on how the team that's on the defensive side of things is going to play it. Because if the ball's not picked up, then they're obviously like they're not stupid. They're not going to think, oh, the first 2 guys are just sitting there waiting for us to go to the ball. Like they know those players are actively making plays and the routes they can take. Like there's more to it than that. So like to me, the most important, I would say more often than not, the team that's going to score a lot of goals in a game is going to be the team that controls the ball more often than not. Even if it's not the ideal situation where you can say, yeah, if the player did pick up the ball here, he can go play for kills. Yes, you can argue that. But at the same time, I feel like if the player picks up the ball, he has the ability to kind of maneuver his team and also how the opposing team is going to play by wrapping the ball around spawn or where he goes on the map.
1,000% correct.
The other part of it is you want to maximize your opportunities.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
I think that the last part of that to me is, and this is where to me this mode is still new, and we haven't seen teams kind of utilize that as much as they could yet because they just haven't figured out the best way to do these things. Moving the ball around, even in a situation you don't have kills, like creating teams to maneuver, you can like force basically your own choke points by moving the ball around. Like, you know where people are. If I move the ball back, let's say, I don't know, like hypothetically the ball's middle, then instead of going forward, I move the ball back towards my spawn if I'm on a team on the green side, what we're watching right now. And I go like, I don't know, let's say I go P2 side from my spawn.
Yeah.
Or sorry, P4 side. Like the players who are now on white team, they're pushed up on the map, those guys are going to get aggressive because they're not just going to wrap back to P2 to play that. They're going to push up on the map, which then actively gives your players chance to get kills.
And you know, Ray, I've tweaked about this a lot in the watch party because I agree with you. And this is a point I make a lot. Is like teams don't use that ball indicator to your point of like causing people to readdress on the map.
Yeah, they'll figure it out. Like we've played this mode for they've been playing this mode for like 2 months now. Like and all of what we're saying is really easy. I think this is the hardest mode to figure out where the line is in terms of like where people are going to be, because of one, where the spawns are, but two, because of how much like open space you can have in a lane by pushing, and knowing where people are is extremely difficult. I think even for pros.
No, it can be impossible, bro.
Yeah, as teams, but that's the thing to me is like the best way to help you do that. And if you maneuver the ball around, you can kind of like push the line where you want it to be, and you can like maneuver the ball in like a safer position to where your players are not holding chokes that you expect opposing players to push into because of where the ball is. And I think that's just kind of the strategy we'll see kind of being played as this mode evolves and goes on.
And it bit Falcons in the ass in this map and the other one they played, because at the end of both these fucking dens, the first one, they didn't pick up the ball against Gentlemates when it was in their own fucking base, and it reset, and they got hemmed in overtime and fucking Overchild. And then the second
their
one,
OTs need work.
The second one actually almost played in their favor because they actually picked up the ball because they had the ball in possession. Actually, no, it was Boston. Sorry, they had the ball in possession, wrapped it back to their spawn, and Falcons actually pushed up because they thought they were going to camp with it, right? Because the win condition OT is if we stay 4-4, like it's just, you know what I'm saying, like they're just going to win. And then they lost the kind of mixed situation. So I agree with the Ray, because we've talked about this all the time on the watch party. Like people are not using misdirection of the ball indicator to open up space on offense.
I agree with that. Just the lead blocker thing, I had to have a little pushback.
Some teams are.
Yeah,
not everybody.
I feel like they're starting. Like, and again, this is like you got to think of meta and like it's a new mode. Like it's obviously easy for us to see the mini map and like, oh, why didn't he push this? There's so much space here. Like these things are way harder to figure out as players.
In game and overload is
and
hell.
Like, bro, like, have you been playing rank, Ben, at all?
Yes, but in particular, the reason I keep bringing this position up is I've watched that same play over and over in matches, and the success rate of the play is like sub 20%.
It's because they don't know if they have the space or not. And,
no, I know, but then
the
why
last
are
part
we,
of this
but
that Ben, Ray, let me talk for a second.
I understand.
That Ray didn't mention is you want to maximize your opportunities, and theoretically you can get 2, right? Even if you push up and you guys end up dying, oh, they fucking spawned close, they killed the first blocker, we can at least fight again. If you like wait and you're waiting for the kills to come in, you might lose that first gunfight, and then they're all the way in your base scoring and rallying on you, right? So you don't want to like play too patient. And I know you're talking about some teams where you've seen players do or like not play patient and them scam. It's because they know we can at least get another opportunity on the next respawn. It's
which I understand, and my counter to is like, if that strategy is netting us a net success rate of 20%, and we're doing this 4 times a side, and we're reducing our ability to score points, like shouldn't we do something different that has a better chance of us getting scores? That's the point I'm trying to make. I keep seeing the play, and the play doesn't work, and it works 1 out of every 6 times. Like, yeah, if we get 6 possessions, it'll work, but like you may not necessarily get that.
Well, I don't know if we've been watching though, and we saw like 3 times Kismet flank or somebody flanked the window, and they just didn't get the kill, bro. Like that's sometimes that's what happens. Like we set up the right play, we get the pinch going, and one of the 2 guys didn't get their pinch kill, and we're just not going to score. Like that's.
Can I propose an addition to the show next week? We like Ben can pull this up and we can do like a breakdown section of the show.
I would love to
and
do
just
that.
like talk about that, just so we can like, because I feel like what Ben's talking about is really specific to the situation, and I'd be thinking it'd be fun to talk about, just kind of debate on it and see what goes.
It's a good thought, because I've seen a lot of people talk about overload that way, like it just intercept their player, they need to be patient. I do feel like it's the more than hardpoint S&D where the X-ray might hurt the people watching a little bit, just because it is hell in game, bro. Like right here, this situation that Boston are in, you don't know if there's fucking 4 people here, because you don't know if these 2 spawned here. Like you don't know, like they don't. So they're just like, all right, but we got a hard wait. Like,
yeah, and this is also a tough one because it's like there's 16 seconds left. We don't want to like.
Yeah.
This one's tough, but again, I think the real meta combo I want to have is like, when is one blocker great? To Ray's point, when is two blockers great because the third guy should pick it up, and like, what are the what are the decisions and the roles you should make to maximize that? Or, you know, saying, when do you need more blockers? When do we need to go with pace so we can maximize our timing?
It's a good combo.
I don't think anyone's figured that out yet.
The last thing
combo.
I want to talk about on this with you, Ray, real quick, I want to ask you, the former coach, high level intellect Call of Duty player, how would you go about improving OT's sudden death situations as a team? Because I've seen two now with Falcons, and we're going to watch one here where I'll skip. I've seen two now with Falcons, and they've been in two unique situations. So they had one in their first match where the ball was like down and they were in their base, and like they didn't know if they wanted to grab it or not. I think it was it was both ends. And then the other one, yeah, and then the other one, Ben, the other team had the ball. So how do you prepare, Ray, for that situation as pro teams in practice?
Can you tell me first off what are the actual T rules and actual CDL play compared to leader? Like, do they get the mini map shit? Are all the players dot still showing up? Like, what do they see?
I think it's one scan. I'm pretty sure it's one scan. The mini map, I'm not sure, but if the team that has ball, if it's tied in man situation, like 3v3, and team that has ball will win. So that's what our team has to push, and then
no, I get the winning conditions in terms of like even numbers. It's a tie. Even numbers with ball wins, right?
Yes, even numbers with ball wins. Yes, even number.
If I have a 3v4 but I have ball, do I still win, or is it numbers?
You would lose.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what does the ball give you a ping on the map or anything like that?
I'm pretty sure it's one ping. Unless rank's different than what they play, it just gives me one ping.
I don't know. Does anyone know?
I think it's one initial sweep and that's it, right?
Yeah, I think it's one initial sweep.
Gotcha.
So, but how would you emulate this in practice? Because even when you talk to the pros, they're like, "Yeah, we just don't have a lot of practice in the sudden death situation." So,
yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I think it's more theory and discussions about how you expect things to go on.
Oh, no pings at all. Okay.
Thanks, Simon.
Yeah, no pings at all. Holy shit!
That's fucking wild, bro.
I think the biggest thing you can kind of adjust to this, and the biggest talking point would be like, how do we want to play the last 10-15 seconds of the map leading into overtime? Like, what are we trying to like we know the game is going to go into a draw. Nobody has position on anything. Like, what are we trying to create based on the space we have, based on different situations? I think the play Miami made it was against FaZe, right? Where Rancor pinched. I think it was against FaZe because it closed it out.
It was an exposure, right?
No, it was Scar. Can you actually pull it up? Pull it up. That was a really good end game. Like, Rancor actively made a pinch through plane side to top green, and then pinched P2 from like depths, and then literally like timed it to a place where they got kills as the round ended, and then you just went for a cap. They got like a bunch of kills at the very end. Like that to me is like a talking point you would go for. But if it's like if we're talking like old school sabotage where like both teams on their side of the map and the round's about to end, bro. Like I'm honestly like telling I would rarely be in a position where I'm telling my team to play to win the round. I would say like like if we're to bet, unless you're a team you feel like you got lucky to get there, like, and you're like we're probably not going to beat him in a replay, then you maybe like play aggressively for the win. But yeah, I'm literally playing in a place where I'm trying to get info. Info is everything to me. Like you're trying to find positions. I would go maybe in like a just lobby and talk about what are the positions on each side that we feel most valuable to hold to just get info on the map. And then in rare cases where you get a chance to maybe catch a scammer, you go for it. But like, honestly, I think it's more about just being stable and just not losing the round.
So
if
Miami
you get gifted the round,
yeah,
you go for it. But yeah.
So to your point, or here, Ray, with this situation, Miami actually win this. I think this is still regulation. So they just set it up prior to the end. Yeah.
This is where I would talk. These are the points here where I would talk about how we want to play this. Like the last 15, 20, because a lot of teams right now, if you look towards the end game, will start playing like OT before it even gets to OT. Yeah. And to me, that is the wrong thought process. I think you have a better chance, especially if a team's going to play slow and stable. Like you have a better chance to actively make a play to win before the round ends than obviously when it ends. I mean, that's obviously.
What a brilliant fucking play out of Rencor here. Yeah. Realistically, look at this. So look at the situation. There's 39 seconds left. There's a guy in their base, Abuza, which I'm pretty sure they know. Let me just rewind to be sure. Yeah, they do, because he just killed Super, right? And then you got a guy pushed up Montel in Rencor. He's playing like first line. He must die here. Yeah, he dies. Right. So it's a 2v3. So I guess in this situation, they're recognizing like FaZe is probably playing for like OT and around ball control. So I mean, by all accounts, it's a huge risk, but it's a brilliant play. Like he's straight up setting up OT.
Yeah, it is, and the timing on it's kind of crazy because if Abuza actually goes top window and just looks left as he run through, he'll actually see Rencor, which is kind of funny. If Rencor would have been top lane, and this would have played out actually even crazier because those two would have sat there in a gunfight.
Yeah,
There's a guy in the middle. It would have been an absolute fucking mix off. Right?
Yeah,
absolute mix.
I think
Miami's been really good at this pressure, like put pressure, like basically play for a pinch while you hold the other side.
Yeah.
Miami's really good at like just sitting and holding and not scamming. Like you saw he was playing that, like I don't know what you call the little wooden hut there, where he's playing off angle on the
playground. I call it behind him.
Yeah, like right here, soup. Yeah, like that was like playing the offie on that. Like if Rencor is calling for them to play safe and they're actually all playing that way, then this play is going to work more often than not.
Yeah, because he has his cross.
Scamming for it.
He has like
so
Deli,
good.
and then he has the offie here just ratting. But like it's a lot of risk, obviously, but like
there's a bunch of time that came into here because if Abuza was actually still back bust and he gets killed, then the last guy turns and they try. This honestly, which is great timing at Rencor. He does, but I'm saying if Abuza was still exposed and Rencor ends up actually shooting at him, the guy who's not engaged with these guys yet at B or like one's actually going to turn and actually square with him.
Yeah, because you know,
number 8
headed into OT, you don't want to grab the ball, right? So you know that, like if the team's by ball, like you can make a big play.
Go pull up the Falcon situation versus Gentlemates. Well, that's the situation where they should have picked.
It's so situational.
It is so situational. But
that's why to me, like you're never going to be able to control the very end of the round situation. What you can't control is like the last 20 seconds.
Not that
how
one.
you set them up. And that's like as a coach, that's what I put my focus on. Like it's really how you go about
second row right, second row parts on the right.
I like that, Ray, and I'm gonna take that into my rank games because I get into some OT situations where I'm like, fuck, dude, should I be playing a kill when there's like 15 seconds left? Like just hard playing it. Like it's Overload is like the hardest game mode, and I'm sure it's the same for the pros.
It's so team based. Like, it's so team based. Like it's a mess, bro.
This is first side. If you go to second side.
The reason I thought it was a good discussion this week is because Riyadh got into the sudden death from both ends of the spectrum here, and they lost both of them, where it's like, fuck, what do we do? So right here, look at the situation. So let's rewind a little bit before. Wait, this is the second half. I gotta get to OT. Hold up. Oh.
No, you were in the OT.
Oh,
you got to back.
Yeah, so the ball's like on roofs, and they were having like a push. They stop it. So like right here, they're just kind of like this is a hard decision. Like in my head when I was watching, I'm sitting there thinking like, damn, do we like grab the rock? Like, should we push up? We just got kills.
I would grab.
Would you? Like, I would be kind of scared to grab because like, let's see.
Here's my thought process. I would grab and I would bring this ball towards B point.
Correct.
Right when they killed Neptune, maybe, yeah.
Like you grab ball, you run back, like ball guy B point. You have like one or two guys watching a front push. Like you're playing info on where they're going to push from, and you force them to go to your left. They're not going to play front. They front. They're insane.
Whoa.
And then you get a chance at like you get a chance at getting winnable gunfights when they push through. And they have to push you because you have ball, right?
You have no info here though, right? So like, I actually think about the situation if you're on the team. They're all four pushing. You just all four spawn. You have no info.
Sorry, my screen's a little delayed. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching from your stream.
So they killed 3.
Pause it to where you like. Once
they
you get
killed
3
4.
dead, right?
Oh, they're tripping. They killed all 4. I didn't realize they killed all 4.
Sure.
Yeah, grab ball.
Yeah, 4 dead here. You grab ball.
And then I was mumbled. I had to explain this to my co-host on Flank. I was like, okay, like I kind of. You go to race point. You go B. These guys tweak their way in the lobby. You get 1, and now it's just like we can play this. We have our win conditions are so big. Now look how narrow it is.
Also,
because Gentlemates could just sit here and hold all the cuts. And
also,
they win.
can I just say this, Ben? Yeah, we all just spawn B. I'm sure. Yeah, I'll just say that another part. And then 2 spawn bottom mid. I'm sure.
Yeah.
So even if we did get aggressive, we'll just put that out there. But yeah, so they sit back. They probably should have grabbed the ball. But even if they wrapped it, these guys are all the way up mid. Like.
No, but if you're gonna play, like to me, Falcons shoot themselves in the foot right away here. If you're gonna play this safe, you need the ball, or else you're just giving them ball control and they're just gonna win the round.
Yep.
Right? Like if number 4 pick, like let's say the round had 5 seconds left and Gentleman's pick up the ball, they win the round.
They win
right?
the round, yeah.
But then just like this makes no sense.
OT
Bro,
is
why are
hell.
The part that made me tweak is they sit here for 30 seconds. At no point did they like, let's try to like take lobby together or go broken and shimmy and see if anyone's middle or push out B and try.
Well,
like,
this is a
they
good
don't
play
try
if he
to
has
get
help.
any info. Bro,
So-
they spent 30 seconds getting zero info.
To me, they shot themselves in the foot from the get. Like this is unwinnable.
Yeah.
This guy's trolling. I mean, bro, they just don't know where they are. But like, dude, we got to hit something out together, I guess.
But there's, I mean, yeah, but then where do you hit? The ball's on the left. You can't really hit out right. Hitting left when you have P2 is like breaking P2 from the back.
Well, right
which
here,
is freaking impossible.
right here, like it's. Listen, all right. I think we should relax and say it's that bad because right here, if you get a pick, you can play out of your base and then you win. Right?
Fuck no, it is
Like,
terrible. They got 4 kills. Pick up the fucking ball.
I see.
We're not excusing that. I'm sorry, bro.
I think
This is
OT's
no
a little-
share.
I think OT's a little
This is
weird.
where I feel like as a coach, again, like to me, the better coach wouldn't really talk about what happened after.
Should've
Like
gotten a bozo.
everything that happens after the round goes into OT is a product of what the decision was made before the round ended,
True.
where we can
Facts.
pick the ball. So like everything we talked from this point on is just like hindsight. Like it's like you can talk about any small situations, any decision they make, yeah, sure, but all this is situational shit the player has to figure out in the moment. There's no coaching going on here. This is literally a product of what we did to end the round when we have 4 dead. We hit the ball, we had control of the round, and then we were playing like this is. I don't know exactly what the thought process is with Falcons, just because if they wanted to sit back,
It's what I
you need to
said.
sit back with the ball. If you sit back with a ball, you lose the round. Period. Like the round was over.
No,
then.
their thought process is we're gonna get a kill on a guy being aggressive, and then we're gonna play out of our base. That's their plan there for sure.
There's no thought
Because
process. That's the
if
problem.
you get
there is no
there is
no,
an
there
other
is
end
no
of it.
thought
Yes, there
process.
is. Because Ben, if they kill one and then that other team's forced to then get ball and try to score, more than likely,
Bro,
and then it's
I'm
and then it's a 4v2 with a guy
Hell
with a
no.
pistol.
No,
yes,
no,
that's
not
their thought.
happening here.
I'm not saying it's
They-
ideal,
they-
but it's not as
they
bad
should-
as we're making out to seem for sure.
I'm telling you.
No, like whoa, Ben, let me take this over here.
Go
Real quick.
ahead.
I'm with
Go
you
ahead.
here. Like,
I
so we
see
get
what you're
4
saying.
down,
I
right?
agree.
And we get 4 down, and we sit in our base. We don't push out to take any space. We give Gentlemates ball control. Gentlemates has 0 reason to move up on the map. Gentlemates can
Oh, they just
literally
sit back,
play
play
around
ball.
P2. Yeah, they can sit back around the ball. Like, so why are we saying that there's like, I mean, there could have been a thought process too. I'm not saying there wasn't, but I don't think there's any defending that wasn't the right thought process, or that was the right thought process. Sorry, like there's like the way Falcons played at the end of it is literally a losing. Like you lost.
They
Like,
just don't want to have
if
a
they win the
pistol
round
in
from that
OT.
point,
I mean, they
takes-
want to get a pick.
yeah, no, I get that concept, but to me that's the point. Is like teams think that like playing the Haram, what was it, the Haram ball, or playing back in your base, like especially in OT, who cares if the ball's near a point? If they get to a point where they kill the ball guy near the objective, the round's over anyways.
Yeah.
Like so why even care about that? Like to me, you split the map in half. You don't try and play for the whole map. Like you don't keep the ball in the back of your middle base. You put the ball in a safe spot to where you're
So
forcing
this
people
is
to push
what
through.
Boston did. So this is the same situation, vice versa, where Boston ended up winning. So basically what you're saying, it works in this scenario, but it's just OT. It's so many decisions happening at once that like I don't absolutely.
It's going to
hate
benefit
it.
the teams that have good communication, can talk to each other and decide. And unfortunately, a team like Falcons, which I'm not a big fan of their comms, I think OT happened to Ray's point.
Man, don't go to that narrative. I don't think that's.
I mean, I just think they sat there and there was no fucking plays being called because they didn't try to get any info for 30 seconds.
I got some
what do you
advice
think's going on in the
for players
communication for
here
30
too, by the
seconds
way.
of calls? What do you think they're doing in the comms for 30 seconds where they don't move on the map?
No,
That's
but
a
it's
good point, Ben.
again the split. There was like a split second decision after you get 4 down there where they have to make an active decision on what they're doing.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that's where the mistake happened. And that's not really like a calm thing. That's just like someone has to make a decision for the team there. They have to be calling something, and the call was made to not pick up the ball and just play safe, which was just the wrong call in that situation.
This
And I'm sure they
gunfight,
learned from it. Like,
you're never
Yeah,
gonna
I
win
think
this
that's
gun,
fair.
bro.
guarantee they'll do the same thing.
I think that's fair to your perspective of like, let's not nitpick what happened once OT happened. Everything's a product of us making the wrong decision before OT ended, which I think is probably the right way to think about it, right?
It has to be.
I love that discussion. I think it's a great one to have, and we're going to revisit it a lot because, like I said, you just can't really practice the OT situations. And Falcons definitely got enough practice this week. So if they're starting winning OTs going forward, we'll know who put in a lot of work talking about it. But also, last part, this one-on-one gunfight here, you're just never going to win, bro. This shit is hell. When I'm hard aiming this and somebody slides into it, I'm dying every time, bro. It's just tough.
I need you to share Discord.
I think there's
I
a
will
clip
go for it.
somewhere.
I hate this fight,
of
Ben.
a BENJ and Nissim maybe gunning either a nameless or a study in this situation.
Not me.
I think it may have happened in the tournament where I was winning and I actually ripped someone.
officially.
Yeah. I put the tweets in the chat. We have a Toronto KY tweet and an Optic tweet. They're both in the Twitch chat.
Okay, bet. Let's see. All right, here we go. 8 Kipson. Wait, did they? Obviously.
Okay, well that's one. That's one. So they just tweeted that like a second ago.
For Major Stage 2, Real moves to the bench while we test a new look. We'll revisit the lineup after Major 2. Flame us if you must, but keep supporting Real and the boys.
Who's flaming them?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Hello? Nobody's flaming them for that move. Yo, what?
Bro, like...
Okay, we lost the plot, bro. Questionable tweets out of Toronto camp, bro. They tweeted out a roster change a few weeks ago. Like, come on, bro. Like,
dude, if I'm Real, like, I'm sitting there like, bro, trade me. Like, get me up out of here. Dude, riding the bench is tough. It can hurt your whole year. If they plan to bench him and then bring him back, like, or potentially bring him back, dude, he's in a tough spot. I actually feel kind of bad for Real because that's a broken system. Like,
yeah, but he's gonna go play with Omit though. He did. This got announced early this afternoon. He's gonna play Omit Brooklyn with
whatever.
Nissim, Fellow, and Brad.
Before we move forward, didn't happen with Joe DeCeves with LATs in Modern 3? Didn't he get benched and come back?
He went to play with the Stallions.
But it's not like Joe had showed some crazy like dominance before. Like Joe DeCeves, like when he came back is when he became the Joe DeCeves that we talk about now. Real was already a star, borderline superstar. Like he would get picked up immediately to a pretty good team probably right now. You know what I mean? So I think it's a bit different of a situation. Like with Joe, he's probably like, I actually need to get confidence. I actually need to like learn a little bit more.
No, I feel you.
You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way that
I get you. It's a little different. I get you. I just don't I wouldn't to a point where I don't think it ruins the reality here. And to be completely honest, Toronto's not just going to release him because they know another team's going to pick him up for free, so they're going to try and get something for him.
Gotta try.
I would assume that's more what's going to happen.
Yeah, I just read this tweet and it doesn't exactly incite if I'm another team like, oh, Real's available. Like that's not.
No, wait, 100% it doesn't.
Okay, fair enough.
If another team and I see a tweet like that, like if another team's interested, they're for sure going to reach out to Toronto.
I guess I'm just thinking about the way Toronto's operated and kind of their owner, Adam Mouse. I could see him being like, well, we'll test it, but we might bring him back. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's still going to spur a discussion. Like you're still going to knock on the door and ask. Like they might just say they're they're not ready, and that's so be it. But...
No, Indigo, Real hasn't been good this year, but we all know that kid is talented. Like, it's got to
also to address something in my chat. Joe is not Toronto's best player when he got benched. Thieves' the best player when he got benched.
Yeah.
Joe is actually making a lot of dumbass fucking plays.
Yeah, he had to learn.
And the key issue that Joe had to learn that he was struggling in was that he was not translating practice to matches in the VOD session. And that's what he worked on a lot when he went to Stallions, because I talked about this with him on stream, was like figuring out how he individually has to learn and get better. And then he figured that out. He figured out what worked for him. And then he applied that when he got picked back up. And that's how he's right now. So.
I don't see an Optic
word
tweet
to Tom, he became a Stallion.
Stallion.
Optic didn't tweet anything. Was it Optic or Optic Texas?
Regular Optic. Regular Optic.
Okay. A new chapter begins. Congrats, Kips, on making the league. Hey, man. Yo, shout out to Zinni. Shout out to the Huntsman, bro. Shout out to the Huntsman, bro. Moving people on up.
GMZ1. I know Zin was trying to do the challengers thing last year and they couldn't figure it out. And then this year they saw a really good opportunity with their Halo players to kind of kickstart it. And I hope that this is a long-term thing for Optic. I think having the Huntsman as an academy product, even if some of these guys don't ever necessarily end up in their team, is great from all perspectives. They're developing guys.
I agree.
They're developing players ready for the league, and like it creates good stories. Like it's a really good move, and I really like their team now. I mean, they're obviously going to pick up. I don't know if you saw, but they pick up Ojani to and Dimension. So it's Ojani, Rispy.
I saw the Dimensions announcement. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good squad.
Let's move to the call-ins. Call-ins were super fun last week. I hope you guys bring that same type of energy. It's actually been like my favorite part of these episodes last week.
It is. It's great, bro.
Yeah, repost the link so people can join.
I just posted the link, guys. I'll drop another new link. You guys can come in and ask the question. Yes.
Yeah, I'll pin it. So when you repost it, I'll pin it.
I just posted it. Pull up, guys. Come through. I'm gonna invite the first guy, Boyle, and then you guys can join on in, and we'll get more of you guys in here. Try to run through these.
Not kidding.
Yeah, put your hand up when you guys are ready.
Let's know when the Optic map starts. We can also put that on the screen too.
Yeah,
while
I'll do
some of those cons.
Who's
Boyle,
live
if you're
shots?
here, you've been. Is anyone live? Oh yeah, it's live. Okay.
Oh, we just had like 4 people drop out of the audience here. What happened? Here,
No, they get back in.
I'll invite this guy first. Yo, what up, J-Wald?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Chilling, man.
What up?
Hi. As a Miami Heretics fan, with the struggles of Real, do you see it being a possibility that if their players start to struggle, they move back to him?
We brushed on that a little earlier. It is. I don't know what kind of beef that offseason move created to know if it's. I mean, you never know really what's going on. If the players wanted him back, I'm sure they would probably try and make the moves for it. It didn't seem like the players had any kind of hatred, so I think it's definitely possible there. I don't think Trakes has played bad or like, dude. He's played good enough. Yeah, he's played really better than good enough right now, so far this game to be proving that he belongs on the team. So, would you as a fan prefer to see Real back?
No, I thing is when Real left, it was pretty tough. Like, I mean, he had been a really key player for us. I was pretty skeptical on Trakes, but he's definitely been proving himself the past couple weeks here. I'm just thinking, like, as a possibility, like, I mean, people talk about Metals all the time with his inconsistent play. If Metals were to struggle again, do they bring back Real?
I could see that. That was going to be my answer to that is if they see something special in Trakes, which I think we all kind of see, and I think Metals is a fine player. I think he's fine for that team. But I could see a world, not saying I would do it, where that camp looks at it and goes, hey, maybe we can, get to that next level and win a championship if we get a little more firepower. I could see them making that decision for sure. And in terms of like the camp, I think that they still are friends, the players with Real, because I was playing ranked the other day and I played against Real and Rancor twice and then with them on my team. So the boys are still late night gaming, hanging out in a call together. So they're definitely still boys.
Nice.
So I could for sure see a world where that happens. Yeah, like if they bomb out the major or something.
All right, sweet. I mean, that's. Oh, Ben, sorry, my bad.
I think the more likely thing is what Ant proposed at the beginning. Like, I think the Falcons guys are sitting here like, if we have the money and we know our situation's maybe a little bit tenuous, do we pick up Real and have that option for us going forward? I think that's a fairly likely destination at the moment.
It just complicates things with Real's performance in this title and how Miami currently look, right? This would require like Miami to probably bomb out, like in like a bomb out for them as a top 8. And yeah, but we'll see. Thanks for the question, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks guys for having us.
No problem.
Yeah, that would be Real's problem if he's like really wants to go back and they just keep playing well. You just never have an opportunity. Let's invite Rebellions in here. Yo, what's up, dude?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, just making sure. All right, so hear me out. I'm thinking if this whole thing happens with Real, what about Real going to Boston for the nasty trade? And then you could actually drop Purge, and then you could start looking at like a Kenny pickup or something like that, or Insight. If they do, you could see a weird scenario where Toronto and Boston kind of hybrid swap rosters here. I know that's a long shot, but that's just kind of my thoughts working through this whole roster scenario with both teams right now.
If you're in Boston's position and you allow the trade of Nasty going away, who do you feel like is easier replacing? You feel like the move for a Purge, replacing Purge with Real is going to be easier or harder than finding a replace for Nasty?
I feel like it is harder, but if Toronto do move on from Insight, you do have that scenario where you can have an Insight pick up. Or, I mean, Kenny is on the table. I know everyone's kind of down on Kenny right now, but that's another option as well. I'm just thinking if you are going to move Nasty, that if you can get Real for that, I feel like it's not the worst scenario, especially if you can pick up an AR as a replacement there.
I don't know.
So like it might work.
It's just like you look at best available player there, and it's just like Nasty's the best in this discussion right now.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, I don't see Boston moving away from Nasty. Just again, that it would take a lot more for Toronto to make that move happen. I don't know what.
My initial was Nasty for Real with. I mean, this is kind of maybe too sports like, but cash considerations only because, I know Boston lip reading Austin and stuff from the Bush thing, it looked like Boston. So I was just thinking maybe there's a way there where Boston can kind of move him and at least get some value for Nasty.
You know what?
How much cash?
I do think both teams might get
It's
better.
a great question.
Might get better. That is a really good hypothetical. And it would be
I don't know.
probably the first of its kind in CDL. But both teams probably get better, Ray. Like realistically, right? Like Real and Boston, and maybe you find another AR, and then Nasty would, if Kleenex finds success again on the SMG, which I think we both agree would probably happen, they would probably get better.
I think Toronto's extremely happy if that move happens, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think Toronto becomes disgusting if they can land Nasty, but I do think it's interesting for Boston.
I just don't like the cash thing is always interesting, and it's something that gets brought up a lot because, like, obviously regular sports do these things. Like, the number would have to be a point where, like, I don't know if the move warrants this enough, but like if I'm Boston, I want money that's gonna like almost pay for my roster and potentially give me a chance to get like a star player next year or something like that. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think the move is big enough for that. But yeah.
What are the logistics around that? Like, we haven't seen anything even close to that, right? Like a player for player with cash where both teams feel like they're kind of winning a little bit on both sides. Have we seen anything even close to that?
I mean, I think that got almost done in the hypothetical Seattle. For the Seattle Optic trade that got nixed, where Brandon would have gone the other way and Pred would have gone to Optic and there was cash. But I don't know if Seattle, Ray's laughing, but like,
I'm not
I know you're in the middle. I know you're in the middle of that
deal there, so I'm not.
I know you're in the middle of that one.
I'm keeping that one dark, boys. Sorry.
I know you don't. I think that one. I don't know the likelihood of that one happening because I know there was a lot going on, and some stuff got said. But like, you know, it could happen. It's just got to be like the right. It's got to be the right situation. I will say one thing that might make these more likely now is that if teams are starting to actually like hold more than 4 players now, you know what I'm saying, from an academy standpoint, like you might see more of these transactions actually like happen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more assets in play.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, I agree. And then lastly,
go ahead.
And then one last little thing. I think with it's interesting with encouraging them going to C9, and then Omid just announced that they dropped a Luca to pick up Real on their roster. I don't think it's far fetched to say you see a Luca on Stallions at some point, just because it makes too much sense.
Oh yeah, probably.
Potentially. Yeah. I'm
So,
actually
all right,
curious.
well, take it easy, fellas. Sorry.
Appreciate it, man. Very good. Appreciate you. I actually like to what he just said about it. Luca again drop his interest into me because he was the praised like next player up at the start of the year, right? Am I mistaken there?
He was.
Like
yeah.
FaZe locked him in.
Crazy press.
Like something clearly has happened. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the extent of things. Like they did not perform. They had a rough go at Major 1, right? Am I crazy when I say that?
Luca?
Like their team, the OMA team. Well,
They got top 8. I mean, he dropped like a 1 on LAN. I think for Luca, it's like I think he's got takeover potential, but he's got to define a more like stable game that will play out at the CDL level because you can like, but no, you can laugh though.
No, I'm
like,
laughing at what he
like,
said. Rafi got 20K from Kson for free.
I don't,
silly.
but it's like but like 20, like it's just a silly way to look at it. It's like it's a 20K and you develop him and he ends up being a player that wins them multiple fucking championships. Then who cares about the 20? Like the thing is, I think with the Luca when you watch him play is like,
what the hell's Hook
on? He can get kills and he can take over, but like, can he make more? I don't know how to say this other than plays for the win. You guys.
He needs to be developed. We know what you're talking about. I agree.
I get it.
That's just how that. No, very few rooks come and they know how to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Are you not a little worrisome that the player you invested in, because they bought him out for a moment to start with, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but he's also 18 and just moved here. Like I think.
Yeah, but you not be a little worried
too.
Yeah, but would you not be? I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it here, but would you not be worried if you're FaZe having bought that player and invested into him, and then the team that you bought him from that was still going to roster him under Challenger team, that is clearly one of the better Challenger team, just drops him for another player? Is that kind of weird to me?
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, I think it's definitely concerning. What?
I think but I don't. It depends on if your plan is for him to come in this year. If your plan is that like we have a 2 or 3 year window for him, then like why? Like that's just a short term complication. It's maybe there are reasons he got dropped and his lessons he needs to learn, but he's fucking 18. He's not 25.
Right.
Like he's not in the prime of his career.
I'm more thinking in the sense of like I think we all agree that Fellow is probably one of the main guys you want to play if you're in challengers or playing players of that extent that will teach you the intangibles. And like a lot of players have come through Fellow in the last couple of years being league ready because of playing with him.
Mm-hmm.
Or like in part of it. Like, and now he doesn't have that anymore. Like whatever team he goes to next, if there's not that experience, then it's gonna obviously shade into his development potential.
For sure.
And
yeah.
like the intangibles don't come in as quick or easy anymore because of that. Like that's more my thought process around that.
Well, I was a counter. The unique thing about this, and I don't think either person has really talked about it, but I wonder, as part of this Parsons Ruiz on phase, how much is Christian RJ getting involved in his development? Like, are they talking to him on a daily or weekly basis? Are they aligning with, his current teammates, current coaching staff, and challengers on like the thing? Like I don't know what that process looks like. If they're all aligned and working whatever soft skills are, then like I wouldn't be too worried. But if that's not happening, and you're just hoping that he's just learning what he learns on his challengers team, and that we think he's like, it may not pan out,
Right.
Well, I just don't know.
We don't know what's happening in their camp. Maybe they're watching VOD with him every day, and if they are, then good on them. But I definitely raises questions when that happens, especially for a guy who's like next up.
Next caller.
Yeah, next caller. Let's get Slushie in here. Sorry, I was just kind of locked in. Shotzi was getting twerked on. The back green spawn is diabolical, bro. You're spawning back green, you have no chance, dog.
It's also map one of the first fucking scrim of the day.
On the first,
so someone's always
on the first 3 hills, Ray. You get back green spawns, you're just getting railed. Like, you just gotta hope somebody gets a 2E.
P2 doesn't feel. I mean, obviously you got to pinch if you're on P2, but like I feel like the back green spawn on P3 has got to be the most depressing spawn in the game.
Yeah, it sucks.
And P1 low key, Ray. P1 as well.
Yeah,
like if there's a guy white wall and there's a guy pushed up RV in between motel right here where you're gonna be delayed, but where Buddy was just at. Just spawn killing you, you're screwed. This map, that's why we're seeing these. Yeah.
I say they scam and they're exposed to mid cut, and you just go mid cut and shoot a guy in the hell in the back. They all twig, but that should.
I would
never
still
happen.
argue the back P3 spawn is worse.
Yeah,
depressing.
Yeah, that shit should never happen.
It is.
I'm immediately taking a router on P2 when I spawn there, bro. I'm done going front.
I think
it's just miserable and ranked.
It's so miserable, bro. It's like somebody get a 2-piece, please, or somebody please rip the guy off plane. I'll try. I'm dead.
Yeah, literally.
All right, Slushie, I invited you in here, bro. Your hands up. Join up.
Slushie.
I'll invite Joker.
Yeah, invite someone else. Who joins?
There we go. What up, Dodge Joser?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, well, I'm gonna move you, Slushie, because Joser joined first, and I'll move you right back.
Oh, just mute. You can just mute.
Yeah, just mute.
Just mute Sushi for a second.
Gotcha.
Joser, what up, man? You got a question?
Yeah, how many times can a team get a rough draw at a tournament, and at what point should they consider roster changes?
Who are you talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, you gotta say who you're talking about, because the hypothetical questions really help us. Are you talking about like the Falcon situation where they played phase for top 6?
That's what I was referring to.
Oh, I mean, they had a good tournament.
So how many majors?
I mean, here's the thing, bro. There's a phrase that gets used a lot. Ray and Ann are gonna laugh, but they're gonna also agree. You got to beat the best to be the best. Top draws happen, but if you want to be an elite team, you beat those fucking teams. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, come on, man. You just prefaced that phrase with that, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
All right, here, let me get to the bottom of this a little bit more.
I'm getting entertainment, bro. It's all good. I'm getting entertainment. It's all good.
Let's expand on this. All right, so why are you asking this first and foremost? I
was just wondering, any teams, or what is the cutoff line?
Okay.
So here's how I would answer this. I would say like obviously performance and majors are important, but you obviously take into consideration who you played and what happened.
And how you played.
I think the importance part of it to me really is just the daily playing is what's going to induce kind of changes if there were any changes to make, like your scrims, your regular online matches, and obviously you probably take on major as a little more weight. But it's not just because like I just had a rough major that I want to make a change. If the team's actually like kind of the Falcon situation per se, like we talked earlier, is clearly progressing and getting better as time goes on, then until they stagnate and they don't get to the point of getting better, at that point, if they don't perform well, regardless of the bracket they get on land, then that's when you kind of preface the change. But I wouldn't say like let's say I think what you're describing maybe is like if they had a tough bracket for the 4 events this year, like maybe I guess that's kind of that'd be a weird situation to be in. realistically, more often than not, those situations don't repeat themselves.
Yeah.
Super often.
And you can avoid those sometimes by performing better online. So there's so much nuance that goes into it, but
right.
Yeah, I mean, it just all depends on the one. All right, to answer it, it depends on the expectations of the team and kind of like what happens from there. Like for example, a Thieves team, like other teams might have stayed together after that LAN performance, but like the Thieves team were like, no, we need to be winning, right? So expectations play a huge factor. Like if Genomates were performing how Riyadh was, they'd probably be broken up already, right? So I can't answer that in a blanket way for every team. There's no like set time. But thank you for the question.
Will they ever go back to where they pick who's in whose group, or never going back to that?
Well, we need 16 teams, probably.
That format. The problem is everybody was okay. If you do that again, which they wouldn't, you can't pick the same team in back-to-back stages because the way that got weird in Cold War is there were in particular a couple of teams. Miami was or Florida was one of them, where I think they were picking like Paris in the other group. Like they just made the same pick 3 times, and it like didn't. You end up having groups of the same teams. I think if you went to 16, you would just do full round robin, or you would do like 2 groups of 8 based on seeding. Like you wouldn't do the pick your opponent bullshit they did before.
Also, Ben, what Ray's saying in chat, dude, Optic are tippable, bro. Like Shotzi.
Look at us playing, bro.
Yeah, this is great. Just control.
Bro, was it 3? They're Optic's getting outslayed by 1-60 right now.
This is why on Scar sometimes teams get blundered and you start off 1-15, but you can still win. It's just how the map works. It's probably the easiest map in this game, low key.
All right, guys, that was it.
Oh yeah,
I appreciate it, man.
I sidebarred.
No problem.
Slushy, you can unmute. What up, dude?
Yo, what's up, gentlemen? How we doing today?
How about yourself?
Good. So, look, this question or take may be a little faded, but as a FaZe fan and watching this season progress, I feel like there's been multiple games and winning scenarios. And I want to preface this by saying I think this player has a lot of potential and is an extremely good player. But when I'm watching these certain scenarios with FaZe, it seems like 0-4 is really struggling to get important kills on the map. Now, it's not just an 0-4 problem in my opinion, but I guess my question or take would be, at what point does FaZe look to upgrade in that position or sub a Luca in? I just feel like,
oh nah.
Like I said, dude, like there's just so many kills where it's like if 0-4 gets his 1, they're in a better winning position. Am I faded?
Yes, you're
Why
faded.
Are you talking
Go ahead,
about
Ray.
twin like that? Why are you talking about my twin like that?
Am I tripping or was Simp not the
that?
reason they lost this last series? Like it wasn't even 0-4. I'm pretty sure Simp got fucking slammed.
Well,
Sure. I mean, yeah. When you look at that, when you look at that particular series, and how rare is that for Simp though? I mean, that's like a one-off series for him. I think it would be.
Well, I'm just saying that's the only way you could. They played a good major, and they like.
Yeah, but let me expand this. Like, I think the thing with 0-4 is like, again, FaZe has got 3rd. They arguably, if they didn't choke on Colossus S&D, should have at least made the grand final. Like, they're still a good team. The thing that maybe limits their consistency is like, everybody in the team has had pop-offs so far and consistent back-to-back performances. They have not gotten that from 0-4. And I know the aggressive role and the way that he plays is very difficult for them to slay, but like right now he's averaging a 0.9 this season.
Okay.
I actually don't think that's correct. He's averaging a 0.94
So we're
in this
going to let Ant test limits? We're not going to let twin test limits?
Yeah, we can't let twin test limits.
No. Hear me out. I don't think they're in a let's drop 0-4 situation right now. I think the only way that they consider it is they don't think they can win, aka probably getting like back-to-back top 6. And right. he's dropping 0.9s, and they're like, well, we're just losing because we need more slaying in that standpoint. But I think it now with how good they are in the other 2 modes outside of Hardpoint, like I don't think they're in like.
Well, I guess it's concerning because when you look at FaZe historically over the course of the last 2 years, a struggling sub not being able to get kills and respawn has been pretty much their biggest issue. So to see it happening again is just concerning. So that's why I raised the question.
I mean,
but like they're like I don't know. But their issue with Tyler and Chris subs the last 2 years is they had a similar problem to Thieves, bro. They were a great breaking team, but they fucking sucked ass and they rotated and just scammed at the beginning of Hills. Remember all the fucking Haciendas we watched where they scammed out of fucking P2 when that map first came in? That was basically the
summation of a lot of their issues in hardpoint like last year, you know?
Yeah.
With the whole team. With this team now, I think just sometimes they just have inconsistent slaying. They go off to cold starts in hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with the general thought that like 04 is a bit inconsistent, but also he's playing a really hard role, dude. Like he's got that role that he plays is one of the hardest, if not the hardest in the game.
I agree, but when Sim's your sub duo and Abuza is your AR, it's easier than most people's jobs.
Okay, but you can say that, but all the top teams have a player on that level, like in the tier that FaZe is in, right? So it's not like they're going in every series and you're sitting there like, okay, I mean, my teammate's way better than the other team subs, so I got to keep pace. Like that's just not going through their head. They're just trying to play good COD, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
And I'm not even gonna say this. Do me a favor and go to Breaking Point.
Yeah.
Hold up on your screen and go to the team stats, and then tell me where's FaZe ranking and all the KD stats on each mode.
You want me to go to LAN or just on, or like everything?
Just everything. It covers everything.
So you said go to player stats and then sort by the team.
No, team. Go to stats and go to team stats. Stats and then team stats.
Team KD. Like this is all we need to look at, bro.
Yeah,
wait, hold up. We start there. Then go to HPKD. Where is FaZe in HPKD?
Yeah, third overall.
Okay, where is FaZe in SNDKD?
Let's see. FaZe number 1. So yeah, what are we talking about kills for?
Where is FaZe in the overload?
Number 1.
So here's a conception and understanding that isn't obvious to just amass. Like there's always going to be players that will do certain things for a team that will open up different avenues for the players that get kills to get their kills. Like not everyone is going to be able to get all the top tier KD. Like it's pretty rare you'll see a team, even when a team's dominating a game, like there's going to be 1 or 2 guys on the team that are kind of even
every time.
Like you'll see some guys just like go crazy, but it's like those guys are going crazy because they have the opportunities to get those kills. Not everyone's going to get those opportunities. And there's players like 04, in my opinion, who are creating those opportunities for his teammates. So like you look at it statistically and you're like looking at it like, oh my God, like this guy isn't performing to the best. If you pick up another guy that may project a higher KD, the team could actually be worse off for it, because if this player is not doing the things 04 is doing to create the avenue for his team, then he's not an exact enabling is probably the best term to use here. Then the team might be worse for it, not be creating the speed and the pace around the map. They need to be objectively better and creating the scoring they need to win, basically. So it's easy to look at these things and to say to what you're saying. I'm not like, again, I get what you're saying, and I'm not like, could he be playing better? Sure. I mean, you could argue the same for any player in the league, realistically speaking. There's very few guys that we've looked at as like, this guy's just frying all the time. But I think you have to be careful when you single out players within a team that overall is playing really good. Like FaZe is like Ant said earlier, FaZe should have made finals. FaZe is on par and having a chance to win a championship right now. If you're going to make any moves that just purely for the sake of one player not slaying to what you feel is the best slaying opportunity, then it could actually make it worse and not better.
Yeah,
could be detrimental.
And then to tag onto that,
appreciate your time, guys.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah, for sure.
To tag onto that, also, what some people need to understand with the good teams, and like when you look at the team KD as Ray just put, some players are prone to the bad game because of the way that they play. And when the team's not playing well, it's going to spiral worse for that player because of the routes that he takes and the situations that he gets put in. Right. So like, it's just like things can get worse for a guy like 04 when the team's not playing well as well. Because he would be the guy you point on the team, you go, he's prone to the bad game. But that's just how COD is. And as you go,
because he's also the fastest, though. Like,
he is, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like,
so if the team's not playing well, he's going to get slammed. Like that's how it is.
And we could argue like a game.
I will say though, I do think there are, that aside though, like it will definitely benefit him if he can get 2 or 3 more kills a map. I think like we've seen. I will say this is not on because I agree with everything that Ray said, because you watch the maps as a parent that what Ray said is 100% correct. I will just add on though, Ray, like we've seen when he does get it going, this is like their best version of their team. Like when he gets going, like
well, that's the thing. Though,
just like pummel people.
It's kind of like the same way we talked about Joe. Like the way Joe has been getting some of his kills has been insane to watch, bro. Like he's a high impact, high speed player who's getting a ton of kills.
Bro.
Like if you have a player doing that, like in the same way you just talked about, like when 04 gets kills, like obviously they're the best for him. Yeah, of course. If my player that's the most high impact player on my team, like a Nep or someone geting a bunch of these kills, and yeah, for sure, team's gonna look great no matter what happens. I mean, even like
it's like when Xnit's frying on Riyadh or like
same comparison, same discussion we have, and it's I think more so what I think we need to really like put a pin on so people start kind of grasping and understanding a little bit more about COD is that a player like that doesn't necessarily need to be dropping a 1.2 to be impactful. Like his 0.9 in the game could be better than another player who dropped a 1.1 playing in a much slower kill dependent way. Like he's creating opportunities for his team and doing things that are actually conducing winning conditions for his team.
Dude, Mercules has completely distorted and ruined the way people view COD players because he just has a 1.5 like every map. Feels like,
yeah,
bro, he's
Syrup in the chat said Envoy had a 0.93 in the finals, and like if you watch his POV and the way he was doing, like he was actually playing real well. And that's just the way he goes.
He's winning them huge search rounds, taking
and
risks.
if you want to give the most extreme example, is Dylan Theory.
Yeah, that's a pretty extreme example. Yeah, or Rambo. Ray.
I'll put myself in that bucket.
Ray, cap at a few victories. We're all up Cap.
And also, it's different.
We're tough on those.
Yeah, Cap had a champ streak at 0.7. I think they made it to the finals. Wow,
Cap
Slash
learned
is
from the best.
godlike.
Cap learned from the best, bro.
Yeah.
But like realistically though, like a 0.9 is not that far off of 1. Like it's
really not. Yeah,
I
mean
like
that's what Ben was saying. 2 or 3
like,
kills. Yeah, of course. Like the 2 or 3 kills, if they're in the right positions, can make a big difference in the game, right? Like that. There's no disagreeing there. And we're like, I'm not like again in a perfect world, every player that plays fast gets all the kills. Like the game's gonna be freaking easy as hell for the rest of the team. We all agree there. But it's just. The reality is, it's obviously these guys are the best players in the world playing against the other best players in the world.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty hard to dominate at that pace.
I don't know how else to word it.
He has a nice crisp 0.97. They're gonna have a very good chance to win every series.
I don't know how else to word it other than just giving in-game examples because I hope people talking like they all play the game. Like, bro, if you're 0-4 and you got a sub out and it's exposure and like they're in window, you're just gonna get farmed. Like, if you're on Scar and you're back green, you're just gonna die. Like, you're not gonna have the greatest KD all the time. That's just how the game works, bro. Like, we don't take that into account when we talk about it. Like sometimes those player stats are a team stat, in my opinion. But all right, we got the next guy in here. Witness, what up, man? How we doing?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, it's not really my first question that I raised my hand for, but you guys were talking about, Aluka being on FaZe's bench. If you think back, Sib was on FaZe's bench, and I think he, turned out to be a pretty good player when he first got into the league. So I think they're doing a pretty good job over there of developing players. Like he was like the first legitimate sub because like they had a Classic and stuff like that, but Classic already knew ball. So I don't think Luka's going to be really a problem. Then I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that, but
well, I was referring to Ben here.
Hold on. They're unique situations because the Dante situation's very interesting because Dante year 1 got in a lot of trouble about some words he said on stream, and he basically was very lucky that Paul took a second chance on him because any other team owner would have dropped him on his neck. And the only reason I don't think he ever ended up on FaZe is because the next year they picked up Alec, had one of the most dominant years I've ever seen. And obviously they were going to make a change year 3. And once, it's free and he was he was basically on Seattle Surge like by the end of Cold War because Sam Phoenix had formed that team fairly early. Well, he did learn a thing or two because he was on FaZe Academy. So I just think they're completely different situations. Luke is 18 and like, Challenge is way more developed than it was.
Wasn't Sib further along too? Like, didn't he play?
Yes.
Like way more tournament. Yeah. And he like.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he made the Challenger finals on the Modern 19 year. Pretty sure he was streaming that. If I remember
so
correctly.
it's different. Like Sib was
like
obviously
the thought process there.
Sib was obviously next up.
They won Atlanta. Tom.
I like what Ben was saying earlier. Like, or I think someone said like. What are they doing? Like, what is FaZe actually doing to develop the players in the background? Like, are they actually actively, is Crowder like spending time with them in the background? Like, is that a thing we think?
I mean, Chris and RJ, there's no chance. Listen, knowing Chris and RJ, there's no chance of leaving that kid alone to just fucking fend for himself. I don't think those are the type of maybe you would know better, but I don't think that's how.
I mean, I have no idea. I've never been in a situation like that where I've had a sub and actually been actively like involved in like raising that sub. To a point, like all of my young players that have come in were actually on my team to start with. So that's like obviously the product was to be in the CDL, not hopeful to be in the CDL in the future.
The only thing that makes me think they're doing it is like I know Chris and RJ pretty well, and like whenever they've had a situation where a player really wants to have one-on-one like extra VOD, like they'll go out of their way to do that.
I'm just being realistic though. Like how much can they actually be doing? Like I gotta be keeping a buck. Like how much can you really be doing? Or are they sitting watching VOD? Like there's no way they're sitting watching more than like 3 hours VOD a week. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't want to speak out of pocket here, but like I just don't know. Like I don't know the extent. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, if I was in their situation, but if I was in their situation, it'd be really like I would like let the player know that I'm there for them. Like in the same way, like I was kind of helping out Stallions a little earlier, but I didn't really spend like that much
They
time
gotta help the main
actively
team.
with the team. It was of course. But if a player like comes out of his way, like let's say a Luka, for example, like what Ben described, if a Luka went to Crowder and like asked, I have some questions about certain things, or can we watch?
Yeah, he would help him.
Get your thoughts. Yeah, it would help, and that's where to me that's like where like the experience of Crowder is obviously going to help a player like that. So.
Yeah, I don't want to
Well,
speak on it because I just don't know. So I don't really want to speak
No, that's
on
my
it.
point. Yeah, we don't really know. Yeah, we have no idea.
I mean, I also think he has Abuza and Draza. If you ask him a quick question, also
Bro, those
probably one of
guys
the
aren't
greatest
like
players of all time.
They're just trying to get better themselves. They're not sitting in a call with
No,
a Luka.
I'm not saying like a quick tip of advice. Like maybe like a quick conversation or something. Like ask them during VOD what they're seeing and like what they're gonna do there. That's just what I'm throwing out there. But the main question I wanted to ask.
Zach and Luka are two different people. The funny story is like I spent a couple of weekends in Atlanta last year. And this guy Zach and his team watching VOD at 10 p.m. If you don't tell Zach to stop watching VOD, that guy's not getting off the fucking VOD. Like he cares a lot.
Okay.
Work ethic wise. I think to the point of like a Luka, where like he is as a player again. Green. I don't think he knows yet all of the plays to make for the win. How do you not like the FaZe staff, RJ and Chris? Provide help, but you don't want to override like the system that he might be playing in Challengers too. Like you don't want to give him, you don't want to like overcomplicate it. You know what I'm saying? Because if they have a certain way that they're playing on, say the Omid or whatever the next team he's going to be on now, they get dropped. Like you don't want to make it too complex.
I'll be honest, dude.
And give him
I hate speculating. Let's move on to the next question, bro.
Yeah, that's tough. I agree.
I don't because I'm sitting here talking like I know.
Wait. He didn't get to ask his main question though.
Oh, he had another one.
Yeah, that wasn't his main question. That was more of a.
Oh, my bad. What's up, Witness?
That was just like a food for thought thing. That was just what you guys were talking about. Real quick, it was just like the whole Ultra and Boston situation. What if they just move past Kenny or Insight and there's people in challengers like Geo or Brack? Like, do you think they realistically has a chance to get back into the league? Because I think Brack has been dominating challenges for a long time, and we know Geo's a shooter. So I feel like that's food for thought there. Like they could get back into the league, Geo being a flex and Brack being a main, or vice versa.
Oh yeah, there's definitely options in challengers for like AR players. I would assume they explore them. Like if they already picked up Kips, so
so move Ultra would be like a Brack situation or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think those guys aren't on a short list. It's just there are reasons why those guys aren't getting picked up. Either it's political or they think there's a shortcoming with their game. Like I don't think that Geo and Wake and Brack and Fellow aren't on. We sit there in a fucking think session on roster changes. Like those names are coming up.
Yeah, and people want the challenger player that's like next up because they don't know what their ceiling is, and sometimes they'll view those other players like a Brack, a Geo, a Wake is like we know their ceiling, and that's it's a deterrent from picking those guys up. It's the same thing Fellow dealt with for a long time. It's kind of tough spot to be in as a player, but that's just how how it works.
It's how it goes. Yeah, how it goes.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I mean it's just hard to know what they're doing with Luka. What's up, bro?
The Riddler.
How we doing?
Doing good, man.
Yeah, so my question would just be, I guess, around like the price of teams getting in the league. So I guess the rumor going around is that Boston would be able to, I guess, rumored sell their spot for $1 million to Barstool. And I don't think that would be, or should I say Bush? And that wouldn't be, I guess, like a good deal for Bush. And then I'm watching like the videos in Austin saying that there's going to be a point in time where the league's going to be paying them to actually participate in the league. So like my question is, at what point do you think the cost to get in the league will be, I guess, minimized to actually make it affordable for, I guess, Bush Gaming, or like maybe like Tom said, the Stallions to actually get into the league? That's like the first part of my.
Can I take this one, guys? Just because I talked about this on stream prior. So let's separate Bush from everybody else. They're a very unique situation. Barstool's a massive media company. They just fucking, for example, like probably signed a 9-figure deal with Netflix on distribution of their podcasts. Like they're just in a different spot than all these situations. And like I've talked to Austin, talked about this morning. The thing for them about getting paid to be in the CDL is probably part of a bigger Activision Microsoft marketing conversation because they have so many personalities of everybody games, Activision and Microsoft want to market these games. The demos that Barstool touches, like that's a bigger deal in the cog of all things in that massive publisher world.
Okay. But for like your other esport orgs, Saudi orgs, whatever, like the entry cost right now is pretty low. It's, from my understanding, somewhere between high 6 to low 7 to get in, which is, as far as what this asset will probably be valued, is probably like as best as it's ever going to get. So,
Do you
like,
think it's gonna keep declining, or you think it's gonna remain steady, like high 6, low 7?
Well, it depends on what the market's willing to pay, though. Like,
Yeah, I'm trying to
it's
fix the
not
issue
a
of-
transfer clause. It's whatever the highest bidder theoretically approved willing to spend for a spot. If there's multiple suitors, and I'll tell you, there is a lot in esports right now.
I guess a lot of
specifically
Saudi teams, right?
I'm going to outline all of the interested parties. Okay.
Yeah.
You have always the first class of people that are upstart in esports, want to get in or just got in, and they want to splash and get a CDL spot. Risky plays, not sure where they're at as far as their ability to economic spend beyond 1 or 2 years. Maybe they can acquire the spot, the assets too, but they're going to be willing to keep up a multi-million-dollar spend for 3-4 years. Who knows? Okay, that's class 1. Class 2 is EWC related orgs, where I partner EWC orgs because they see CDL as a cheaper investment with the ability to get EWC money from that, plus the MTX upside, another revenue in the CDL, like a C9. That's why C9 kind of got in, right? They're one of those category of orgs. There's a couple of other interested orgs that I've heard circling the scene, some of which are not North American. They're Saudi, or they're actually in Asia, or they're in Europe. That's part of the play. And the third category is the Middle East money, because they're starting to really see esports as an opportunity. It's not just Saudi, it's UAE money, it's Oman money. There's a lot of interested parties there, but they don't all have the infrastructure in place. And I think there's also a political consideration for Activision. Like, do they want to have a lot of MENA teams? As Falcons feel strongly about other MENA teams and orgs getting in. So there is interest. It just splits in those 3 categories. And then I put Barstool in its own separate world, because that's just super unique. That kind of give you the perspective they were for.
Yeah, so I guess my second question would be, how do you then combat the C9 paying players dirt shit just to have a league spot, I guess? Because, like, in the perfect world, like, in my perfect world at least, you would have, like, either, like, relegation or open bracket, right? So where C9 would actually try to, like, C9 could just tank the whole season and not have to play players shit and not have to worry about anything, right? They paid for a league spot, and that was it.
Yeah, but then they would be relegated.
They still get to go to EWC.
Yeah, but they're not going to convert this to a full pro rel.
Yeah,
they're not going to do a
like,
full pro rel like that.
I know. But I'm saying, how do you combat the C9 joining a league and then not giving a fuck?
I mean, there's only one answer to this question. There's only one. Well, yes, that's one. But realistically, it's better due diligence from the Activision, from the other owners. I don't know the full approval process, but it's once someone agrees to buy a spot, it's like actually diving into their finances and interviews and really understanding how committed to this. Because if they want to come in and make plus revenue in year 1 or 2, and if they don't, they're going to slash their funding by 70%, like on a yearly budget, then you're going to run into this problem every single time someone like that comes in. You know, it's just doing a better job of understanding the team or the entity buying in and how committed they are beyond year 1 and 2.
Well, gotcha. So the leagues, we're just going to have to deal with C9 having a league spot for, I guess, for however long they want.
Hey, chill out, C9, bro. They didn't look that bad.
Yeah, I know. I like the I like the players on C9, but I also like a competitive league. You know what I mean? So,
well, yeah, we've been talking about this. I think Ben provided a lot of great insight. Shout out GM BENJ1. I mean, just absolute ball knowledge.
BENJ 0. I don't got a 1. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't got a ring though. Like,
also, I don't know if you guys remember a couple weeks back, I called Jimmy and so getting dropped.
I'm claiming FaZe Cold War as a GM1. There you go.
But all right, Riddler, thanks for the question, man. Appreciate it.
I'll see you guys. Yeah. See ya.
Great ball knowledge just spewed from Ben there, from all aspects of where the league's at. You guys need to learn more about that side of COD. Go to his stream in the mornings. Great entertainment. Who we got next? RMAC.
Got a lot of call-ins today.
Dude,
guys. Appreciate y'all being inside the fucking Minneapolis.
What up, RMAC?
Hello. What up? I was just like thinking, like, the fact that there was a team in Challengers. Who do you guys think that is like the best team in Challengers right now?
The Saudi team. They just won. Guy had a 1.3 in finals. They went 4-1. Map count.
I mean, I guess it would be the number. I don't think there's a clear. There's no like Toronto.
I'm talking about like NA.
No, there's no like Toronto Ultra Academy situation right now going on where there's a clear number one, like everybody's chasing them type team. It's just a mix of 8 or 10 squads.
And I'm thinking like, yeah, and I'm been watching like the Bush and all that, and I'm like, these guys are insane. Like, how are the obviously, I think BENJ, I think you watched on straight in the behind the bush or whatever.
Yeah.
And Spark turned down that C9 offer, which I mean makes sense, I guess, in a way, because I mean more content. I feel like in challengers, they need more, and it's just that's the problem with one of the CDL, I think. But the fact that some of these players on the bush, like these guys are insane. Like Fire, he got stuck in a bad situation with Paris gentlemen. It's Paris, P7 Paris, I think it was.
Well, so are the pros. The pros are also insane. Let's just start there.
So
like.
is your question like why are some of these guys not in the league right now? Is that basically your question?
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Yeah.
Well, it's because oftentimes it's like I hate to say it, but like everybody's a shooter, bro. Like, I mean, we could argue maybe that's a product of like auto aim and whatever. But like the difference is probably because they either when the moment gets and the lights get brightest, they don't make the right decision, or they're just not a plus teammate for in-game or out-of-game issues, and that's why a couple of these guys have come and gone. You know what I'm saying? Or they just when they get to that level, they don't slay consistently, and they just get pack-a-punched.
It's a different
lot
pace.
Of the reasons. A lot of reasons you don't see some of the guys that you think belong in the league, is for things that you don't see or don't get to watch from an outside perspective.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then the level of play.
Yeah, I just feel bad.
Yeah, you're lagging,
you're lagging
pretty bad.
Yeah, you're lagging out, bro.
I thought I didn't know if he was done speaking, but I didn't mean to interrupt. But I was just thinking, like, Fire, like he balled out on LAN, and then. I mean, he has a bad rap, I guess. I get that.
He might be overdue for an opportunity. It's been quite a while. Like there are some players you could say that about, but as a blanket statement,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, there's limited spots in the league, and also when you have a team like you mentioned C9, I think it was last guy mentioned C9. You know, doing what they did, it's gonna hurt that a bit for some of those players getting their like opportunities. But like Fire's had one before, didn't exactly go his way, and he's been grinding back. And like, yeah, that's a guy you can make an argument for, but all the pros are nasty, bro. Like it's a different pace. You watch these guys playing challengers, you know what I mean? Like it's not like playing G2 and then FaZe and then Optic, you know what I mean? Like it's just a bit different. And then
I have a second question too.
Okay.
Did TJ Haley make a wrong move in going to Surge?
I mean, potentially, yeah. Like
I mean, what was his move? What would you argue?
To stay on Bush.
I think he should have stayed with the
Bush. He could have stayed on Bush. You could stay on Bush. You could say that.
But if what do you think the goal? Like, what is the goal of the players? Like the players on the Bush that didn't take the league spots, right? And granted, TJ's offer was probably
to make more money,
what
right?
C9 was offering.
Just to make more money.
Right, but I'm assuming TJ got a better offer to make more money with Vancouver than he did where he was before, right?
Yeah.
So that's
I mean, obviously, Surge is.
What do you think? What do you think Tej would have gained by sitting in challengers for longer?
I think he would gain a lot more better teams. I think would start looking at him.
Tej is a weird one because he has a lot of history, but
he's been around.
The only angle I could see is if it was like we're gonna win more tournaments and challengers, and it would make I would make more money in challengers. That's the only way. But if he got an offer that was like good enough to the point where it like offset that, or it would have been like somewhat close. Or it would have depended on him winning like every event in challengers, then I understand why he made the move. But TJ's a unique one to that point because even if they were winning and frying, he wouldn't be the guy that probably gets brought up. You know what I mean? Like to like a good team. Just because of his history. In the league.
That makes sense.
Appreciate your question.
Thank you for the question, bro.
Yeah, that's.
Bro, I'm tweaking. I don't know if I was lagging or he was lagging.
He was lagging, bro.
His mic was lagging.
Yo, by the way, Mercules is a 2.0 or 1.5 every map, dog. This guy is actually unbelievable, bro. He's so good at COD.
Is he still playing with no paddles, nothing? No, like,
is he plays claw?
He plays like default.
What?
I thought he plays default with no paddles. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no way, bro. That's like,
Ray.
He's cheating, bro. He's cheating. He has me cheating.
Yo, Ray.
Ray,
have you seen people going back to PS4 controllers? I saw Sim talking about it. They made the AK one. I need to get that, bro.
Yeah.
Well, it's got the Marius because it's got the the Marius board. People are switch back. I think Sim was talking about this last time.
How do I
think
get
he's
that?
switching back. I think Beaver, Battle Beaver.
Oh, I'm a scuff.
I'm
I'm a scuff guy, bro.
gonna have to.
All right, yo, you got a question, bro? Tony, what up?
Yeah. What's up? What's good, guys? I don't know if you guys touched on earlier on the show about Shotzi limit testing, the whole narrative right now. I don't know. I missed that. My apologies, so bear with me. But what do you think about that? Him limit testing, you think it's a good idea for him to do that now? And also, like, another part, it's like, you think his 0.7 or 0.6 is like different from other players?
Yo, what do you mean his 0.7 or 0.6? Where did he drop that?
I think he put out a 0.7 online. Am I trip on that?
I mean, they're 2-0. Let me see.
I know, but like last split.
Oh, last split.
Yeah, but they had to when they lose. Like
Dude, that's a hilarious way to word that.
Did you hear the part where we talked about 04s and his like ability to be efficient, not necessarily with the way he's getting kills, like helping the team out?
Yeah, I heard that.
So I would probably bring Ann up as like he's the highest.
Yeah.
The speed he brings and how he plays has the highest impact in the game. His like if he drops a 1.0, it's basically like a 1.3 for someone else. Is the way I would describe it.
Yeah.
Obviously, like I'm not saying him drop a 0.6 and 0.7 is actively helping his team win a lot, but every time he's dying and doing something that way, there's some benefit to a certain extent. It's not like they're not like his deaths are worth a lot more than probably other players' deaths in the league. Am I backing the fact that like yeah, sure, it's probably way better if he doesn't drop those things. And I think every year I think he's at a point now where he also probably doesn't want to change the way he plays because of the successes they're finding as a team collectively. So if you were to slow down and try and like be more dependent on certain kills, it might affect certain other things which may hurt them more than help them. I don't really like. I think people are just overthinking it way too much. Like, we like to talk about individual players and their performances and whatnot. Like, I can tell you right now from working with Ann for the time I worked with him, there's zero things we should be worrying about Ann for. Like,
We also just said it. Mercules is dropping a 1.5 every map. How do you think that's happening? You know what I mean? And so the other part of this is, and when you watch, I want you to think about this going forward. And like when you're say Shotzi's having a stinker where he's going 17 and 26, whatever it is. Bro, he goes on these streaks where like, yeah, he'll die 4 or 5 times in a row. He's got Dashy, Hook, and Mercules. They're gonna be finding kills around him. But then he'll have a life where he gets like 6 or 7 in a row, and it's just hell. And they rally 2 overloads in a row, or they put a team in an absolute blender, or win a rotation they shouldn't have, right? And so the pros just heavily outweigh the cons when he's playing that type of way. And he has a really good supporting cast, so Shotzi can get away with some things that like a Purge can't get away with. Obviously, there's a lot more skill involved there. Shotzi's a more talented player, but it's just like it's like a give and take that Shotzi he knows what he can get away with, and he knows like when he gets his opportunity, like this situation can become something really good if I get through here, right? So he just has an impact regardless of the kills he's getting.
I'm gonna tell you what, for how faded, just let me say something about Shotzi, for how faded he is in real life stuff, and it's actually a really smart cop player. Like, like it's probably the most bipolar. It's probably the most bipolar IQ shit I've seen in my life. Like he's 1,000 IQ when it comes to video games, but when it comes to the real, god damn, my boy.
No, the freaking game shows he's done, I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're like, what's the biggest river in the world? He's like, the Optic River? Shit, I don't know.
That was the best content, bro. That was the best.
No, but like, I'm not worried. I just like, there's this whole narrative. I feel like people are just taking it way too seriously. Like, I'm not worried about Shotzi by any means. I know he's like
rich people.
I don't think there's
rich people though. Fringe lunatic Optic fans, Patrick Price, like who are we talking about right here? Like,
bro, I don't know, man. That guy's a go, but he's faded. But yeah, that's basically.
Well, thank you for the question. And listen, Tony, I'm assuming you're an Optic fan, you're a Shotzi fan. They'll be just fine. They just got grand finals. He played good.
Yeah, I know. I'm not worried. So thank you guys, though. Appreciate it. So low.
I guess the one thing that I would be, I guess, like if I was grasping at straws and there was something to be worried about with the Optic team, it would probably be Dashy's inconsistency at times. And I'm saying, like I said, if I was grasping at straws, but he's shown enough to me this game in search, and we know how good Dashy is individually. Like they're just gonna be fine. All right, let's get the next guy in here. Cowboy.
I gotta take a leak. I'm gonna run out for a second.
All right, we got 2 more questions, but we'll do this. Yo, what up? Cowboy, you got a question for us? You got a Shotzi Avi. I tip it. You're muted.
Hey, I don't know why I was muted. Sorry about that, guys. No, I just wanted to see, did you guys discuss the Quack Pros, the CompCod Reddit thing that he posted? JP reposted it on Twitter. It's about the ban and protect, basically the meta GA thing.
I saw the metas.
I saw it. It's an interesting idea. I don't think the pros ever do it because they just lose. I brought up a ban and protect. If they can't scrim the same meta every single day, they're not going to be down for it because a bunch of pansy ass bitches. So I think it's a good idea. It's the same reason I like ban and protect, but the pros never be down because but they're just they want to play one way and one way only.
They beat us on this cheese run and gun meta. Like I also just don't think that would be ideal because we can't emulate that really in I guess in rank play and shit. Like I'm not gonna get on a game and just not be able to run like the gun that I want to run, right? You know what I mean? So there just has to be the better aspect of this is if there's just an abundance of good weapons and variations like what you can use and be successful with in game, right? That are balanced. So at the end of the day, all these suggestions and propositions come down to like the devs making a good game and having depth to the game that the pros are willing to use. Now the pros have a hand in removing some shit as well. That's like maybe they shouldn't have at times, but at the end of the day, that's the main thing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, boys, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Cowboy. Hey, Ben, that's what it comes down to. All those questions about that type of stuff, right? It's just like,
I mean, the league can unilaterally do it and tell the players to go fucking shove it. Like I've been a big advocate of that, you know?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, as we've seen, is that my frustration with the CDL is that they're just not willing to do that. They're too nice and they shouldn't be, but
the guy brought up good points though, Ben. Like it's like other games, they have meta changes all the time, and we've talked about this so much, so I don't want to start a whole conversation about it, but we want that too.
It was a good idea though. Just
Yeah. What up, Osh?
My thoughts got clipped.
Yep.
Sure.
Yo, so I think with the Toronto thing and even Thieves and Vancouver, I think the way they were playing before with Kenny was more like a traditional style, like MW3 in all game modes, really. Search, hardpoint. And then when they got Niam, they're playing faster and they're playing like more of this game. And I think same thing with Toronto, when they make these changes, there'll be more of, we're going to play with pace. Even though we saw it with Abe, I think Real and Abe are totally different players. Like even on Vancouver, I mean, Abe is pushing pace. Like he was on a 10 kill spree on exposure when they were playing, when they lost. But I think certain players and certain teams are trying to play to traditional.
Wait, Ray and
what's the
Ben,
point you're trying to
you
make,
guys agree with what he said? Because I don't think they were playing faster with Niam. I thought they played like slower.
These it's too early to say if
I
their
think
pace
they were
is
playing
different.
pacey together though, more than
I don't think they're patient. I don't think they're patient too much.
I thought they were playing sometimes too fast with Kenny. I don't know, bro. I don't
do
know
you
if
think their wins were impressive?
No.
Or
they haven't played anybody. I'm
Carolina,
not trying to shit on who they played, but I don't think Carolina and Vancouver were good.
Carolina was
we
close.
reserved this.
And
They
if he
3-0'd
dropped the
Carolina with
0.5,
Kenny.
Map one.
They 3-0'd Carolina with Kenny.
Yeah.
So
And
let's
the other
see
game
when
they
play better
played,
teams.
Vancouver's been compromised since Miami, and it was close. And I don't
Vancouver has won 2 hardpoint maps all year. They haven't been good at any point this year.
Exactly.
Compromised since Miami. They've been compromised since week 1.
But I don't think the players on Vancouver are bad. Like Glenn and Abe and maybe even Lunars, like TJ, okay, but I don't think they're bad individually. I think it's just a bad team.
No, I agree.
Like,
I mean, I agree with that. I just
like if you switch Glenn to a sub and you bring in like an AR that's pacey, like it could work. Like we've seen it work, but I just don't think they're gonna do that.
Wait, so what was the question?
I'm confused. Like, what's the question? Yeah.
Well, that was more my question of like the Thieves thing, like, or just overall. Some of these teams are trying to play like, I feel like more traditional and like combat, like teams playing fast, and then it's just auto backfiring on them, and then you have to pick up different players or do different things, like Toronto Thieves, like stuff like that. Teams like that.
I'm not sure if that's the thought, like, because you're trying to find like a cause and reaction, like what the reason is. I don't think there's teams like actively trying to play traditional, because I'm not even sure what that means when you say that, but
like more of like MW3 compared to like BO6 and BO7 are totally
Bro, you
different
can't play that.
games.
You can't play that slow, bro. The game doesn't play that way. You can't like Oh,
No,
we
I know,
get two
but
breaks, then we hard rotate. Like the game doesn't play that way. Like
I know, but that's how Thieves were trying to play. Like
no,
one
that's
was
not how
together-
that's not how they were trying to play. What?
I'm not trying to.
even
I'm
remotely
not. I'm not
close.
trying to shit. I just don't agree with that. That's how they were playing. But I do. I think that they slowed down. I think why they found more success or one easier. I think they like Nissim was just playing the hill, and it actually like felt like they had like nobody was scamming as much. Like that was the biggest difference to me. And we'll be able to answer this better when we see them play tougher competition and time goes on a little bit. But yeah, I mean, if anything, it's kind of the inverse of what you're saying, and there was like slightly more structure and there's less scamming going on. You get what I'm saying, bro?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
It's easy to say like, oh, Kenny was playing too slow. He's getting slammed. Kenny was having a lot of deaths, bro. He was playing really quick. That was what it was.
But I think that'll work with how Kleenex and Joe want to play. Like ultimately, if they do pick him up,
yeah, probably.
Like almost like a preset on New York in NW2 where he was just putting down pace with Hydra.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you just might be a little misguided on how they were playing, but thank you for the question and topic. Wait, Ray, did you want to go? We just took that over.
No, you guys are good. You guys are going. I don't really want to go too far into this, but I kind of more agree with Osh here in terms of let's just call it old school, new school COD. I don't even want to call it like let's not compare the fundamentals. The fundamentals are still more or less the same, but the way you play Modern 3 in terms of pace is different than it is now. I think that's more what he meant. To more answer your question specifically though, I didn't really see too much difference as to how these played this weekend to how they were playing before with Kenny. I think I kind of put it best. Like there wasn't as much like lost situations to how they were playing certain instances because one, the players are getting more kills, but also just because I think Nissim was way more objective based than what we've seen in the past. So what Ann said kind of covers it. But in terms of like, I think if we're going to say that Thieves was playing at the pace that Gentlemates and the Optic are playing and the best
we'd be lying.
Teams of the game are playing, we'd be lying. So to that extent, I think he is kind of, if you're saying that you felt like they were playing that way, I would disagree with that, Osh.
Like Osh, when you watch Nissim, bro, I don't know what his sense is, but it looks like his sense is dummy slow.
I've known Nissim since Vanguard. I've known Nissim for a long time. He's good.
No, he looks like a good player so far. So
he looks solid.
He can run. He can run every gun or both guns, and like he'll listen to whatever those players have to say. And I think that helped more than playing with Kenny because Kenny already has like a system or how he wants to play, obviously with certain teams. So that could be something else. Like we could just bring you in and go with what we want to play, which is probably more Hydra and how BZ and Scrap want to play.
So the last day of the month, Saturday, February 28th, they play Optic. So I think that'll be the first like real big test because next weekend they play Toronto, which again we don't know what Toronto change is going to look like, and then they play Boston, and then their match after that will be Optic. So I think Optic will be the real first kind of like tell to how things are going to look for that team in the long run.
Well, we got to get to this last question.
Their March is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Yep. You have a good day.
Yeah.
You too.
I'm gonna bring this up real quick, Ray, because I want to ask you. So you think they're playing faster now? Like, what are like from based on what you watch?
No.
I know it's harder to like evaluate only two games, but I thought I just saw the opposite. Oh, okay.
I don't think they're playing. I don't like what I'm saying is I didn't really see like a specific way in the way they were changing with Nissim over Kenny.
Okay. Yeah,
like
I agree.
holistically, like strategically, how they were going about the game looked more or less the same. It was just a different player in Kenny's shoes, and that player was getting more kills / getting more objective time, which is the only real difference that was kind of looking at.
Yeah.
But again, I think we would have seen very similar results if Ken was still on the team against those two teams, which is more so what I'm like. I don't think there's real knowledge to know how things are going to look until they play a team that is actually like a strong force to play against.
I agree.
And again, Carolina has the potential to be a good team. It's just the consistency of what we've seen recently has been the best. So
that Dart Brennan, what up, dude? This is the final question. Hope it's a good one. What's up, bro?
With Rostermania happening, why are teams only looking to change players and not coaches?
Oh shit, Ben, you want to take it?
I mean, it's just change coaches. I mean, but it's so contextual though. Like we've kind of sometimes seen it before midseason, but it's got to be a really shitty situation where the coach is either. I mean, I don't know. This one,
like Nameless won a event against
I think that's only happened one time in CDL.
Yeah, no, it's happened multiple times. It's happened multiple times.
Oh, okay.
We saw.
I have so much I want to say about this, but I feel like hurt my business opportunities in the future
Fair
by
enough.
speaking. So I will hold my tongue here.
Yep. Smart man.
What I will say is that to what you're saying, and comparatively to like I'm a big hockey guy. I think it's the same with the NFL. But
they'll get
typically
fired
in
mid-season,
professional, typically in professional sports, the people who are the least stable on teams are coaches. If I'm not mistaken, again, I could be speaking.
No,
unfactually here.
GMs and coaches. Because, like, bro, if you make a move, like, let's just put it hypothetical. Like, say you're the guy that was, like, gung-ho on bringing in Real, and it absolutely fails. Like, in the NFL, that GM's probably getting fired, bro. Like, if you're not able to recover. Like,
what I will say that kind of answer your questions, Brennan, is that I think in a lot of cases in the league right now, because we're so young and because the coaches in the league, like even myself was like, we're ex-players. We don't all have a ton of experience doing it. Like most coaches will be there to help. I mean, nah, I was gonna say something that I'm just finding ways like, bro, this is gonna get tactical grabbed on the spot, and I'm just
fucking yellow, Ray, yellow.
bro, I'm still trying to coach, bro. I'm still trying to be a coach. I don't want to put my peers in trouble, but I think there's a lot that the coaching. Here's what I'll say. I think the coaching role is still progressing in a way where it's not the coaching role you see in other sports. Like if I'll speak for hockey, for example, in the NHL, the coaches are very responsible for how the team's playing strategically and structurally. I would argue that in COD, a lot of the players drive that right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the same for all these sports, if it's the same in other sports, but from my understanding, the sports that you see a lot of like washing of coaches and recycling and movement on that end are because those coaches are very much like they're the impact. Like these guys will either drive success for their team or not. And
European football is a great example of this, right? There's so much turnover in European football with coaches because, to your point, they have such a huge decision on like the 11 on the lineup and the strategy of the 11 play. And like if it's not working or they're causing like tension, it doesn't really necessarily happen in COD. Like there's just only so much you can do.
And there's game management things in NFL. Like thing about COD is like once the series starts, there's only so much you can really do as a coach.
You're not really impacting it.
You're right. Like
EWC last year. Awesome.
In like NFL, you can fuck up a timeout and ruin your team the game. You know what I mean? So it's a bit easier to be like, we need to get rid of this guy.
That's very fair.
Where in COD, it's a little bit harder.
I agree, but I feel like there's a lot of options to coaches.
Oh yeah, there is.
Team with Haggy. You guys beat Cole with fucking riot shields and in shotguns, outsmarting them. There's a lot of options.
Oh, there's
just
for
not
sure
looking
ton
out.
options. Yeah, I mean, it's also like comfortability thing. Those discussions to even begin can be hard sometimes. Like, there's so much to this question, and I'm not even necessarily saying you're wrong. It would just be hard to be like, okay, maybe this guy could be a suitable coach. Like, how do we even like? There's no process there, right? Like in sports, there's a process. Like, we're gonna bring this guy in as the interim, then we're gonna talk to this guy, see if his concepts are good. Like, there's just no process like that in COD right now. So. Yeah, I don't know if we'll see that for quite some time.
It's hard to blame the coach, but if your team is not getting better, I feel like coaches should be brought up because that's their only job. Get your team better.
I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. I actually agree with that for sure.
It is not a bad take.
Not a bad take at all.
All right. Thank you, boys. Good show today.
Thank you, bro.
Appreciate it,
Have a good
I
one.
just don't think we could speak to the process of how the like mid-season changes are swapping that out. But there's merit to what he's saying for sure.
There also is 98 different coaches on the unemployment line that you can just pick up and put in. It's a very small fraternity of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, good show, guys. Banger. Another one, absolute banger. Pushing 3 hours again. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We've had some issues recently with the processing time when I export it from Twitch. So I'm changing it this time. I'm going to download the broadcast and then cut it and put it up so it'll be up a lot faster. And then also for audio listeners. So I appreciate all you guys. Sorry about the delay in the last 2 episodes. I think it was like 12 hours in between, something like that. It'll be up within the next 4. But yeah, until next time, guys, peace and enjoy the rest of your day. Got some good matches this weekend.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Good shit today, boys. Well done.
Great show.
Good show, bros.
Early talks about it because I don't want to forget, me and Ray talked about it earlier. The only event Ray's
we can do a show.
I'll let you know. I'm gonna try and show up to something before that. It's just a matter of like timing and what my reasons to go. Right, like.
Yeah. I by the way, while we did this show, I texted Paul. I was like, "Yo, Paul, like people want to golf at fucking Champs," and he's like, "Yeah, people want to deal with it being 98 degrees outside." I'm like, "Yeah, people will deal with it." So We'll see. We'll see if I can cook up a poll around that.
Codcast from the clubhouse, then we play 18. I mean,
No. We gotta play 18. We gotta play 18 first because we gotta get out like ASAP. We'd like. Here's the thing. You remember, bro? It's so hot. We gotta get out at fucking a little bit after sunrise before we melt. You know.
Ah, facts. Bro, does Mercules go negative, bro?
No.
He has had some off maps this stage, but again, it's not that big of a deal, bro. Like, they're
I'm starting this propaganda. Merc is cheating.
He might
I will say,
bro.
I will say, G2 are getting ran in this scrim like pretty bad, but you all been there, bro. We don't know what's going on. Maybe G2, maybe G2's having a bad day. Maybe Optics got their number, but they haven't been uncompetitive.
I got an insane pull here. You know what this guy reminds me of from way back in the day, Ray? Ben, you might not be as familiar. This is such the same pull. It's a guy who I think went like 25 and 15 every map. Is Bouncy. You remember that motherfucker?
You're gonna bring that guy. That guy's a kill whore, though. Merc is not a kill whore.
He's not.
Bouncy's a kill whore, bro.
But that was like good plays back in the day. Sitting Magic Tree.
Bro. Nah, bro. We were smoking these guys, getting out slay back in the day. It's fucking criminal, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, I honestly, I mean, I'm using the word hate Merc here.
Yo, Chad, she came up and holy
prop
fuck.
up when you did last year, we probably would have had a chance to win champs in the WC.
Yeah.
Fucking bastard.
This guy's unreal. Well, all right, guys, I gotta take off. I got some shit to do. Appreciate you guys so much, man. Great episode.
Sure. Peace,
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Later, boys.
Later.
Bro, I have the PSG game up in chat, and like Bolligan's already got 2 goals, and fuck. Oh wait, let me and the
what maps does mates square up us?
chat share.
Up with us on? I mean, the maps that were in the finals, right?
I don't know, but they just missed the penalty. Like they're getting slammed in this 20 minutes in this game. Like I don't know. I mean, it's a 2-leg tie, so like this is plenty of time. But
that's why we didn't veto it. That's why they didn't veto it.
Rail got dropped. He is on the bench, so if you consider that being dropped, yeah, but he's currently benched. G2 are getting their fucking ass cooked in this scrim, bro. This has been whole. I've been sitting here watching the whole time. It's been uncompetitive, bro. Juventus got smoked bad. Did they get a red card?
Just Mason popping pieces.
I didn't see the context. I got the red card though. All Madrid. I think that game's still 0-0. I have Gazlazzo up, so I have Gazlazzo up. I have fucking the Olympics up on the other monitor, so you guys got me provide another 30 minutes, and I had back-to-back calls today, working on a bunch of different shit. Did you guys enjoy the podcast though, chat? Did you guys enjoy the pod? And also, someone said, "Did we watch the Bush video?" I watched it at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, my thoughts. That was a good video. I agree with a lot of the points that Austin made. I disagree with a couple, but for the most part, directionally, I kind of agree with about 90+% of the shit that Austin said, to be honest.
Nice. Oh, so close. Sets him up for
Compilation of Jerry's calls. We'll have to watch that later. Tomorrow, chat, we're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch. I know Process came out. I know Miami's documentary came out. Like, there's a lot more shit that we can watch tomorrow. So.
Stay down. We have cross. Oh, they teamworked that really well.
What happened to your Luca hype? I mean, he's just, he's fucking 18, bro. Like, I don't know why everybody is just so goddamn fucking impatient with 18-year-olds, bro. I don't mean it in a weird way, dude.
Of course, they weren't able to stabilize after our
but I mean, like, as far as like fucking like talents in COD, like everybody just assuming the kid's just gonna come in the league, be, everybody's gotta take a fucking chill pill. Whoa, did my shit just freeze? Hold on. My camera just fucking crashed. What the fuck was that? Hold on. What the fuck was that? I never had that happen before. There we go. That was weird. I've never had that happen before. My USBs is fucking tweaked. That was weird. When's the next flank? Probably Friday.
Lost in mid.
I don't think we're doing an emergency before that. Not for Toronto change. Keep this. What is this?
Tyler kills the guy dubs. He can flank up himself as well.
Formal if you were replace Insight.
Tyler gets another kill.
It would have to be.
They spawned on him. He wasn't able to block in time.
The fuck does that even mean? Okay, well, let's watch because I don't give a fuck. This map's over.
Potter, Goblet of Fire. I could throw my name in the hat. But it'd have to be like a Harry Potter Goblet of Fire moment, where it just flies out, not supposed to be there. And then, you know, Dumbledore's like, formal?
I mean, okay. I don't know what to say about that clip. Like, good joke. I don't know what to say about that though.
Like,
I
don't know how to explain it. I feel like I've explained it enough.
Guys, they literally, bro, they signed an 18-year-old with a promising future, and they're gonna develop him. Like, I don't, like, bro, I don't. They're not in a position where they need him right now. Like, holy fuck, I don't understand the look it takes out of the community, bro. It's actually just insane. It's actually crazy. Maybe because I'm like actually like looking at it like from a GM perspective, but holy fuck, people are just like absolutely lost about this shit. What's Stallion's roster? Austin, what's Stallion's roster? Nasty is getting traded. I have no idea. I definitely think Boston, or I definitely think Toronto's thinking about it, but I have no idea. Symbols, Ryan, Peel, and Millie. I think that team is just bro. It's just whatever. They don't like. It's whatever. They're not a factor. I hate to say it, but they're just not a factor in winning. Tom's gone the community route with these the Stallion squads, and like, you know, they're community guys, and that's fine, but they're just not translating that into success at the moment. Not translating that into success. I mean, listen, I don't mean this in any way of disrespect, but I'm sure it'll get taken that way. Like, the Lions have done a great job of identifying talent. The talent plays there, but as a like team, they're like actual success in cups and in tournaments. Like, their best team they ever had was the fucking ASIM team. And like, it's been a small window, you know, but like last year they didn't see a lot of success, and then this year,
You were
like,
kicked from the server.
they gotta find like a more stable situation where they can at least try to crank out some top sixes, you know? Like, it just is what it is. They've done a good job identifying talent. The problem is the talent hasn't necessarily clicked to wins on the Stallions org.